If you suffer from muscular aches and pains, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. Try Physiocrem. Physiocrem contains menthol and naturally derived active ingredients: arnica, hypericum, calendula, melaleuca. Use Physiocrem for the temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Physiocrem is available at your local pharmacy, Coles and Woolworths. Use Physiocrem. Physiocrem is available at your local pharmacy, Coles and Woolworths. Use Physiocrem.
Very good morning from beautiful Coffs Harbour. Day 2 of the 2022 State of Origin series about to get underway, and it'll be the second match between Queensland and New South Wales in the women's 20s division. We'll kick-start us for this Saturday morning. Jordan Dardis with me in commentary. All on the line out here for both teams. New South Wales looking to wrap the series after taking the victory yesterday 9-7 over Queensland. Queensland looking to hold themselves in.
Yeah, massive game. This is what you play for, to keep your series alive for Queensland, and New South Wales trying to close it out in 2. I was obviously watching this game yesterday. It was fast. New South Wales dug in for a long time of it and took the lead with about 4 to go and sealed it with a late try as well. So up by 2 in the end, and Queensland will have some work to do to get back into it.
What impressed you in that match yesterday? Like you mentioned, you were in commentary for it. New South Wales obviously getting that late run to take the victory, but there were some really positive signs there for Queenslanders throughout the match.
Really positive signs. You got a lot of good players across the board. I thought Taylor Sykes had a massive game, and she'll be in for another one as well. Like I said, what impressed me, New South Wales just dug in the whole game and just stuck to the game plan, knew it would come, and stole it late. So no doubt Paul Cobham, Leanne Bauer will go onto the drawing board, and they'll see what they have now.
Referees officiating this one this morning, Brianne Legrand, Aaron Searston and Sam Whiteside. As Queensland get us underway. First match of Game 2 in the State of Origin series. Sykes plays it on the 7. Steps out, comes back midfield. Oh, nice little switch at the line. Looping ball over the top off the fingertips as well. There's going to be a penalty back in the midfield though. Plays offside for New South Wales. That's a nice little variation to a play there. Didn't really see that one coming, but it opened up for Queensland.
Really good variation. They went to that a lot yesterday with Taylor Sykes running a little open side quickie, but this time they throw Maddie Matthews around the back, who's a known ball player in this side. So go to an out ball to her now.
Oh,
and great hit from the winger.
Yeah, he had to make it as well. Catch the ball and shift that one out. Madeline Matthews there. With a little bit of space, the Sykes sweeps around the back again on the run beautifully, dives in at the line. Nice touch though, Morgan Mannion.
And Morgan Mannion, another one who stood out yesterday, especially late in the game, came up clutch for her team. So great defence there on Taylor Sykes.
As Ward offloads it, they come back out. They've been very expansive so far. Not going to get through the middle there. Matthews again on 5th touch for Queensland. They're happy to send it over to the left-hand side of the field. They'll make the touch now. Charlotte Graham will give the ball back to New South Wales. They came out of the box pretty hard there, Queensland, but New South Wales must be pretty happy with the way they answered it defensively.
Yeah, well, up to the task. They threw a lot at them, a lot inside. And like you said, up to the task. And now get their chance to ruck out of this set. And that's where they were really good yesterday, just sticking in the grind. So, see good hands there.
They head now over the halfway line. Nice transition coming out of their substitute area, New South Wales, but we've seen an incorrect play. The ball picked up. You might see there's a bit of a sheen across the ground this morning, the 8 o'clock time slot. Everyone, when they see the draw come out and they go 8 o'clock, oh, they mustn't be too thrilled with that. Really tricky conditions, the dew. But it won't take too long for it to dry up as we see a little bit of space down the left-hand side here for Queensland. Again, happy to throw the ball back into the midfield. Charlotte Graham.
Will be slippery, but with all the rain that everyone's had around, everyone's been training in that wet condition. So no doubt happy to still throw the footy around here. Hinksman, great long ball to Charlotte Graham. And I believe, Scotty, Charlotte Graham now has 4 in the series already. She scored 3 yesterday. And that's a great ball from Hinksman.
Yeah, nicely set up here from Queensland to get opening points. We see the try scorer, Charlotte Graham. Graham quick drink. All tries against her name for this year's State of Origin series. New South Wales and back on attack with Davis. Receives the ball back. Mia Rogers now plays it outside the 7. Davis comes off the right foot, links up nicely as well, opens up through the middle. Referee Aaron Searson's going to point to the spot. Perfect response there from the Blues.
Really good response. That's exactly what you need. Just comes off the right foot, takes Ashurst on, and then a great little short ball to dive over. 1-1, and they're going to go hammer and tong at it again, and I'm looking forward to it, Scotty.
Mia Rogers, the try scorer for New South Wales. Queensland again, full of running, putting the ball in the hands. Nice and early in the touch count. Forbes sends it back midfield. Tortel now plays it. Touch made, good contact as well. Coming up and putting pressure on Forbes again. The contact nice and strong from Jade Pond. The experienced players for New South Wales in this women's 20th division played a lot of women's open touch at the regional level.
And most of these girls are all obviously probably coming from the women's open level at a National Touch League. So great opportunity to play some 20s, and they're the next crop coming through for the women's open. So the physicality is what they need, and both teams bringing it so far.
Another mistake in the roll ball there from New South Wales. If Queensland, pretty good field position. They're going to start their set here in New South Wales territory, just over the halfway. Forbes plays it again. Queensland now will take the opportunity to get some players onto the field. Caitlin Blade in the number 14 for Queensland takes it forward. Sykes back out onto the park as well. Ward goes early from half. Oh, and they just run into each other there.
Pet play, obviously, for Taylor Sykes is that little open side quickie, or the red that they like to call it, and wanted to have Emily Ward back on the inside. Oh,
another big shot. They're going to get away with that one. New South Wales, I like that intent. Straight back on the feet, quick tap, and they're back on the run straight away.
massive touch there. Caitlin Blade, we saw a few yesterday, and it's one thing in her game that she's known for is that physicality. Oh, might be a little... we get away with it. Play on.
Yeah, overrunning on the first occasion and then just slipping one out. Again, play the ball a little bit to the side. Play on it is. Oh, nice big dummy around the back. And can't connect up on the final play there. Mia Rogers looking dangerous early, scoring the try just a few moments to go. Queensland just taking their time before restarting this set. New South Wales coming up out of the line, putting pressure on touch 1 and 2, and they do the same on 3, but nice evasive work there from Caitlin Blade. But no, the penalty has gone in favour of the Blues.
And probably where New South Wales got the jump on Queensland yesterday is that ruck defence. You see them just line up and just fly out of the line together and squeezing Queensland to before halfway. They get a great opportunity here.
Macy Carruthers in from half, feeds it early. Nice ball out on the outside.
Great
Big
touch.
scrambling touch there from Charlotte Vandermeer. As Jade Pond come back to the 7-metre line. Back into the midfield they come to Mackenzie Davis, who steps out, receives it back, sums it up, looking for offside players, doesn't get it.
Up to the tough there, Amelia Chadburn. Last touch here.
Little switch late at the back to Brianna Nathan. Queensland defence up there to shut that one down. Now the transition out of their end of the field. Again, a bit of ball work. They put it through the hands. Space out here off the fingertips.
No.
It was held onto there. The first snatch from Charlotte Vandermeer. The second one just slipped out.
That looked a lot better from Queensland, though. They were on the ball quicker. Ashurst with a clean dump gets around, and they just go through the hands. But I think that's the key for Queensland. On the ball fast. Don't let New South Wales defensive line get set.
They switch in right in the middle of the New South Wales touch logo. Nice running here from the Blues. They just take the opportunity to pull back and retreat. Now looking to straighten up the ship. Into the in-goal area. Looping ball over the top. Falls into the hands there of Chloe Tunks. First time we've really seen New South Wales get into the in-goal area off a half run.
I think, if I'm correct, I reckon they had a little inside ball before that and might have seen a try scored, but nonetheless, Chloe Tunks to the task, takes the intercept, and Queensland straight on the attack. They'll get a good dump here for Taylor Sykes, I believe.
There she goes. Picks up, stumbles a little bit, takes off now. Beautiful link ball and hits Hinchman right on the chest. Second try to Queensland, beautifully set up. What a beautiful final pass there from Taylor Sykes, I should say.
Yeah, really, really good. You see the flow of Queensland in that one, and Emily Ward just gets a nice clean dump out of the way, and you let Taylor Sykes just go to work. She's got foot speed for days and a great passing game as well, and you see that right there. Queensland 2-1 up. Exactly the start they needed in game 2 here.
So New South Wales responded when Queensland scored points last time in the very next set. Let's see how they go this time around. They got numbers out here, but they run out of space. Rogers is touched. He receives the ball back again. Sends it out to the left-hand side of the field. They'll come back into the midfield now with Carruthers, who plays it. Nathan into half, picks up, looping ball over the top. Ooh, just dipping away last minute. But it was there. If it could be reeled in, it would have been points again for the Blues.
I think that's 1-1 with drops over the line so far. So, again, these conditions playing havoc here right at the death.
There's Murphy. Another mistake in the play the ball. So we've seen at least 3 sets for Queensland coming out of their end. It's that ball control again, slippery conditions. Plenty of dew on the surface. Quite cool as well. Still only 12 degrees. Going to heat up throughout the day.
And no doubt our next games will be loving the fact that these girls are just running at 100 mile an hour, take all that dew out of the field.
In the 7 now, O'Reilly early. They go short side. I think the ball's gotten down. No touch.
Just great touch for Leela. That's tricky. Again, we spoke about the conditions, but having to retreat that fast on the line makes a really great touch there. Great drive here from Ashurst.
Just shy of the halfway line. Changes come on for Queensland. Sortel goes across field. Last touch now for them. Hinchman again, linked up with Sortel, back into the middle. Still putting the ball through the hands here. Nice little dummy. Ooh. Hinchman maybe stays on the out. They might have had a 3-on-2 on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I believe they would have. Hopefully, Queensland adjust to that. They get the link in that and take Hinchman with a one-on-one player that's on side. So I'd like to see him get that middle, let Hinchman go to work. We saw yesterday in game 1, she has a great passing game as well. Great foot speed off the scoop there. But New South Wales with a great drive in here.
They're picking up on the run. Trying to squeeze in between 2 Queensland defenders. Couldn't get through that. Morgan Mannion on screen.
Great defensive state there. Just pulls back corner. Lets Mannion run. And we saw once again yesterday Mannion with a lot of foot speed. So great work Queensland there.
Through the hands they go again. As Graham takes the touch. He'll have another run. The dish is off. Over the halfway line they go now with Caitlin Blade. Taylor Sykes back onto the field. Emily Ward now. Sykes picked up, goes it into the in-goal area. She goes, a little bit of contact off the ball. Oh, the only one person he didn't want to connect with was a player in a blue jersey.
He found her out, but great shape there. New South Wales just held their nerve. Obviously come over, but that's twice now Taylor Sykes has been dangerous off the scoop. They're going to get a great chance to let her go to work around the 7-metre line here. Her and Emily Ward, no doubt, will work together here.
Yeah, a little mistake from New South Wales in the play. The ball has given Queensland possession back. Sees them attacking the line. Full set in the attacking zone here for Queensland. Forbes heads out. Sykes. It's off the fingertips, trying to reel it in around the back. missed opportunity there for Queensland.
Well defended New South Wales. Obviously, you see Sykes go to that quickie. They defend that. They get in nice and close.
Nathan from half. Having to do hard work here to try and get forward. Played on the halfway line. As Rogers picked up good meters. Davis now will look to set coming in towards the back end of the set. Receives the ball back, holds it, tries to loop it across. And Andy Law will return the ball back to Queensland on last touch. Queensland come down the left-hand side of the field. Changes come onto the field. Chloe Tunks.
I think that's the part for me, Scotty, that I think I'd like to see Queensland just clean up a little bit. Every now and then it looks like Charlotte Graham on the wing is picking up, not knowing who to pass to. So it's little stuff for Queensland that they need to fix up, just those 1%ers, talking to her, telling her who's getting the ball. And I think if they can do that, they get players like Hinksman, Maddie Matthews, Taylor Sykes coming out of half with a flow. So at the moment, New South Wales probably just winning the field position battle. But Queensland 2-1 up on the scoreboard still.
Penalty to New South Wales. Bang on the halfway line as well. Gives them a good opportunity to get down the other end. Carruthers, little dummy, go and go.
And on New South Wales side, I think I'd like to see Isabella Geros get more involved. She was instrumental for them yesterday. We see a little opportunity go down there from Nathan on the sweep.
Queensland flat from the ruck. Valila, see the leg heavily strapped. Saw in the warm-up. Not running at 100%, that's for sure. One of the strike players for Queensland still out there getting the job done this morning. Sortel offloads. Emily Ward. Sortel receives it back. Coming in towards the back end of the touch count now. The Queenslanders, they play within the 7-metre zone. A little bit of space out there on the right-hand side. Nice slide defence there, making the touch on Charlotte Graham.
Obviously mentioned Valila not running at 100%, but she's one of those players in this 20 side that just has so much experience and probably gives them so much confidence just being out there. So it's really good to see her still getting through her work, working really hard for her team.
Oh, pressure here. No acting half in place, and they've only got...
Scotty.
Yeah, they only had about 2 players on as they were making changes. I like the intent, though, from Queensland. You see that often when there's only 3 or 4 players on the field, that they just still hold their position, but they put the ball through the hands straight away. They don't mind chancing their arm early in the touch count. The positive is they have held on to the football. They've received another penalty as well. Full set of 6 for Queensland. Taylor Sykes comes back out onto the field. Adeline Matthews steps out. We'll have a little dive at the line as well. A solid defence. Morgan Mannion over there making the touches.
Sykes and Ashurst here.
Sykes gets it back. No, an incorrect play the ball. Again, Aaron Searston, the man in the middle, all over that one.
And from the look of it, it does look like New South Wales have looked heavily at the tape, and they've kind of cleaned up that little static play through Sykes in the middle, but she has looked dangerous in the scoop. So New South Wales, another rucking error.
Yeah, pretty similar position to the last set as well. It all fell apart from them when they were trying to make the changes down the box. You can't see it on the screen at the moment, but the New South Wales coach has taken the opportunity to pull all of his players together and just calm them down. Sykes. Queensland probably really need to capitalise from the field position they've had down this end. Feels like they've been down attacking New South Wales' line for repeated sets, but they haven't really come up with the points, and it's still just that 1 try margin, which we know is just not going to be enough.
No, it wasn't enough yesterday, and it's not going to be enough today, but we go to a little sweeper. I'd like to see him probably just use Sykes as a little decoy. Right now, she is the focal point of their attack, but you've got other players on the field, like Ashurst, who can attack. Maddie Matthews showed what she can do yesterday, and Chloe Tunks, everyone knows what she can do. So,
They dropped it again, Jordan, down the sideline.
Yeah,
it was a better start for them, though. Their touch 1 was really good. They picked up good meters, and it was just, again, ball off the fingertip. Wasn't so much an unforced error on that occasion, just a tough one to take, but it still sees Queensland in perfect field position, looking to capitalise off their opportunities.
Got Chloe Tunks here. She's known for a little quickie play. But again, New South Wales right up to the task.
Chadburn, a little bit of a skip across field and 6 touch. Not too much doing there for Queensland.
No, 2 minutes left to go in this half, and they probably want to keep New South Wales down this end again because one late, one right on half time. Oh, that's great hands.
And Nathan puts the ball through their hands. While they've made errors their last 3 sets, they're still not going away from throwing the football around, which is positive football from the New South Wales team. And they're on the run here. This is a really good set here for the Blues. Good contact, though, coming into 5th. Getting away. Numbers. Oh,
Go.
impressive set. That was a nervous moment there defensively for Queensland on their line.
It was. I think if they don't knock that ball down, they're in goals and probably score one easy. But Chadburn pushing out now.
This is a really important moment here. Just made in the middle. After what it feels like New South Wales have probably been just that step behind throughout the match, as we see Caitlin Blade going off in the backfield, just off camera at the moment. Heavy contact. If they can jag one here, going into halftime break, locked up, geez, I would be happy with that. Huge set for them. Space in there, and the touch has been claimed. A bit of a protest. And Forbes making the touch. Masick Brothers goes back to the 7-metre line.
Maybe an out ball.
Yep. Come back to the open side, little bit of space, early ball just on the fingertips over the head of Jade Pond.
Great defence there from Hannah Forbes. You see her have to come in, gut one, then New South Wales smart and go to an out ball or a little passive ball out the back, and well up to the task, Hannah Forbes. And New South Wales now just swarming.
Halftime hooter goes in the background. Charlotte Vandermeer takes the touch. A really interesting contest between the two teams in the first half. Queensland looking really strong in the opening stages. New South Wales responding nicely as well. Pretty grindy battle between the two teams, but just those few errors, particularly coming out of the end for New South Wales, what probably really hurt them in the first stanza.
Yeah, definitely hurt them coming out. They gave Queensland a lot of opportunities, but nonetheless, it's 2-1. They're right in this game, and this is exactly what they did yesterday. So they stayed in the grind. They got another 20 to play, and no doubt coach will have a chat to them, and second half's going to be awesome.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with all of the second half action. Game 2 here in the women's 20s. Queensland with the slight advantage at the moment. Halftime score, the Queenslanders 2 over New South Wales 1.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks. How did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends and go to school together. And Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down and thankfully he made Joel's team, and they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well, and the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressed with it, how professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kaylin and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Star games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Callum Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me, actually, but did play against them. But, yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, the guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL, and obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years, and without doubt I can see the pathway going forward.
I'll put you on the spot. We asked Brad Fittler last week if he was going to come to State Cup because, well, Joel Kane's playing and Cliffy Lyons, Scott Prince, Nathan Feen. Could we maybe see you join in the Cronulla Sharks?
Without a doubt, I'd love to. I actually had a game the other night. Joel told me that his team was short. Joel didn't play, but I actually turned up and had a game and got a couple of tries. It was with the marker though, so it was a whole lot slower, but I did say to one of the boys this week, I wouldn't mind getting involved in a real touch team and maybe one day going to a State Cup. It would be pretty cool. It's something I've never done, and look forward to it one day. This week, I wouldn't mind getting involved in a real touch team and maybe one day going to a State Cup. It would be pretty cool. It's something I've never done, and look forward to it one day.
Welcome back. Second half action in game 2 of the women's 20s. Not too far from getting back underway. Queensland slight advantage going into the halftime break. 2-1 on the scoreboard. Going to take a big effort from both teams here in the second half. Only the one try separating the teams, as we may mention, Jordan. Queensland desperate to take it to a decider later on this afternoon. New South Wales a whisker away from wrapping up the series.
Yeah, definitely. And New South Wales right in this, and massive advantage getting the tap in the second half, only down 1. So they've had a lot of pressure put on them from Queensland, and they get a chance to go 2-2 right here.
First possession to New South Wales to get the second half underway. Nice running from the Blues. Mannion through to the 7-metre line. Davis off the left foot. Opens them up. Perfect start to New South Wales. Exactly what they wanted. They must have listened to the coach's instructions at the halftime break. They come out firing.
Great start. After all that pressure put on them in the first half, they go 2-2. And that's just a great little ball and bang off the left foot. Straight through the middle of the Queensland middles.
And that combination of Mackenzie Davis and Mia Rogers we saw throughout the first half. They come out firing in the second. Queensland, they'll be looking to respond. Players in motion. Emily Ward pulls them back out. Matthews plays it. Forward from half. Ward, a little bit of space out here on the left. Touch is made. Good touch. Morgan Mannion.
She's had a great defensive game. Yesterday, it was all on offense. And so far in this one, she's been solid in defense, Mannion.
As Forbes puts it through the hands, Sykes does the same. Forces the mistake on the final touch of their set. Good opening defensive set there from New South Wales. After scoring down the other end. To put the ball through the hands now to Rogers. Davis the try scorer. Morgan. Contact there on the second touch.
Big contact.
They will, in fact, get the penalty. It was a late call. The referees were just making a change themselves at the same time, but they communicated nicely. It might have even come from the far side referee who saw it all unfold.
Yeah, and you can see it up here. So I'm guessing it did. And great, like you said, great communication between the referees, because I think that did warrant a penalty there.
Again,
another
coming
big
in
touch.
strong.
So maybe one thing from Queensland is let's get a bit tougher in the roll ball and slow New South Wales up.
Garros plays it. Riley sweep. Nathan. Riley in the half. Picks up off the right foot, coming back through the middle. No space in there. Emily Ward making the touch.
New
Taylor
South Wales
Frost.
look strong coming out of this second half. Great flow into their attack there as well. They look like they have 1 and 2 phases going at the moment. They send a little sweeper, then drive. It's going to be a tough ask for Queensland. Exactly what you want in a game 2 fighting for your series.
Struggling in this set to get forward, only over the halfway line now, and it's the last touch as Valila skips across field, shows the big switch and dummy. And we'll finish it back in the middle of the field. New South Wales, they're on top in this early stage of the second half, and Queensland are now trying to have to respond defensively to stop the flow of New South Wales.
And they're going to need to. Like I said at the start of the broadcast, New South Wales are always happy to just stay in a grind. And they'll see if they can get rewarded for it right here.
Broad dishes from half. Davis again. Oh, players offside here. Aaron Searston. He's going to point to the spot. There was calls of play on, play on. And Mackenzie Davis, back-to-back tries for her. Great awareness. Picking up that the Queensland players were offside. Let's have a look. Looks like Amelia Chadburn. That's a great call. Didn't make it back to the line.
Yeah, dump right made on the 7 and makes it about 1 out. Does end up retreating, but she's made the touch early while she's still offside. So great call there from Aaron Searston. And New South Wales, after all the pressure, now lead 3-2.
It's got a similar feel, although they made their run late in the second half yesterday. It's just that they just keep themselves in the game. They just keep hanging there, and all of a sudden, you see a diving touch. I think that might have been Macy Brothers for New South Wales. All of a sudden, they're in front. New South Wales now for the first time in the match, and the pressure switches all now to Queensland. Nothing for them towards the back end of the set. Madeline Matthews turns the ball back over. Beautiful footwork, and look at the meters now. New South Wales, they're up and about. Absolutely rolling. Rogers dishes. The changes come on now for New South Wales. They straighten up the point of attack. Loose ball. It's unfortunate.
Good opportunity here, and like any good leader does, you won't see it off on the screen, but Valila just talking to her troops before, and she's barking at them to get down the field as well. So they've got work to do here, Queensland. Obviously a long time left in this game, but you don't want to start to give New South Wales more confidence.
It's Valila back out onto the park. Sykes as well. Stacked on the open side. Early ball from Sykes. Ward on the run. Short
Great
ball.
ball.
And Hannah Forbes will get the points. New South Wales protesting the touches made first, but there was acres of space out there, and it was just letting the ball do the work. Early passing from Queensland gets them the points they need.
Much better from Queensland. Like I said, in the first half, everything that they wanted to do was either a static play in the middle or a punish in the link. So they go to the same thing with Valila punishing the link. They dummy that and throw Emily Ward an out ball, and that's what you get when you use some players as a decoy sometimes. So Queensland hit back.
So lock back up now. 3 tries apiece in game 2 of the women's 20s State of Origin fixture. New South Wales winning game 1. There's Andy Law. Skips across, links back up with Davis. Nathan in the half. Davis again. Comes back in field. Touch made, but there will be a penalty in New South Wales.
And once again, lucky there. Offside penalty for the link not making the line. So if New South Wales want to play through again, they might get rewarded.
Davis and Rogers in the midfield again. Here goes Davis, turns it back in. Touch is made on Mia Rogers.
You saw this earlier. They went to a couple of static plays. Let's see if they go passive out the back again. Looks like Nathan's setting up for it. They try to. Hannah Forbes once again up to the task.
Last touch here for the Blues. And they will finish off down their right-hand side of the field, forcing Queensland to have to put the ball through the hands to try and make it towards their interchange area. Looping ball out to Valila. Gives New South Wales the opportunity to shoot up and try and put some pressure on as Queensland make changes. Off the chest there of Hinksman. Hadburn now gets away from one. It's over the halfway line. Last touch here though for Queensland. Hinksman again. Running out of room down the right-hand side of the field, and they'll turn the ball back over to the Blues.
Once again, just getting a little lost coming out of the sub-box. It looks like they just don't quite know exactly where they're trying to run to yet and who's getting the ball once again. So I think if Queensland can clean that up, they'll look really dangerous. Like I said, they've got acres, like they've got people with pace to burn. So a little drop ball there from New South Wales.
As Queensland get back underway, again putting the ball through the hands, the speed of the game has been pretty impressive, and you see the changes are continuous from both teams. With every possession, a new set of players coming onto the field. Tortel into half now. Early ball, Forbes, the try scorer for Queensland, gets away from one. Little bit of space out here. Graham off the right foot, links it back over the top. Wow, exciting play from Queensland. Stewart touches up their sleeve. They had the chance to hand, though. They went for it.
That looked really good. They go numbers, shift through the hand. Graham off the right foot. That was pretty to watch, Scotty. But much better set from Queensland too. They looked like they flew out of the box pretty nicely. They found Sortel and Forbes working together.
Forward pass penalty as well, so we see shoulder contact coming in again. Queensland back-to-back sets in good field position. Kalila gets away from one. Doesn't worry about the strapping on the leg and just the final pass. I think there might have been a touching claim from Jade Pond a little bit further up the field.
I know that's early in the count, but I don't actually mind that for Queensland. Valila just goes off the left foot. You've got to chance your arm at those ones. If the pass sticks, you're in for a try and take the lead.
Well, it's just starting to put New South Wales on their toes a little bit, but in return, it's also firing up Queensland defensively, as you see the Blues really struggling to get out of their end in this set. Queensland trying to put the heat on. Nice little pick up from half. Absolutely no one in front. Streaking down the sideline. They come back in field now looking for support. Has a touch been made in the in-goal area? It's been claimed. There's going to be a little bit of a conversation between the two referees.
This is close. Touch.
This touch. Huge. Well, what a great play. Just an instinctive play down the sideline as well. Again, like we mentioned, New South Wales really under pressure in that set from the Queensland defence. No one at home. Beautiful pickup. And it was Mackenzie Davis again.
He's had a big game, stepping up for a side. But that could have gone either way. That was close.
Queensland back in possession. Changes will come on. Hinksman lost it in the play. The ball again, correct call. They haven't really got any wrong at the moment. Yeah, Queensland get lucky to get away with that one as well, having 7 players on the field. You see another Queensland player hit the deck. Nathan gets away from one. Garros links it, but they're going to come back for a penalty to Queensland. It's a really interesting facet of the game now between these two teams. New South Wales doing good to respond to all the attacking pressure that Queensland have thrown their way. We see now a little mistake from Queensland.
But leaving it up the right end of the field, which is great. We've just got just under 10 to play. Currently 3-3. Game 2. New South Wales up 1-0 in the series. And on the attack now.
Brothers into half. Late ball at the line. Valila Comes down the sideline on touch one. Loose pass, though, on the second touch. Gives the ball straight back to New South Wales. That one hurts.
That one does hurt. You're not happy with that one. Just maybe a little bit of fatigue setting in and not quite hitting the mark on the pass. Still would be a little bit slippery out there. It's probably starting to dry up a little bit, but no excuses for that one. I think that's Sawtell pushing out.
Touch made on Rogers. So Carruthers switches. Rough with the ball now. Plays it. Carruthers again. Losing their way on that one. They're going to get a penalty. It's a lazy penalty as well when there was nothing really doing for New South Wales. And you can see players going off. The number 13 there, Macy Carruthers, gives the opportunity for New South Wales to get 3 strike players back out onto the field. Perfect attacking position. And it is Mackenzie Davis again. Back in field to Rogers. Touch has been made.
And that hurts as well when you're Queensland and have to defend your set multiple times and you see New South Wales will just run off, get fresh legs on. And Carruthers working with Mackenzie Davis here, who's had a massive game.
Oh,
There it
opens up
is.
for them as well. And Queensland just couldn't hold on to the pressure of the repeat sets there from New South Wales. And those ones hurt. It just opens up straight through the middle for them. New South Wales back up by 1.
And once again, comes from a Queensland error in the rucking, gives New South Wales way too many sets on the line. Carruthers and Davis have worked very well together through that middle channel.
Emily Wood rolls forward here for Queensland. Sykes, ball in hand, dishes. Wood, sweeps, gets it, comes back in. Nice touch. Looking for offside players. The field referee. There's all the Blues made the line. Queensland retrieve back out to the 7. Looking around again. Sykes steps out. Ball in hand. Try to come through
Down.
the middle. It's going to be pointed to the spot. Queensland respond straight away after points down the other end. Back level at 4 apiece.
Sykes and Matthews working really well together here. Just a quick jump, comes off the left foot, little short ball. And that's great work from Matthews to get that down so quickly. We've got a ball game, but this is the situation that we were in yesterday. About 6 to play or 5 to play, and New South Wales just came up clutch with their big players in Jaros, Mannion, Davis. And Carruthers has been excellent in this game so far. You see it, Mackenzie Davis on the field now with working with Nathan.
Here they go. Brianna Nathan in half. A little bit of space. Or the short ball might have been on the line. On as well. Don't even worry about going short. Beautiful ball over the top. Lauren McCurley having to dive and take that off the fingertips. Beautiful play, New South Wales.
And there's jumping going on in front of us, Scotty. They're happy about that one. That's great hands. Great ball from Nathan.
Look at this take. That is tough to do. Great finish. Lauren McCurley.
And 5-4. New South Wales once again take the lead.
Back on the run now. Nice big right to left. Thrown by Remy Hinksman last touch here for Queensland. Valila, you come up with a little bit of magic. On 5th, they put it through the hands. They're going to finish it in the corner there with Sinead Murphy. New South Wales. Nice start on touch 1. Andy Law picking up good meters. There's a mistake in the play of the ball. Yes, there is. Starting to get into crucial territory now.
That's very big, Queensland. About 3 to play in touch football. That is massive. We'll probably see 2 to 3 tries in that space, but you want to get this back even here if you can.
So Sykes and Jinking looking to try and get in between New South Wales defenders, but she's on the back foot.
They win ourselves a penalty. And Tadburn Sykes, very known, have a great combination together.
Ooh,
Down.
I think
No,
on field, yeah, he's
yes.
happy. It originally looked like he's happy. And the ball has been plonked down there from Taylor Sykes. Good response. It was a close one, but my initial thoughts were that the ball was down first. Let's have a look at the replay.
I think she shapes a little bit to go back in. And Aaron Searston in a great position. I agree. I think that one's down as well. Taylor Sykes coming up clutch for her team, and that takes us to 5-all.
So just over 2 minutes to go in this match. It's on a nice edge at the moment. The Blues sweeping it around the back. They go away from the sweep. They come back through to the middle, and it has opened up. Well, all of a sudden, after we saw that tight tussle, the points are just flowing now. New South Wales, that could be a real critical one for them.
Yeah, that's big with a minute 30 to play. Go up by one, six tries to 5. And Queensland run back to halfway. Little pop out, Emily Ward. They probably need to score here. They might get one more opportunity after this, but this is a massive set in the series. Valila on the sweep.
Ooh, tries to burrow in underneath. And we'll confirm the score is 6-5. It might be showing incorrectly. At the moment, 6-5 is the score. New South Wales up by 1. Ward gets it flat off the ruck. They play it within the 7. There's heavy contact. They will get the penalty coming in off the side. Ward tries to go the quick tap. The referee will
Not on
send
the
back
mark.
to the mark. Under a minute now left to go. This is a massive moment.
It looks like they're going to get Sykes out there. She's been dangerous in this game, but Caitlin Blade,
Might not need her. Touch
Ooh.
made.
they've got time. There's 30 seconds. They've got a full set. They don't have to worry here.
Ashurst sent it back to Sykes. Valila outside the 7. Sykes picks it up, loops one over the top, and it's made on the bootlaces. They need to get back. 15 seconds now left on the clock for Queensland. New South Wales, one hand on the trophy. They've got to defend
Happy
this
to not
set out.
go make.
They're not moving forward. They pop it out now. Valila puts it through the hands. Clock starting to wind down. That goes in the background. Penalty's been given. There is one play left in this match. It's all on the line here. This one play, can they send it to extra time? Or the touch has been made. New South Wales have won the series. They flow onto the field. Absolute scenes out here for the ladies from New South Wales. What a victory it was. What a traditional classic origin match that was. And it was
That's
there
massive.
at the death for Queensland to try and set it into extra time, but they couldn't get it done.
That hurts if you're Queensland, but absolute scenes for New South Wales, and they earned every single bit of that series. Both games have been so tight, and they once again, I said it earlier, they just stay in a grind and steal it late once again from Queensland. What a series this has been, and no doubt Game 3 is just going to be as exciting. So
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no such thing as a dead rubber in Origin football, but like we said, when the scores have been so close as what they have been, not much has separated the two teams, and it came right down to the final play. But New South Wales victorious in the women's 20s. They have secured the series. Congratulations to them. And our next match that we will see out here on the stadium field will be the men's 20s. New South Wales winning game 1 yesterday, 11-7. Queensland looking to tie up the series and take it to a decider later on this afternoon. We'll take a quick break and be back with game 2 of the men's 20s division.
20s and men's 35s and Queensland, and the men's 40s and the men's 50s series wrapped up. The women's 27s will go to a decider. They will take place at 12:35 p.m.
If you suffer from muscular aches and pains, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. Try Physiocrem. Physiocrem contains menthol and naturally derived active ingredients: arnica, hypericum, calendula, melaleuca. Use Physiocrem for the temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Physiocrem is available at your local pharmacy, Coles and Woolworths. Use Physiocrem.
You've been a fantastic supporter of the Touch Football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's being produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the Touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about Touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we assist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent like 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where, councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours, playing on muddy grounds, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. And turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And you know what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local Touch Association, like Nathan Fiend, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure, but let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s, they're pretty good. So a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down, had to ice. And so the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try, because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, they love Touch. The organisation's ran fantastic. I really wish they had a team in the State Carnival that I watched before all the NRL games. So I know they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So
any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore hidden, obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think, is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female.
2 minutes. Closing referees. 2 minutes.
Game 2 of the men's 20s division, just moments away from getting started out here. New South Wales got the chocolates yesterday in game 1, 11-7, but the scoreline in the end, Jordan, probably didn't reflect the game. It was quite a tight tussle between the two. You're in commentary for that one. What were the highlights in game 1?
I think the highlights, again, New South Wales clinical through their rucking sets. They were fast, they were intent, but Queensland also fought back towards that second half. So we had a 5-all second half. So definitely up for this one, and 11-7. No doubt we're going to see just as many tries this game, because these 20s boys can attack. So we'll see what Queensland start with here.
Yeah, talking to Queensland coach last night, Chris Loth, obviously not too happy with the performance, said that Queensland definitely weren't at their best. They've got a few things that they're looking to work on. On the flip side, though, in the New South Wales box, they're obviously happy with the victory. They know Queensland are going to come out. It's probably going to be a tighter tussle in game 2. Traditionally, that's the way it goes. But just more of the same for them as what they saw in game 1.
Yeah, definitely more of the same. They had Hemi Nebel play a really good game. Luke Moffat, everyone's obviously that's watched touch football heard his name over the last couple of years as well. So definitely a lot of experience in the New South Wales side, and they stood up yesterday.
Referees officiating this one will be Jordan Randall, who's out in the middle at the moment. Michael Littlefield and Zach Genrick controlling things here this morning. Conditions starting to warm up a little bit. Still currently 14 degrees. Still a little bit of light dew across the surface. And moments away from the hooter sounding to get game 2 underway. And here we go. Queensland in possession to start this one. And Bob puts it through the hands.
And we're going to see a physical game. It was physical yesterday. Cox with a great ball.
Beautiful start here from Queensland. Shaping to go out the back there. Zane Cox and hits Edwards with an absolute peak. That is a ripping start from Queensland.
Yeah, that's the start that they needed. You see them just run at pace. Bob drives in to Cox. And Edwards just steaming through a short hole with Bob out the back. That's a great start from Queensland. And physical here from Alex Condon.
Moffat plays it. Outside the 7. Looking to skip straight into defence. Couple of little shoulders as well. Welcoming Lennon into the match. As New South Wales just palm it over the sideline.
They go to a little ML play, Scotty, but what most people probably didn't see as the link, Jaden Mbeki on the close side to us, actually pops up and helps his middles and gives time for Ryan Ward and Blaze Prendergast to actually make a read and easily defended there by Queensland. So Coach Chris Loth obviously have them up for this one. Great drive there, Kaya Castles.
Rolf now does the same on the next touch, last for them. Picks up into half and Carlton's into the in-goal area and they have scored again. This is a ripping start here for Queensland. They have come out all guns blazing.
That's a perfect start. And it all started in that set from the drive of Kaya Castles. And then you give someone like Guy Carlton a chance to pick up at speed. And speed he has, finds Cox.
Queensland up by 2. Catalano links back up in the midfield. A bit of space out here on the left-hand side as they put it through. Big diving effort. Felicia Frost on the right-hand side for Queensland.
New South Wales, though, have players like Catalano Jr.
A bit of space off the fingertips and a little bit of room to move as well. They'll take the touch. Jaden Mbeki reeling that one in. The penalty will go towards Queensland. Solid contact after the intercept was taken. On the back foot here, New South Wales, and it continues. Queensland restart with Cox. Matters from half. Ryan Ward, again, nice solid contact. They play on now. Prendergast, ooh, pass probably didn't need to be thrown there early in the touch count. Prendergast wasn't in position to be able to reel that one in. South Wales now on the return. Pretty good start on their opening touches in this set. As they flow into the field. Eagleton plays it, receives it back. Last touch now for New South Wales. Queensland now on the back foot into the in-goal area. The Blues go. Good scramble defence. Touch made there, Dylan Bissett. Couldn't quite get the ball down before the Queensland defence got there.
Christopher Lennon getting in goals there. Another one who had a great game yesterday. Was in absolutely everything.
Castles rolls forward. Rolf again. Carlton set up the last try with the acting half run. Castles gets on the outside. Beautiful touch coming in and reading that one. Dylan Bissett again after being in the action down the other end just a moment ago. Comes in and makes a big touch to shut that attacking raid down from Queensland. Touch 1, and then within their own 7-metre line. Touch 2, only just over it now. Having to throw a looping pass on 3. They're only just going to get towards the edge of their substitution box as the changes will come on. Picking up, looking for offside. Plays a little late flick out the back to Moffat. It's a little bit too late. Hudson passes the call.
Jaden Beachy with a great start defensively to this game. We see him stop the little ML. He takes the intercept before and catches New South Wales just over halfway, that one.
Changes here for Queensland. It's Condon, the skipper of the team. Plays it. Bob coming off the right foot. The touch.
I think they thought they had another one in hand there.
Space out here for New South Wales. They come back infield. Bissett makes the touch. Matters comes forward.
Adida with the ball now. We know the pace that he has. And Catalano Jr.
Ball in one hand, dancing. Trying to get Queensland players to the bite and defence. Off the fingertips. Oh, and almost taken as well. William Hickey is able to reel that back in. It came off Queensland first, so New South Wales will retain possession with a full set of 6. And almost taking the deflection and going on with it. Catalano, late flick at the line, casual as you like.
Queensland up to the task defensively there. You got Paddy Crow getting out off the line. Great defensive shape from Queensland. They go to a little quarterback play. Alex Condon right in their face, and the pressure forces an error.
Cox takes it forward. That is from half.
Oh, we got a ball down, I think, Scotty. Just a little bobble in the roll ball and gives New South Wales another great attacking opportunity.
They look to switch in Moffat early in the touch count here for the Blues. Good opportunity for them to get their first points on the board. It's not going to come in this set though. It's another mistake in the play the ball. Prendergast gets away from one. Ever elusive, links up. And they roll forward nicely with Mbechi on the first touch and a juggle, and it's been taken in an accidental offside position from Queensland.
Set did look good to start with. Prendergast just skipping around, making meters. They get to halfway on nearly 1 or 2 touches. So unfortunately drops the ball there. But again, New South Wales with great field position. Queensland doing a great job to take this off them.
Good chance here for the Blues. Little dummy from Zach Hunter. Contact coming in from Kaya Castles. On the last hit for New South Wales. And they'll turn the ball over. Pretty much doing on the back end of the set for them. Just overrunning it there. Connor Rolford, they played out the back. Kai Russell. Roll forward, gets into half and dishes again to Condon. Pro now digs in as Bob picked up ball in one hand. It's away, tries to thread it around the back. The play's not quite there in space. It might have been on the link shot there. Condon coming in.
But Bob looking dangerous in this match so far as well. Just holds the ball up, goes around his back. Pretty to watch.
New South Wales.
Great release.
Yeah, put it through the hands and pick up nice meters with Lennon. This time it's New South Wales coming up with the mistake coming out of their end. Starting to see a few of those errors creeping up, particularly as both ends are coming out trying to transition towards their interchange box.
Probably not one we saw from New South Wales yesterday. They were very clinical through that part of the field. And we're going to get Condon sweeping out to the right link for something here.
Can't get away. Good touch coming out, Liam Robinson.
That's what we spoke about exactly with Jaden Beachy earlier on that ML play. Bob off the left foot.
Running through the middle, players on the deck. You can see Robert Catalano getting back to his feet now. Play for Queensland. And this time they just flick it over the sideline. Starting to see a little bit of gamesmanship even in the under-20s there.
Yeah.
Just shooting the ball over, gives them an opportunity to get their defensive set, or defensive line I should say, set.
I actually think the winger in Felicie Frost actually tried to bat it on even further. Maybe onto the field too. in your far side of the screen. So you have to get the defence set and up in New South Wales' face.
Little jinking run there from Nebel in the last for New South Wales. It's just a bit of a battle between the two teams, playing between the midfield and between the 7-metre lines at the moment, as we see two players just come and
Oh, what
tangle
have we
with
got
each
here?
other. And two over the top, I don't think. Look like a bit of a clunky collision. And a little bit of push and shove at the back end.
We
The
don't
ref-
mind that. Don't mind that in a little bit of state of origin footy.
Yeah, on-field referee Zach Genrick just says, boys, calm it down. There's nothing doing in that one. But that might just light a fuse here between these two teams.
Felici Frost, pretty big boy too. Not someone I'd want to mess with.
Prendergast now buys the link ball. It'll be a late pass coming off the flick out the back from Jaden Mbichi. Heavy contact again. Mbichi getting involved. Rolf does the same on touch 2. Putting the ball through the hands nicely now. New South Wales as they roll forward with Edwards. Over the halfway line. We're looking to set up. Oh, flicking out the back.
Been a strong start from both teams. Obviously, Queensland went bang bang early, but New South Wales have done a great job defensively to slow that up and get back in this game. This is going to be a good set here. Do they find Ty Charlton again?
Sniffing around and gets himself into the acting half position. Oh,
No.
hits the young man from New South Wales on the chest. He's going to streak away. I don't think Seamus Edwards is going to get there in time. And a beautiful read there. Christopher Lennon goes the full distance after picking off the intercept. And that might just be the spark that New South Wales needed.
Definitely will. I believe it was might have been Lennon yesterday taking intercept as well. He finds great shape in the link. Head down straight away. Definitely what New South Wales needed after all the pressure that Queensland have had them under so far in this match.
There's Pro. His touch there from William Hickey.
And we got the CQ connection here with Crow, Bob, and Cox. Match it with Condon from Brisbane. They'll win themselves a 6 to go. And known for that little pass, Condon just holds it up and kind of shoots it from above his head. Created problems for New South Wales yesterday. Chance for Bob and Cox to go to work here.
Here he goes. Jardel plays it, receives it back, holds the ball. New South Wales again streaming up out of the line. William Hickey putting plenty of defensive pressure on. Bending on the right link position for New South Wales, forces Prendergast to come back midfield. Cox plays it. Bob again. Throws it. Comes straight off the hands there. Zachary Hunter. It's a tough one because he's literally right there and it's almost like being rocketed straight into you. There's nothing much you can really do apart from pop the shot.
Yeah, it definitely hurt. But nonetheless, Bob here on the field.
Oh,
We're going to say down, maybe middle offside.
yeah, that electric footwork we see so often from the young man. Jardel Bob puts it on show here in game 2. It'll look good on the replay. Bang off the left.
Yeah, maybe just only 1 foot on the line, I think. And that CQ connection in Cox and Bob, they run a little circle play. And it's very hard to defend Bob while retreating one-on-one. So Bob and Cox have looked very dangerous in this match so far. Great ball there. Felici Frost up to the task.
So they'll finish it off in the corner. Watkins takes the touch. Queensland go the long way. And the touch there from Catalano. Stems the flow for Queensland. Back to the mark they go. Putting the ball through the hands. They come out to the left-hand side. Russell plays it. Condon gets away from one. No, he doesn't. Good touch. The two number 10s coming together there. Edwards making the touch. Comes up and makes it again. Carlton looking for offside players. Won't get. New South Wales get the ball back now and they'll be straight back onto the attack.
I don't mind that from Queensland. Oh, I think we're in here.
Streaking away down the sideline. Big dive in the corner as well. Finn Watkins. He's been heavily involved over the last few sets for New South Wales. He's grabbing his arm a little bit as well after the big dive, as you can see him on screen. The wrist flopping around. So let's see how this unfolded. Strong contact again. Player down, just went bang. No one at home. Matters does his best to try and get there in the corner, but that is just great game awareness from Finn Watkins.
And showed some toe as well just to get around. Caleb Matters, no slouch with speed. So great work, Finn Watkins. Hopefully the injury from the little swan dive isn't too bad, but now back on the attack. Seamus Edwards.
Little bat over the top. I think it's gone forward off the hands. The referee is happy to say the touch was made. Gives the possession back to New South Wales regardless. They make good meters down their left-hand side of the field on touch one. The changes will come on now as they're about to roll over the halfway line. Flat ball from half. As they flow on now, Moffat plays it last touch. Nice little switch at the line. Looping ball over the top. Queensland answer the call.
Great defence there, Felicie Frost. You see on the screen that kind of just felt like it was holding there for him to take, but last touch, happy to just make the touch rather than play the ball. One thing we can all get caught in sometimes, but error here from Queensland gives New South Wales a great opportunity.
Yes, a crucial moment for New South Wales. Clock starting to wind down in the first half. Still plenty of time to go, under 4 minutes. Down by one. If they can jag one here and put the pressure back on Queensland after the men of Maroon looked the goods in the opening stages of this match. Big looping ball, going to dip away. They can't take advantage of the opportunity they had. Queensland taking their time. They're set extremely deeply at the moment. Crow takes it forward on touch one. Through the hands they go. Matters now. Rolls it forward. Bob does the same. A bit of a stumble from Zane Cox. Over the halfway line.
Numbers.
Putting it through the hands. Condon, I should say, to Prendergast. And on the last touch. That really hurts. They did a pretty good job in the early stages of that. But that last little late passing motion out there just created numbers, as you said, Jordan.
Yeah, had to probably take an extra one up the sideline, but created numbers with the little, I don't even really think they popped out, but just threw the ball through the hands, and now they get a great opportunity. Prendergast, Charlton on the ball now. Cox on the sweep.
Gets it over the top, or just behind. They'll come back in towards the middle of the field now. Condon picks it up, throws a bomb. Matters over his head. Needed another couple of feet in height to be able to reel that one in.
Yeah, too big there from Condon. He's known to have probably one of the biggest passes in the game at the moment. And New South Wales this time go through the hands, create heaps of meters.
Well, Catalano goes forward as well.
They can complete this set. This will be a really big chance for them to hit back.
Under 2 now left in the first half. Last touch. They switch in at the line. Oh, almost slipping in between a couple of Queensland defenders. Here is Zach Hunter.
Twice now they've gone to that little play where they pick up, go short side, have a little switch through, and play 4-on-3 back that way.
Yeah, my apologies. It was William Hickey on the last play there for New South Wales. Over the halfway line now for Queensland. Jardale Bob, who links up with Edwards, stumbles, still gets the ball out. Edwards, ball in one hand, trying to slip in underneath. And this time, Zach Hunter makes the touch. South Wales now putting the ball through the hands. They've been happy to throw it, particularly on the first and second touches to try and get forward. As Hickey jigs away from one Queensland defender. Changes now onto the field. Lennon throws it back in field. Catalano links up as well. Edwards plays it. Catalano streams forward. Last touch here for New South Wales. Looping ball. Ooh, just off the fingertip as Dylan Bissett was looking to come back in field.
Queensland probably one more opportunity to get a strike dump. Just about 20 seconds to go in this half. Might be enough time to complete the set.
Condon plays it over the halfway line.
Condon from half here.
Couldn't pick it up cleanly. A little bit of contact off the ball as well. And I think Alex Condon was just looking to try and wind things down. New South Wales were looking to get straight back onto the attack.
That gamesmanship you were talking about before, he lets go of the ball and probably doesn't want to give New South Wales a chance to grab it again. So holds it up, but great half of footy.
It was an interesting half of footy too, wasn't it? Like we made mention, Queensland came out all guns blazing, 2 tries, like super impressive tries as well. One from the tap off and Charlton getting in from half. But New South Wales, similar to what we saw in the women's 20s earlier on before, they just keep themselves in the game. And that distance that Queensland, they just can't seem to separate them from New South Wales. The intercept really turned things for them, and they go into the halftime break only 1 try down.
Yeah, pretty good from both sides. I think both coaches will be happy with that. Yesterday's game we saw 11-7, and we've had 5 tries only in this first half. So look for them to talk things over and have a really big second half from both sides.
Yeah, it will be a big second half indeed. We'll take a quick break. Queensland slight advantage going into the halftime break in Game 2 of the State of Origin series in the men's 20s. Halftime score, Queensland 3, New South Wales 2.
If you suffer from muscular aches and pains, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. Try Physiocrem. Physiocrem contains menthol and naturally derived active ingredients. Arnica, hypericum, calendula, melaleuca. Use Physiocrem for the temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Physiocrem is available at your local pharmacy, Coles and Woolworths. Use Physiocrem.
Second half not too far from getting back underway. Game 2 of the Men's 20 State of Origin Series. Queensland slight advantage in the halftime break. Up by 1, 3-2 is the current score. Queensland looking to send it to a decider later on. New South Wales looking to claim the series victory again this year. Jordan, big second half coming up. Where's it going to be won?
I think it's in the midfield. We saw yesterday New South Wales was so clinical, and you see an error right there. And Queensland probably have won the midfield battle so far this game. So from a tap off from the second half, that's not what you want. Queensland might have 7 on here.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, and Zach Jenrick
He's picked it up.
straight onto it.
Yeah, so they'll be disappointed after coming out with the perfect start, forcing the area, being physical in the ruck as well, and just a little play like that where they've really got to be clinical in the big stage in games like this. You've got to get those ones right.
Got to get them right, but we start back where from halfway. New South Wales get a second chance at the halftime tap.
It's almost like we've started again. We've wiped the slate clean. The second half gets back underway now, where it probably should have been to start with. The Blues are on the run, on the attack, looping ball, running out of space. And over there to answer the call, Felicity Frost. The Blues improving their defensive line.
Queensland with 4 players on it. Oh no, 5. Caleb Matters is stuck out there. And the depth that you spoke about earlier. Bob straight onto the ball.
Sees it back again. Penalty given.
Good there from Queensland. The depth is there. They probably don't make that many meters on touch 1 and 2, but 3, 4, 5, they start to get a roll on. They're going to have a great end to this set. Oh, we've got a ball down maybe?
What a jittery start from both teams in the second half.
Over the mark. Strong touch. Ryan Ward.
And will be penalised as well. No. Happy just to play the ball and carry on. Moffat, this is from half. Hickey. Oh, my apologies, that was John Paul Catalano in the number 30. Changes come onto the field here for New South Wales. Eagleton decides to kick out and have a switch himself. Oh, little dink over the top.
And last touch. Queensland straight on the ball. He's already showed a bit of pace, Eagleton. Tries to go for it there. A little bit sloppy probably in that rucking area for both sides at the moment in this second half. Let's see who can clean that up first. Guy Charlton out of half.
Picks it up, comes off the right foot, flicked it out the back. Nicely taken from
Oh.
William Eagleton. The collision players again. The 2 number 6s, Zane Cox. And that man, William Eagleton, on screen. That Jenrick has sent Zane Cox for a 4th substitution. You'll see him just screaming off in the back play. Queensland will be able to replace him. Zane Cox is sending over for a little bit of a cool off. For a bit of contact again.
Probably not a bad place to be sent. New South Wales going to the box. They just squeeze it over, but try to go through the pass of Christopher Lennon. Doesn't quite hit the mark. New South Wales look like they have just started to win this field position in the second half so far. Leaving the ball down the other end 9 times out of 10. So
changes now onto the field for the Queensland, and Beachy grits the teeth, gets them over the halfway line. As Edwards plays it, receives it back from Bob, went straight into 2 New South Wales defenders. Bang.
had a chance to release Zambici if he could have then the numbers, but New South Wales defensively up to the task and straight onto the ball. Great flow here.
Liam Robinson going forward. They look to set. Moffat plays it and sweep. They come against the grain, trying to thread through the needle, looking for 6 more touches. Will not get it on this occasion. Emmy Nebel with ball in hand.
Once again, leaving the ball right on Queensland's 7-metre defensive line. Great release there, Seamus Edwards.
Yeah, links up with Alex Condon. The roll forward, Ryan Ward. Prendergast sets it up. Condon and switches in. Ward again. Prendergast picks it up. One-handed. Condon. Ball behind his back, tries to pirouette through the line.
He is known for that, Scotty. He does scored a few tries running backwards, I think, in this series last year. Caught the ball facing the wrong direction and just put it in reverse.
Contact again. Moffat heads over towards the in-goal, the sideline, I should say. William Hickey back onto the field for New South Wales. Looks to sweep around the back. Gets it. Switches in. Lennon finds a beautiful left to right and absolutely nobody at home for Queensland. Nice try there from New South Wales. But what about the pill there from Chris Lennon?
That was a great pill. We saw it yesterday. We've seen it today. They've changed up their game just a little bit and added that little switch in. They go just a normal sweeper around the back, early switch and play 4-on-3, and that's a beautiful left to right ball.
Kai Russell, ball watching there. Flapped the hands as he watched it sail over the top of his head. Try scored by Dylan Bissett in 12 for New South Wales. Lock back up, 3 tries apiece. First points on the board in the second half for New South Wales is Charlton, I should say, ripped one right to left. Reconnection there for Queensland. Bobble off the chest. Nice work there from Hunter. Moves back up.
Ball down.
There's a mistake though. It's a bit of a conference going on there between both teams and the referees as well.
Did come from heavy contact, but sometimes we have to get our hand out. We have to clean the ruck up, but this game has been physical and the ref's happy to let him play.
Shadow Bob plays it again here on the 7-metre line. Cox tries to skip away. Will get sent back to the 7 again. Just sneaky little shoulders off the ball. Just letting you know I'm here. Catalano on that previous play makes the touch as well. They come out to the open field. Nothing there. Good defence from New South Wales.
And a couple times now, New South Wales and Finn Watkins have just had a little strike in the link defensively and just shot out of the line. Let's see if Queensland can identify that. But great work, Finn Watkins.
New South Wales sweep. Moffat, they switch. They try to go to Lennon again off that switch. Nothing there for them this time around. Queensland transitioning with Edwards onto the field now. Ward off the fingertips. Condon there to clean up the crumbs. Prendergast, this is from half. Condon steps in. A bit of off the fingertips, trying to bat that back in field for Lacey Frost. Wasn't that too far off, actually, connecting up.
It wasn't. Just grabbed that with one hand and tried to throw it back. Great ball from Condon. Prendergast on the ball. He's very fast, but no one out there.
Jinking, dancing still. Getting away. Hebel makes the touch. Moffat comes in. Cuts Prendergast down again on the second.
I don't know if that's a plan from New South Wales, but a couple times now they've had the link fly in.
Condon.
Great hand.
One over the top, and it's opened up. Adelaide Matters. They go early in the touch count, and they get points, and they put themselves back up by 1 and in front, 4-3.
Once again, Condon just pumping and pretty much just whipping that ball from above his head to Prendergast with great hands.
See it on the replay here. Look at that ball. Ripping one, arching over the top. Skills on show this morning here in Game 2 of the Men's 20s division. Queensland, slight advantage. Looking to take it to a decider later on this afternoon. Zach Hunter plays it. Yep, threading it through the back as well. Big touch having to be made there. Jaden Mbichi. Got Eagleton in the middle. Injecting himself in the second half as well. New South Wales will finish it off. on their side of the field.
And Beachy's obviously had a very good defensive game. And
Oh,
great hands, Connor Rolfe. Just goes through the fingertips of Ryan Ward. That could have hurt.
very lucky to get away with it. The luck starting to turn in favour of Queenslanders. Cox grits the teeth and gets them on the front foot. Bob dishes. Carlton. Bob from half. Early work on the back foot here. New South Wales as Cox dives in at the line. Huge touch.
Massive touch. And I like this. Queensland have definitely changed their game from game one. Cox not much involved in game one, but very involved here. And he's causing all sorts of dramas for New South Wales defensive line.
Like Seamus Edwards there, just might have copped the stray finger in the eye. And straight back into the defensive line now.
He'll be right. He's
Mistake.
tough kid, so mistakes hurting. We saw Queensland nearly come up with one the other end. Just hold on to it, but
Off the fingertips there of Finn Watkins, throws the head back. Oh, and that could be a crucial moment in the game. Queensland up by 1. They stretch out to 2 as we see Bob sliding in underneath. It looks like the
down.
on-field referee, Jordan Randall, is going to point to the spot. And it is Jardel Bob who pushes Queensland up to a 2-try margin. That's what the difference was between the two teams yesterday. Does that prove to be pivotal in game 2?
that's big. And they go to the exact same play. Cox and Bob, that little quickie circle play. You cannot give Queensland and people like Bob and Cox too many chances on your try line. So New South Wales are going to have to fix up that rucking and those little errors if they want to get back into this one.
On the run, nice footwork as well. A little bit of space out here on the outside edge. As Matters got there to make the touch. With Dina diving in at the line. Big touch defensively there. Caleb Matters. Nice play from New South Wales early in the count. Back in Queensland on the hop. Lennon in the half. He's got a beautiful left to right ball and just couldn't skip on the outside there, Edwards. New South Wales throwing questions there. Queensland defence having to scramble, but they do shut it down. Exciting play from the Blues. Queensland gets their hand. One touch, couple of loose passes in the second half, particularly in the early touch count.
Trying to give Coach Kristoloff a heart attack with those little passes. But Blaze Prendergast out of half now.
Can't gas away from the outstretched hands there of Edwards making the touch. They put it through now. JP Catalano over towards the sideline. Mooney now as well. Heads over for a breather. Changes here for New South Wales. Moffat, nice little pop-out play if that connects up. There's space out here on the left-hand side of the field. William Robinson wouldn't reel it in.
They looked good. Just unfortunately not going to hands. They definitely had numbers out here. Oh no, Queensland now with the errors. You've done all the hard work to get up by 2. You don't want to let New South Wales in easily. And Moffat, Lennon have been great in this game already, so
looking to get on the outside there. Neville can play the ball. Reset, gets the ball back in. Lennon from half. Links one out the back. Moffat, nothing doing at the moment for New South Wales. Can they get a little bit of enterprising play and turn the ball over on the 5th touch? Still plenty of time on the clock. Towards the 34th minute in the match. Queensland a little bit more crisp this time, shifting the ball on touch 1. Gardell rolls forward, Carlton dishes to Cox. Patrick Crowe now over the halfway line. Ward straight through the middle. Cox, early ball. A little bit of space out here, big touch again. Lennon doing it defensively. He's been showing us his worth in attack, particularly in the second half, but making a big touch there as well as the penalty is given to New South Wales.
doing the right things at the moment. Queensland going 7-7, but You don't want to give away a penalty there. We spoke about it before. You can't give New South Wales chances at your line. And discipline just playing a part in this set.
Last touch here for New South Wales. Looping over the top there. JP Catalano left to right.
Get a penalty for, I think, well, touch and pass, but also probably not giving the ball back. That gamesmanship coming in again.
Queensland head towards their box yet again. Beachy goes forward. Rolf. Contact. Condon. Little bit of a bump off the ball. The referee's happy that they were onside.
Yeah, not much Edwards could do there. He's just getting back on side, and Condon somewhat runs into him, but that's a strong touch.
See, 2 players on the deck.
Might have even been a head clash. See little Caleb Matters just clutching at the cheek, but another set here for New South Wales. Starting to get into crunch time and probably want to get one back as soon as possible.
Hunter with the ball, links up with Lennon. Go away from Moffat, who sweeps. Bit of space out there on the right-hand side. Come back in towards the midfield. Moffat, Lennon again. Hunter from half, gives early ball off the left foot. Oh, Prendergast having to make the touch. It was dangerous.
That was close. Prendergast great on his feet, but even better attack there from New South Wales and creating dramas there. If you're Queensland, you want to complete this set. Carlton maybe out of half. Bob releases back.
Here's Chardwell, who goes from half. Good the last guy
Numbers.
for Queensland. Cox threads it through to Caleb Matters. Another one on the board for Caleb. And Queensland stretching away now. That's a handy margin, up by 3.
That's what you need if you're Queensland, up by 3, about 3 to play. But anyone who has watched touch football and is watching at home knows 3 tries is possible in this last 3 minutes. But New South Wales, massive set here in the series. Can they get it back to take it?
So big moment here for New South Wales. They got to score in this set. A little bit of space out there on the left. They turn it back in towards the midfield. Nebel plays it. Into the in-goal area goes Robert Catalano. Beautiful. Nice setup. And they do respond nicely. And Queensland feel they're just going to take absolutely as long as possible to get this one reset. Nicely done here from New South Wales as we have a look at the replay.
Catalano Jr. just slices through and they score quickly, but as you said, the gamesmanship's going to come in and Queensland are going to take everything. Watch them to probably run off the mark, come back. If they get a chance to dive at the line.
Carlton plays it. Play out the back to Edwards.
New South Wales need to push up, need to put some pressure on defensively. Carlton goes back to the short side. And there you see it there. Prendergast just gets touched, run back. He's going to walk back to the mark, eat up lots of clock here.
Flick one out the back. South Wales looking to go down the other end of the field. Zach Hunter, touch one. Queensland coming up out of the line as the changes come onto the field.
Again, need to score this set, New South Wales.
Early pick up and go from half. It's Watkins into the in goal. Linked it out the back to Moffat. Well, here we go. Just over a minute left in the match. Queensland again will take their time. Will there be enough time for them to have another possession? That's it. That's the question.
They might get 1 or 2 touches in. If I'm Queensland, yes, you want to be smart with what you do here. You probably want to go to live plays, but go score. Take it away from New South Wales' hands. Go score. Put yourself up 2. And Bob and Cox might do just that. Cox on the sweep now.
Here he goes. Cox dived in underneath.
Let's go of the ball. New South Wales smart. They'll go get it for him. They need to push out off this line.
Shane Cox again. Ball in hand, James Edwards sniffing around in the middle. Queensland again putting the ball through the hands, jinking away, more seconds off the clock. Bob backs down the short side, flicks it late.
Got
Little bit of
numbers.
space out here for Queensland. Edwards takes them on. Oh,
There you go.
Connor Rolfe summed it up beautifully. Comes off the right foot and ices this game. Hooter goes in the background. Positive finish there for Queensland. Like you said, go and get points. They did exactly that. And they'll take it to a decider later on this afternoon.
Yeah, mate, it's unreal game from Queensland there to hit back, take it to a decider, and New South Wales will go back to the drawing board, and this is going to be an awesome decider to watch. Can't wait for it, Scotty.
Yeah, so stay tuned. We will bring you game 3 of the men's 20s later on this afternoon. We now will shift our focus to game 2 in the mixed open. Queensland taking victory 1 yesterday, 15-11, high scoring, maximum entertainment. We'll take a quick break. Mixed open action coming up your way very shortly.
If you suffer from muscular aches and pains, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. Try Physiocrem. Physiocrem contains menthol and naturally derived active ingredients. Arnica, hypericum, calendula, melaleuca. Use Physiocrem for the temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Physiocrem is available at your local pharmacy, Coles and Woolworths. Use Physiocrem. If you suffer from muscular aches and pains, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. Try Physiocrem. Physiocrem contains menthol and naturally derived active ingredients: arnica, hypericum, calendula, melaleuca. Use Physiocrem for the temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Physiocrem is available at your local pharmacy, Coles and Woolworths. Use Physiocrem.
Players and referees, just a reminder, we still have a drop-off going on field 5. We still have a drop-off going on field 5. We will give the appropriate time warnings when possible. But at the moment, we still have a drop-off on...
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son, I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends and go to school together. And Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down and thankfully he made Joel's team, and yeah, they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well, and you know, the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressive with it, how professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kalen and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Kalen Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me actually, but did play against them. But yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And you know, probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, the guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL, and obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years, and yeah, without doubt I can see the pathway going forward.
I'll put you on the spot. We asked Brad Fittler last week if he was going to come to State Cup because, well, Joel Kane's playing and Cliffy Lyons, Scott Prince, Nathan Feen. Could we maybe see you join in the Cronulla Sharks?
Without a doubt, I'd love to. I actually had a game the other night. Joel told me that his team was short. Joel didn't play, but I actually turned up and had a game and got a couple of tries. It was with the marker though, so it was a whole lot slower, but I did say to one of the boys this week I wouldn't mind getting involved in a real touch team, and maybe one day going to a State Cup. It would be pretty cool, something I've never done, and yeah, look forward to it one day.
Just another reminder, players and referees, we currently have a delay due to the drop-off on field 5. We will start the games at our earliest convenience. We will queue you up players and referees ready.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Coffs Harbour CX International Stadium. James Preston and Jackson Mills bring you all the commentary here for the Mixed Opens. The first match won 15-11 by Queensland, so a do-or-die fixture here for New South Wales. Queensland straight on the attack, and Jamin Bobb nearly getting to ground very quickly. He's one to watch, Jackson.
And there's plenty of them to watch, James, as Queensland get off to a pretty good start. I've got to say, you mentioned it, beautiful Coffs Harbour turning it on today. Lovely dry conditions for touch football. I have to say it might be a Queensland-suited environment at the moment, just with that dry feeling. We saw earlier, the men's 20s, Queensland actually hitting back in the second game against New South Wales, which is good to see. That's going to go to a decider.
Certainly very tropical today. It's absolutely beautiful out there. Around about 22 degrees. Not a drop of moisture whatsoever. Having a little chat here as well with, I think it's James Price, who's being given a talking to. And Thompson also now having a chat with the referee.
I think Thompson's actually chatting to James Price as well as the referee.
Well, here is Thompson. Moving forward now, Potts. The left foot comes Thompson. Thompson again, swinging a pass long. Oh, they kept the width nicely, but the pass just a little offside. Not quite finding its mark. That could have been on there for Jess Rosero. Obviously, we saw a big score in the first match. Are you expecting a similar scenario here, Jackson?
See, because we spoke about it yesterday. The scoreline was, as you mentioned, 15-11, was it?
15-11.
That's absolutely massive, and it is dry conditions. As we see Russell with a beautiful right-to-left pass. I think Short would have been on, actually. There was no link defender for the link attacker, so missed opportunity there by Queensland. But I say, as soon as the first try is scored, James, let's say the floodgates begin to open.
Flanagan's done a good job there, though, in cover to make sure that didn't happen. Now up over, they come over halfway. Flanagan jumps into dummy half. Now Rosero picking up plenty of easy meters there. They can launch an attack on the last. Lovely long ball. Flanagan keeps her width, and all of a sudden, she's now got 5 for the series. 4 in the first match. Logan Flanagan very much on track. Match her efforts last year, where she picked up 6 in the series.
It was a good roll-on from halfway by New South Wales. Rosero with a great, strong run, as you can see on the replay. Rodimer picks up out of half, straightens up the defender before letting an absolute bullet head out Flanagan's way and making it look too easy. Great try by New South Wales. Let's see if Queensland can hit back.
Here comes Ward, stepping forward, and now a bit of an opportunity here for Carmody to move. Long ball comes, Flanagan once more tracking nicely, as does the defence coming across there. I think that might have been Potts to close things down.
Packy.
Packy, yes, Aaliyah Packy it is.
Actually a great cover defensive effort there by Packy. Most defensive links actually just decide to ball watch and watch the ball go all the way to the wing, not understanding that there is an option back on the inside if the winger can get the ball back. So great defensive effort.
The Jeffs up over halfway now as Studden enters the fray. Here comes Edwards, getting them marching backwards. Edwards now looping around, options further wide, touched by Queensland from Carmody. Another set.
Look at all the space Potts is in right there, left to right. If Edwards could have let that go, Potts was walking over untouched.
Carmody knew the danger, why he decided to stick a hand out. Certainly stopped it pretty quickly. Here is Studden. Waiting is Bailey Ritchie. Studden the big dummy, and then off the right foot. Wanting to open up just half a gap, but once more Carmody was watching. Slowing things down here, New South Wales. Ritchie drops it off. The wraparound from Edwards. Long ball once more. They keep the width nicely. That's a try gone begging. Pot had it on the spot, but just couldn't reel it in.
Bit unlucky there by Jess Potts, man. You probably would have been thinking about the celebration just before she put the ball down. Unfortunately, you've got to catch the ball and score the try before you can celebrate. So let's see if Queensland can hit back through this strong drive. That's got to be forward.
Well, don't even worry about the full pass. It's been dropped anyway. So no matter what, New South Wales with a chance to launch an attack of their own here. Studden heads straight towards their substitutions area. Make sure they can get fresh players onto the field. The transition a little bit slow, though. Weren't quite ready for that one there, New South Wales. Potts plays it. Once more gets an opportunity here and drives straight and hard. Thompson also out there now. So some of the big guns on deck for New South Wales. Thompson with a great pass. Oh, what a pass. And diving in the corner is Rosero, and she's beaten the cover defence. That is a ripping pass.
Again, hitting straight back. New South Wales putting 2 on the board. 5 minutes played. We mentioned it, James. As soon as the first try scored, the floodgates begin to open, and what a feel it was right to left. As we mentioned, it was 15-11 in the first match. If we look at the fixtures from last year, 11-7, 9-12, and 9-6 in the last game.
Well, that's the joy of mixed opens, of course, when you've got that occasional mismatch in the speed of the passing of the ball between the women and the men. And as we see Queensland go in here along with the actual agility in the leg speed, it does create a few more opportunities than we're probably used to seeing, for example, in women's on women's and in the men's open division.
Well, there it is. Goulding putting it over, making it look easy. Hegedus fading for Russell. Russell just uses his foot speed. Little dummy, and unfortunately for New South Wales, they just peel off in defence and let him run. And by that time, the attacking link's already in the in-goal. So you need to make that defensive touch on the dummy half runner. He can't score.
Oh, long ball once more, though, from New South Wales. Flanagan goes in. That's 6. She's already equalled her total from last year. And she's still got plenty of time in this match and a whole other game to come. We could be looking at the top try scorer for the entire tournament here, Jackson.
Well, it's the exact same setup as the first try. Rodimer out to Flanagan, and it's Files defending on that left edge. So she's been in for a rude awakening this morning with the Rodimer left to right long ball. He's dialed in, Jared. Probably going to be plenty more of that to come.
And a man on the field now for Queensland certainly can provide very similar scenarios. That is Tyler Ward. Have they got there in time? No, just sneaking in from the touch. Rosero came late, but a little too late. And on that occasion, it is Andrew Searle who dives in.
Good teamwork, Carmody, Searle. Carmody taking it on short side. And just Searle putting it over the try line. Unfortunately, New South Wales unable to collapse. A lot of tries in the past 2 minutes. 3-2 to New South Wales, and as we mentioned, there's only been 7 minutes played and 5 tries already scored.
You did say once the first one came, there'd be plenty more after it with the floodgates opening. Speaking of which, here's Bailey Ritchie putting the toe down, and I don't think they've got there in time. No, now Ritchie's gone in, so we've got 6 tries here in 7.5 minutes. Bailey Ritchie putting on the afterburners.
Yeah, look at the ball speed. Just beating the link on the outside. And it's good sportsmanship too by Carmody. That's what touch footy's all about. If you don't make the touch, don't call the touch.
Certainly didn't. As Price comes forward, all feigns to get the touch from the opposition. Still moving here is Drew Price. Back towards Bob. Oh, Price, that's cynical. And the referee says, no way, you've thrown that directly into the back of the New South Wales player.
That's a great call by the referee. Price knew exactly what he was trying to do. The referee not having any of it.
Oh, now what's he called here?
There's going to be a bit of back chat surely from Price. So, could potentially be a sin bin, depending on what he's said.
I don't think he's repeated the lines of Ricky Stewart there. We'll get another touch here for New South Wales. Flanagan up over halfway as Potts now jumped into acting after. Oh, Thompson juggled it. Just managed to get it off there to Atkins. Now Atkins searching once more himself. Here is Potts. Back to Blake Potts now. Off the right foot, Atkins slows things down. Thompson grabbing across field. Gets the touch. Now looks to launch an attack. It's a massive pass, but they've already called a touch in there, and that is released well after, so that will be a changeover here for Queensland. Massive ball, though, Jackson. I mean, he can certainly fire it, can't he?
Well, it's sky high, so what they're trying to do on that occasion is not actually go for the try on the wing. What they want to try and do is get the ball up nice and loopy so the attacking winger can actually catch it and pass the ball back on the inside. Because as we mentioned before, sometimes that defensive link doesn't cover across, so that gap is always wide open in that case.
Hegedus, now Groff. Oh, geez, there was an opening there once more. You're talking about that link position not potentially sliding across enough, and there was definitely some space there for Russell had it reached him. And now New South Wales get a chance to work it away from their own end. 9.5 gone here at CX Coffs Harbour International Stadium for the Mixed Opens division. Of course, the first match won by Queensland, 15-11. At the moment, New South Wales in the ascendancy, 4 tries to 2. And of course, last year, they claimed the series, which in turn gave New South Wales the overall victory across all divisions. Here is Rosero now. Moving forward, Williams, last play. Rosero, darting, weaving, dumbing. Oh, he's opened something up here. Packy back on the inside. Rosero. Oh, no, the pilot has come up with it right at the death. Well, that was enterprising play for New South Wales, but Queensland hang on. They'll head towards their substitutions area. Groff is knocked down by a much smaller man in Williams. That was flat at best. Hegedus now plays it. Forward they come. Back to Searle. Big dummy from him.
Shepherd.
Not ruled from the referees. They decide, let's play on here. Carmody back through the middle. Searle is an option. Last play now. Here he is, Andrew Searle. Flat pass. Oh, it was there for the taking. Just couldn't be reeled in, though.
So if they would have scored that, that would have been a very tough call missed by the referees, I reckon. They gave an extra 15 metres running behind the player, but in that defensive line, you can see that flat ball. We've seen it again and again and again by Queensland. The defensive line of New South Wales is actually moving sideways. They're not taking a step forward, which cuts down that bullet of a pass that goes across the face of you. If you're moving sideways, you're just gifting Queensland any gap that they want to take. So New South Wales need to take one more or two more steps up off the line to cut down that passing lane.
Lucky to get away with that one there, but we'll see if Queensland can strike another attack. Great one-handed pickup from Studden. However, he can't capitalise on it. Searle was there waiting for him. Up towards 10 metres shy of the halfway line as Ward now plays it just shy of it. Fresh players onto the field. Pretty good transition too as Bob. It dumps it down. Now Drew Price with those extremely agile movements is causing a few headaches there for Studden. Slowing things down now. Price gets the touch. Last play. Here is Price again. Long ball comes. Flanagan knows it's forward. Doesn't even have a look at it. Although, no, in fact, it's gone backwards out of the hands. That was very strange from Flanagan. She just sort of gave up on the play.
Sometimes if you get caught out of position on the wing, very hard to recover, particularly when you got the likes of Drew Price with ball in hand. You can see Flanagan comes in. She's got a body turn and she knows you've already seen the winger wide open and there's probably not much I can do in that case.
Now on the replay as well, it actually looks fine from Drew Price. So correct call from the referees. Thompson now has a crack himself. Lovely cut-out ball, but well picked off there from the link. Nice defence from Mai.
Great defence by Mai. She doesn't get a fingertip to that. Potts walks over. We spoke about it yesterday. New South Wales love to run that passive play where the link just holds a little deeper. He doesn't push through the line. He just chills.
Here comes Potts. Oh, Potts with a beautiful ball out wide. Rosero unmarked, and she will collect another try here for New South Wales. 5-3. That buffer is extended after 12 and a half minutes.
She's in a world of space, isn't she, Rosero? Out on the wing. Very good mixed player. Both Jessica and Josh Rosero. Probably might do a little bit of a training session at home. Use the
I'm
walls.
not touching that at all.
Use the walls as the defenders. Come around the corner, practice your left foot, right foot steps into the kitchen.
Bit of a dummy with the carrot. Ready for dinner. Hegedus drops it off. Oh, long pass. Oh, that might have even been a bit of a falcon, but it is indeed play on. Williams running away with it. Well, Murray Fennick would love that. Straight off Rodimer's head. Here's Rosero, who cuts it out now and finds some open space there with Rachel Jeffs.
Whoa.
That could have been a heavy touch, but Breeze say that's fine. As Potts comes towards halfway. Now Studden back out there, of course, came up with that memorable intercept. Final game of last season. Dropped it off there from Edwards. Edwards again now. Searching, looming, floating pass out to Ritchie, who certainly can scoot. Can he find an opening, though? Oh, great pressure coming up. That's nice play from Adam Russell. The Queensland surviving. Bit of a raid there from New South Wales as Ward is back on the pitch. Almost a mix-up in defence there. Edwards comes in for the touch. Very sloppy set to start with here from Queensland. There's all sorts of problems in their movement. That'll certainly straighten things up. Mai now unleashes a bit of space here. However, the pass came after the touch, Jackson.
Lucky for Katie Mallett. We know she can run. She scored a great tournament premiership winning try against the Parramatta Eels when she was playing for the Brisbane Broncos in the NRL Touch Premiership. It was actually in the middle of the SCG and she took an intercept out of the air, ran the length and won the premiership for the Broncos. One of the greatest sights you'll ever see in touch football.
We saw a pretty similar thing yesterday as well. Morgan Mannion picking up from the women's 20s and going just about the length of the field. Certainly can scoot herself. We'll get to see her later today here in our main stadium as Carmody drives forward to the 7 metre mark. Whoa, what a ball. There it is. Rips it from left to right like it was shot out of a cannon. And Andrew Searle dives over.
Great line by Searle, but put it down to the pass of Ward. Just a left to right bullet. You could probably hear it zipping through the air. It was coming with such pace, and not much you can do about that. That's just a great play. And Searle crossing the line again for Queensland.
Well, talk about that crack when something breaks the sound barrier. I think we might have just heard that up here from the box, Jackson. That was absolutely ripped out. Here is Rosero now, searching up through the centre. Rodimer floating pass over the top of the ball. And how about the athleticism to reel it in? Williams has gone in, and New South Wales hit straight back. A couple of great tries in a row.
That's so good from New South Wales. One of the hardest passes to throw is that little sinker lollipop ball. You can see him just let it trickle out of his left hand. And Williams, great put down. Plenty of skill on display in the mixed opens.
So just over 16 gone, 6 tries to 4. Really enterprising game so far. Plenty of flamboyant play from both sides as Bob works another set of 6 there. You're not convinced that was played out, are you?
No, it was. Very close.
I heard a little thigh in the background. Here is Bob, shifting on now to Price. All good touch coming in from Edwards. Back to the 7 metre mark they'll come. We're at about 3.5 left in the first half. It's gone very quickly. Bob to Price, back to Bob. Bob with a long ball. Flanagan tracks nicely though. Files was under all sorts of pressure and couldn't reel it in.
Bit of a missed opportunity there for Queensland. They had James Price, the 3 for Queensland, out on this right-hand edge against Rachel Jeff. So Price has got some very quick feet, very fast. If he could get the ball on the outside of Jeffs, I don't think Jeffs would be able to reel him back in, but an error now from New South Wales, putting Queensland in good field position.
Yeah, speaking of not being able to reel it back in, that's exactly what happened for Bailey Ritchie. And on the attack comes Queensland. Wilson Groth out there, who you've mentioned before, can dive from about 7 metres away to try and score a try. Or Price nearly opened them up.
So see again on this right-hand edge, you've got Wilson Groth, as we mentioned, the 17, and Rachel Jeffs in the link there. So they could be setting up a play to try and get the try on this right-hand edge as they go that way now.
Groth tried to get to ground, and he has indeed done that. That's what we talk about, that very long reach from Wilson Groth. He's a man that's part chimpanzee with the arms and then also part giraffe in general.
Well, you can see coming from a mile away. They just want to set it up on this right-hand edge. And Groth, look where he's so tall, and he's able to just put his body on the line and slide in. He's scored so many tries using that variation. Pure athleticism there by Wilson Groth.
The margin cut to 1 with just over 2 minutes remaining here in the mixed opens at Coffs Harbour CX International Stadium. Hope you're enjoying the State of Origin coverage. New South Wales lead 6 tries to 5. Queensland have got themselves back into this one. New South Wales have been very sharp though as Potts goes down a short side. Flanagan back to Thompson now, slowing things down before they launch another attack. This is the last now. Thompson, what a ball. Potts straightens up and finds the gap. That's far too good from Thompson, and a wonderful line from Blake Potts.
And we talked about it before, the little passive sinker play. But watch how quickly Thompson gets the ball back off the ground. He doesn't go too far right. He straightens up very quickly. There it is. And that makes the link, the defensive link, make a decision, because that middle is absolutely screaming into that short hole. So the link goes, well, what do I do? I've got to either hit short or stay out. But the great execution by New South Wales.
Carmody comes forward now. Ward once more has that massive rocket pass and finds the space. And certainly they didn't get there in time. Beck Golding has gone in now for Queensland, so they fire right back. This one is beautifully poised as we approach the half-time siren.
I thought it might have been a touch forward off the ruck, but don't underestimate the difficulty of that one. Golding in the corner. He had Rosero chasing her down, but was no match for the Queensland winger.
So with just over 30 seconds remaining, this one is beautifully set up. 13 tries already in the first half. We saw exactly 26. Last match between the two. What a ball that is from Thompson, though. Oh, once more New South Wales go in. Rosero is on the board for her second try. 8 tries to 6, Jackson.
Again, it's just a simple setup, a little bounce out play, an absolute bullet. Again from Thompson. Just catching Queensland napping.
I'll get one final play here, Queensland. About 5 seconds on the clock as Price comes to Bob. Bob is touched at the death from Edwards. Half a gap opened up. And that is a pretty good result overall for Carly Banks' side. They'll take a 2-try advantage into half-time. A match that they need to win to keep things alive. And all the second half action coming your way in about 5 minutes' time.
On the field and off. Excellent calls for only the best. Whether you're moulding the minds of the next generation or putting the finishing touches on the stars of today, Inferno has the perfect kit for you. Inferno for every player and coach, and manager and assistant coach. Inferno, proud apparel partner, Queensland Touch. As you would have walked in today, you would have seen the Budgie Smuggler tent. Head down and see the team at Budgie Smuggler. Get smuggling. Budgie Smuggler, proud partner of New South Wales. One minute, closing referees. 1 minute. Please take the field. Seconds, closing referees, 30 seconds. Please make your way onto the field. Players and referees ready.
Welcome back to Coffs Harbour CX International Stadium. Really well positioned match here for the mixed opens for 2022 State of Origin. New South Wales have a 2-point lead, 8 tries to 6. And Jackson Mills, some standout performance in that first half. Who caught your eye?
We've got Rodimer coming out of half for New South Wales in the 11. 2 absolute heels left to right, hitting Logan Flanagan on the chest as we see Thompson trying to do exactly that the other way around. It was Flanagan crossing a few times for New South Wales. Rosero as well. Queensland, Adam Russell playing his part for his state, injecting himself, and as well as Tyler Ward with that bullet of a left to right pass. We saw it on numerous occasions. As you mentioned, 8-6 in favour of New South Wales, but plenty of football to come.
And of course, a must-win fixture here for New South Wales. Ooh, geez, that was pretty flat. That was directly in front of us. As Bob gets up over halfway, good meters on display there. Forward they drive with Cat Stevens. Back toward the middle. Ward under pressure there from Potts. Still alive though for Searle. Now that one looks to have floated forward for mine. Yes, referees are on the spot. They shut that one down pretty quickly there.
Got a good pass, Searle. You can get closer to the line. We saw it in game 1. He really dominated from that 7-6 metre mark from his try line. Look at that left to right pass. Exactly what Ward and Rodimer have doing. The left to right passes really coming into their own in this campaign for Origin.
Ritchie back into the action. So too is Clay Studden. Finding a bit of movement here with Connor Edwards. Now Edwards again. Oh, just a little too high for him to reel in. Not a great pass there from Studden. So Queensland now have an opportunity to work it away from their own end as Searle comes forward. Direct lines. So too from Stevens. Now Ward heads towards the substitutions area. Transition a little bit tainted though. Bit sluggish. That's much better though from Groff, who straightens things up. Here comes Hegedus, who certainly can move. Studden apparently got just back on side. I'm not 100% convinced he was, Jackson.
Well, Groff wasn't happy because he got absolutely folded in half onto the ground and unfortunately was not able to back up Hegedus as he took on the line because Groff had a line if he managed to keep his feet. He had a few words with the New South Wales players, but referee deciding otherwise.
Rosero on the last now. Rodimer, long ball coming over the top. Just falling between link and wing. Didn't quite fall for either one of them, though. The Queensland let off the hook there, and very much similar to the first half. We saw probably the first 2 or 3 minutes, no tries, and then all of a sudden it switched, and it was just an avalanche of them.
Well, Rodimer should just continue to hit wing at the moment. Just go wing, 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 because that's where they've scored all their tries. We've seen 2 in the first half that have been absolutely identical. That's a foot in the ruck for sure. Has to be a foot in the ruck. I think Williams has put both feet onto it, actually. But, yeah, we spoke about it in the first half. Rodimer coming out that left to right passing line. Just keep hitting wing until something doesn't really go to plan, because that's where they've been scoring. If you're scoring there, why would you go away from it?
Well, I mean, look, that infringement in the ruck very much looked like Kevin Muscat playing for Melbourne Victory with a 2-footed tackle. Certainly was the right call from the referees as Bob gets very close to the line. Williams is there and just got the touch in time. Last play now to come for Queensland from 7. In fact, I think, yeah, we're going to see another set here. Referee calling, I think, back set that was. The touch comes. Bob waits a dummy half. Back to Price. Price happy to slow things down. Bob again launching. Drew Price. Oh, great little footwork close to the line. They've just got him in time. It might have been Rosero, I think.
I'd love to see a replay of that. I reckon he got it down. Just. Williams was a bit loose in the middle. I thought Price must have just got it down before Williams got there. But anyway, Queensland back on the attack.
They collapse so quickly. Here is James Price now driving forward. This time they don't get the touch. And Price to Price. The Price is right.
There you go. The touch football gods have weighed down at CEX Stadium again. The Price brothers linking up very nicely. There's a few siblings partnerships going on here as we go Price to Price, and it's a good left foot. Rosario had to pull corner because Price would have had him on the outside for sure. So there you go, 8 tries to 7.
Well, speaking of sibling partnerships, of course, for New South Wales, Jess Potts just took that run. Blake Potts also out there in the 9. Not sure they've got there in time. Yes, they have. Just on Ritchie. That was very touch and go, though. Just getting the foot back behind the line. Here is Blake Potts now. Touch comes from Searle. Thompson forward. Oh, lovely little deception on the pass. Atkins just tried to get around the run of Carmody, who did really well to get the touch in.
Interesting that play, that absolute bullet of a pass out to the link. I think if the link doesn't think he can score, that defensive link is actually chasing really hard. So the winger, the attacking winger, should actually switch back under because the middle might not be collapsing across in the defensive line. So that could be an option for New South Wales as well.
Groth with the in and away, picks up an extra 10 or 15. Still going here, Groth. Finally links up with Golding. Now the last play. Here comes Hegedus. Hegedus, oh, what a delay on that ball. That's beautiful stuff from James Hegedus. Just held it for an eternity, and Wilson Groth finishes with aplomb.
Any ball players out there, watch the line Hegedus runs. He goes left, makes the defensive player make a read, pulling short side, straightens up, pumps one, gets a read on the defensive line, and a lovely short pass to send Queensland in to tie things up 8 apiece.
Yeah, 16 tries already, 26 in the first match, and there are still 15 minutes to go, so I think we might be on track for a pretty similar final scoreline as Ritchie comes forward for New South Wales, drops it off. Dutton operating. Oh, Ritchie did well to reel it in. It was a tough one to take. He's caught though. Still a couple of plays here though for New South Wales. Edwards is out there. He gets it now. This will be the last. Jeffs off to Edwards. Edwards short to, Dutton, who tried to fling it through. And I think that might have still been ruled to be dragged forward regardless had he got that one. So Hegedus now gets away from them. Up towards the halfway line. Very flat pass. Hegedus. Once more to Malla.
Good pass. No, see, that's so frustrating in touch football where the attacking player runs in standing straight up. They're upright. What do you expect is going to happen? The attacking player needs to put an effort in to play the ball properly. Otherwise, the defender has every right to jam in.
Totally with you there. I think Packy did a great job to slow things down, but fortunately the referee's not seeing eye to eye. Here is Price. Back now to Mai. Drops it off. James Price. Trying to feint off the left foot. In fact, I think he has gotten around Bailey Ritchie there. Ritchie is questioning the referee. He looks very confused about everything that's just happened.
Quite confused as well, James. Did he get back to the line? Left the screen. I don't know. They played it 9 metres out. He has every right to stop 2 metres before the line. At ref's discretion.
Interesting call. And Ritchie was saying exactly that. I've retrieved the required distance. So 9-8, it's 27.5 gone, which of course means got around about 13 minutes to go. The long ball comes from Rodimer. Oh, very well tracked though from Golding, who kept her width beautifully in defence. New South Wales denied here as Queensland take the lead 9-8. Rosero tries to get away. Quick hand from Rodimer. Oh, great little evasiveness there on Bob. Still alive here. They're going to tire him out at this rate. Rodimer drops it off. Now Rosero. Rosero still looking to go forward. Intercepted there from Bob and then caught. That was a real mix-up.
Well, Rosero could have kept running there. He was in the in goal, a metre behind the line. I thought he might have been able to run through, but now Queensland gifted a penalty for a little bit of a tackle off the ball. As Price determined to get to his sub-box.
Does exactly that, Drew Price, and it's a pretty good switch over as well as Stevens comes up over halfway. Groth picking up huge metres as always with those long strides. Hegedus straightening things up. Now Groth out of acting half. Hegedus gets the touch. Surely wasn't back on side. Well, he's got one. Certainly got away with one there, but Hegedus won't worry too much because he goes bang, straight in. And now Queensland are in a very commanding position. The lead is extended by 2.
He's really stepped up in the second half, hasn't he, Hegedus? It's Groth again taking the line on. Digging right in, and the New South Wales defensive links on that left edge are just peeling out. That's 2 tries in the middle. Carly Banks will not be happy with the defensive effort from the links. So she's you can see her very vocal on the sideline. Hopefully New South Wales can get out of this lull they find themselves in.
Yeah, especially when you consider it is do or die. Potts goes long. Oh, great little step back off from the sideline there from Rosero. Now Jess Potts cuts out her brother Blake. Thompson takes it to ground. Thompson once more having a little dink himself. The touch came in. Take your pick. It was either Groth or Hegedus. They were both there on the spot and both back on side. Stevens now works it away. Groth to Hegedus. Rosero coming in for the touch. Back towards the middle. Oh, great evasiveness there and trying to put on a clean pair of heels. He's gone well away from the substitutions box over. Picked up plenty of meterage there. Does Russell. In fact, he might even start changing with the New South Wales players, given where he's going. Searle drops it off. 10 metres into enemy territory.
You see, Russell's just done that massive run. Now he's come straight to the sub box.
Carmody now shifting into the back foot. Oh, tried to find the quick pass. That went directly into Jess Potts. So that was a real mix-up there from Queensland. Almost worked out for them.
Russell, he's sucking him in on the sideline. He's run about 70 metres across field and forward 1. He's gone all the way to the other side of the park, forward 1 metre. As soon as he's played it, he's run all the way back across to the sub box. Yeah, it's good to see the players in action.
Tell you what, West Tigers fans probably thought they were watching David Nofaluma for a moment there. Big dummy comes in as they push forward now, New South Wales. Studden, short pass. Oh, Jess probably could have gone herself there. Wrapped around. Richie is still an option, as is Clay Studden, but now they converge upon him. And I think that might have been an opportunity wasted there, Jackson.
Flo Searle was in good proximity with Jeffs as Queensland
here
by
we go.
numbers here. And Miller, we spoke about it. She's got the toe.
The Malla.
But it's Edwards that comes across and makes that late touch on Malla.
Oh, good run, though, from Golding, who picks up plenty of meterage. Skipped away with the heels, too. Drew Price, he is one to keep an eye on. Great footwork from him. James Price trying to score. Oh, the New South Wales defenders have gone everywhere like they're running hurdles. But in the end, it's James Price who goes in for a hat-trick.
The great line again by Price. Look at him come round. That defensive. Oh, man, I tell you what. Bit of friendly fire, but Price off the left foot again. He loves his left foot. It's twice we've seen him go in between the middles with that exact play, sweeping around from right to left. You're right, the Price brothers linking up nicely.
Plenty of work to do here for New South Wales. They now trail by 3, 11 tries to 8. Really quite concerning at this point for Carly Banks. Of course, they need to win this one, so they definitely, you would think, have to be next to score. Williams is an option there. Rosero thinking around. Now, I'm not sure she was on tie there, was she?
Well, they played it about
very early.
Played it about 4 metres out, so she probably was on the try line. And Rosero, little bunt in the jaw of Bob.
And Bob is not happy about it. He's still wanting to continue things on.
Rosero going to have a little chat with the referee.
Well, diminutive in stature, but certainly gives as good as he gets. Rosero wasn't having a bar of that there from Bob, so he's been forced to go to the sideline. Just explain for our viewers exactly what's happening there with Rosero, Jackson.
So Rosero actually gave the Queensland player, Jamin Bob, a bit of a jab to the throat. Unfortunately, it's not in the spirit of the game, so forced on the sideline for a substitution. As we see Hegedus, I think the defensive line's been called offside here, and Hegedus has a try. This is going to be 2 calls where New South Wales have been labelled offside and a try was given, but I think Chris Williams might have caught the referee out of that one. Because the referee said all clear. He waved his arms, saying, I have a try, and pointed at the spot. But Queensland, again, sharp on their line.
They have to survive here, New South Wales. Oh, what about the footwork there from Russell? Back towards the 7-metre mark. He'll come, though. The touch got in there just in time. Stevens with Groff wrapping around. Stevens, now Ward. They've got to watch him. I think Williams had got back enough. Yes, he had, and made the touch.
Tell you what, Williams was inside and out. If Ward would have scored on the inside, I think it would have been all clear.
Let's see if he can rip another one of those incredible passes, Tyler Ward. They'll skip him out and go wide here to Golding. Golding back toward the middle. Stevens is there. Oh, good coverage there from Potts. Just shepherded her into touch. And needed to be strong in defence there, New South Wales, with just over 6 minutes remaining. That margin is 3. They need to score and score quickly, or this series in the Mixed Opens is done and going the way of Queensland. They've, of course, already won game 1. Up over halfway they come. Flanagan back out there, as is Ritchie. Now Potts drives forward. Good set here from New South Wales. Thompson, that's gone miles forward. Won't matter because Flanagan can't collect it anyway. But, geez, that was like a Tom Brady pass.
Well, they're going to say play the ball, so it would have been a try if Flanagan would have caught it. Not a penalty, but Queensland using a bit of gamesmanship here, trying to take as much time off the clock as possible. And there's a lot of experience out there for Queensland. Searle, Stevens, Russell with the ball now. They know exactly what they need to do to get their team across the line and raise the shield for the 2022 State of Origin.
The Price up over halfway. I know what needs to be done here. Queensland, Drew Price now. Oh, dinking everywhere. You're joking. What a run that is from Price. Puts it as well. To death. That's something incredibly special. Lisa My scores, and my goodness.
Hang on.
Oh, they've brought something back here. You can't take it away from them. It's too good.
I think they must have called it ball down.
Oh, well, that's the best try that wasn't a try that we'll see at this tournament, I feel. Price absolutely carved them up like a Christmas turkey. And from there, My was on the spot. So New South Wales get one final chance, perhaps, to keep things close. Here's James Price. Away he goes. He is chasing. Has he got the pace, Price? Floats the ball over the top. James Price back through the middle. And that should seal it for Queensland. The mixed opens. Is heading north of the border.
What a final play by Queensland. Denied one of the great tries we probably would have seen at Origin level in the corner. But it is James Price stepping up for Queensland, plucking the intercept out of the sky. He knew he didn't have the foot speed, but popped it back on the inside to someone who does. Damon supporting the runaway. They had numbers in stacks. Queensland, Bob was there. Mel was on the outside of him. Queensland probably feeling the elation now on the sideline.
Yeah, I think the clock is going to beat them. Under 4 minutes remaining here, New South Wales. They need to score pretty much with every touch of the ball once they start their sets. And that begins right now. Great ball from Rodimer, getting the width, but once more, beautifully watched from Katie Mallor. She's had an absolute stormer out there on the wing, especially in defence. Williams comes back to Rosero now. Tries to evade the touch of Searle. Rosero, that's certainly played at by Queensland, but that's a bit of gamesmanship coming into it as well. Just stop the play from any potential try scoring and give them as much possession as they like.
Thought he could have smacked it away a bit harder there, Searle.
Here is Rosero, toying with the opposition. Around that 7 metre mark, wants the penalty. That's not what they need, though. They just need to create some openings here, New South Wales. Rosero coming short to the line. Getting in there was Tyler Ward. He's also been a big performer in this one. Rodimer at dummy half, and now flicks it up to Rosero. They can't get any momentum here, New South Wales. Queensland are playing this beautifully. Rodimer, Rosero, back to Rodimer. Nice whip here, and there might just be a glimmer of hope now. Guess Rosero goes in for her hat-trick. The margin reduced to 3 and 2.5 to play.
Great try by New South Wales. Rosero probably needed to hold onto the ball and run it back to halfway because Queensland are going to take as much time as possible to tap the ball. But it's reduced the margin to 3. Never say never in touch football. 3 tries have been scored in 30 seconds before.
Saw an intercept not too long ago. New South Wales could certainly use one right here. As Broth comes forward, dropped off. Now Hegedus back through the middle. Russell tipping it on. Flanagan was looking for that intercept. And I think the pass might have gone forward out of Russell's hands. So yes, New South Wales will get the change over here. So 2 minutes on the clock. They can score from this play. There is the very slightest chance that they can still pull this one out of the fire. But we'll say it's a 1 in a million opportunity here. So maybe we need to talk to Jim Carey from Dumb and Dumber. Flanagan comes forward. Around about 10 metres shy, or should I say into the opposition territory. Dropped off now as Ritchie comes forward. He's lost the hat. That's when you know it's serious. Stepping up is Hegedus. Last play now. Dutton, long ball. There's an opportunity. Atkins links up with Flanagan. Flanagan puts it down. Oh, 12-10. In fact, what's happened here? No,
Stepped out.
Oh, dear.
Has she stepped out?
That could be crucial. Let's see that again if we can. Flanagan is very disappointed. Yeah, she certainly has. You're right, Jackson. She's standing on the sideline. And she knew it straight away, too. Goodness me, Flanagan. Well, she could have potentially set up a grandstand finish, but that's it for her. Picked up 6 tries already in the tournament. Not that one there, and it needed to be a try. The Queensland have well and truly secured this match and this series as Drew Price comes forward. Bob now. Touch coming on him. They'll play it quickly, New South Wales, but all academic at this point. Edwards drives forward, as does Blake Potts now, towards the subs box. Carly Banks will not be impressed with what she's seen today. I think that final play there from Flanagan unfortunately sums it up. It just hasn't quite clicked for New South Wales, especially in the second half where Queensland have been very, very dominant. Rosero Darden, a couple of dummies coming in. 20 seconds on the clock. Rosero, late release after the touch. That'll do it. Queensland need to secure this one, Jackson.
Yeah, just like to see what the last play will be from Queensland. Will they try and take off from half, produce something special?
Well, the exact opposite. That is
There you go.
commentator's curse 101.
Well, 3 seconds on the clock. New South Wales.
Rosero knows it's all done. Passes off to Rodimer, and they head onto the field to celebrate. Jamin Bob loves it. He embraces Hegedus. Groth in there as well. They're all piling on. Carmody and Stevens join the club. And the longer boats are coming for Cat Stevens.
Well, congratulations to Queensland winning the Mixed Opens division. Last year went to New South Wales, but Queensland have hit back. Again, taking the shield up north. It was a great game. Again, a high scoring game. 12 tries to 10. And again, a great display of touch football here at CEX Stadium.
Yeah, wonderful performance from Queensland, and Michael Bartz would be absolutely ecstatic about that. Carly Banks will certainly not be looking at the third and final game as a dead rubber. She would want to see her side at least putting in the effort to try and claim one match within this series. But Queensland, as you mentioned, Jackson Mills has certainly wrapped this one up. There is more action coming your way in just a moment, though. Make sure to stay with us here on Bar TV. But it's a big series victory for Queensland in the Mixed Open.
New South Wales have taken the series in the women's 45s.
Unluck. No. They didn't let me play, so COVID. Because they lost. All good. Just let us know when you're good, we'll turn you up, man, and I'll come to you up into your shorts. Oh, Queensland with the men's too. Really?
Players and referees, we have 5 minutes until the Women's Opens game. 5 minutes. Just a reminder that the canteen is open, and at the main entrance you'll see the Budgie Smuggler tent. Feel free to go down and see the team at Budgie Smuggler. Proud sponsor New South Wales Touch. From grassroots to greats, whether you're playing in the local under-8s or the Queensland State of Origin team, Inferno has the perfect kit for you. Inferno, wherever you play.
Down on field with the winning State of Origin coach in the Mixed Open, Michael Bartz. Must be proud of the troops. Pretty good game in game 2.
Yeah, so proud, and I think both games they came out a couple up, and we had to really just remember why we were here and the policies and structures we wanted to stick to, and the guys and girls just trusted the plan and dug in and ground back into the game, and then we wanted to play a power and pace game, and we could see that in the end. So proud of the group.
Traditional Mixed Open games, high scoring. Game 1, 15-12, something like that. Game 2, though, New South Wales came out, went into the halftime break down by a couple, but it just felt like the momentum was starting to shift towards the back end of the first half.
Yeah, we knew that if we could control the midfield, we'd be in a really good space and put ourselves in a good spot to win the game. So that was always the focus for us, irrelevant of the score. So that was the message at half-time. But we could sense that momentum starting to turn the same way it did in game 1 early in that first half. So it's kind of nice to fall back on that after game 1, knowing that we can dig ourselves out of a hole. So.
The second 20, near perfect footy from your team, 4 or 5 tries on the trot. That must be a pretty satisfying way to wrap up the series.
It is, but just as satisfying is the defence, because as you say in mixed, it's always a try fest back and forth. So if you can score and consolidate and get a stop, that's what wins your games, and we were able to do that for the big patches of that second half. And that's ultimately what gave us that confidence and momentum to keep pushing. And can't be prouder.
Well, mate, congratulations. Huge win. You wrapped up the series. 1 to go. No doubt looking for the 3-0.
Absolutely. I mean, New South Wales are always a really tough team, and they'll have a lot to play for and be really proud and want to come out and not go down 3-0. So, but we want the 3-0 as well, so we'll be ready.
Well done, Bugsy. Congratulations. Big Sophie champions.
Cheers.
Players and referees, 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here at Coffs Harbour CEX International Stadium for the 2022 State of Origin Series. We now move to the Women's Open Division. James Preston and Jackson Mills in the commentary booth with you. And this one should be an absolutely red-hot fixture, Jackson.
Yeah, I just finished an apple. I should have got some popcorn. This is going to be an absolute cracker. Queensland very dominant in the first game, 4-0 over New South Wales. New South Wales couldn't even go forward at all during the entire game. So I'm sure there's been some analysis done by the New South Wales coaching staff. And let's get into this one.
Before they come here, Queensland, having already picked up a very good victory in that first match. Curtis tips it on, finding Susie. Susie has gone all the way through, and unfortunately, it's not the start that New South Wales would have wanted. Far too easy there, Jackson.
Great try set up between Susie and Sammy Jo Curtis back on the inside. A little cheeky ninja play, open side quickie, catching the New South Wales middles napping. But it's interesting. We saw yesterday Hayley Maddock had an absolute blinder where she was the go-to girl for Queensland. In that case, using Hayley Maddock as a decoy and going back the other way. So that might be a ploy that Queensland can introduce into this one.
New South Wales looking to hit back early on here. The touch comes in on Danny Davis, one of the two Davis sisters. Driving forward and trying to just open up a gap there was Courtney Young. Last play now, though, for the Blues. 7 away. What can they work here? Young gives it on to Davis. Rogers, tries to flick past and go straight into the breadbasket of Queensland. Certainly not what Sammy was after there. So the Maroons already with a great start here and a chance to keep pushing upfield. Just shy of the halfway line now. They head towards the subs box. It's a good transition too. Catherine Sargent drives forward. However, they've left that one behind Queensland. From left to right, they come here. Duff offers it off to Dybel, one of many Manly players in this lineup. I think you mentioned, Jackson, it was 8 players featured in the New South Wales side from Manly. Very strong club. Here is Rogers now, moving forward. Dropping back under the inside. Duff. Still looking to open them up here with DeFore. Duff, DeFore, and back to Duff. Can't go anywhere at the moment, though. This defence from Queensland is just relentless. Here is Duff looking for DeFore, and once more shutting it down so quickly. How do you combat that, Jackson?
Well, it was 4-0, yes, in last night's game where Queensland really backed their defence, so they're going to be so confident on their line, probably more relaxed than yesterday. So it's going to be a mammoth task for New South Wales. They didn't score 1 try in the game yesterday, so if they score 1, that's going to bring a hell of amount of confidence to the team as Queensland got a good roll on now through Susie.
Here's Curtis dropping it off. And speaking of dropping off, left behind there on that occasion from Catherine Sargent. The New South Wales once more can work it upfield, of course. Take a close look as well at Lucia Files in those orange boots. She was absolutely dynamic for Queensland and also for the, I believe, the Southwest Queensland Swans in the NTL Inferno League back in May. One of the best players throughout the entire tournament. Here they come, New South Wales now. Slattery opening things up. Just getting the touch in time. I think they retreated the required distance. Yes, they did. Referee on the spot. Ward's in favour of Queensland, but that's better, though, from New South Wales.
Great start from New South Wales. Slattery taking it upon herself, the scoop from dummy half, backing her foot speed. Good touch again by Mayolo, really fronting up to the Queensland attack. I'd say New South Wales seem to be on top momentum-wise. I know the score says differently, but Queensland having a bit of a tight tussle trying to get through their substitution box, where that's 3 sets and 3 errors in a row. So if New South Wales can capitalise on their attacking weapons through the likes of Davis, Slattery and Dieball, New South Wales are in for a hell of a shot.
Yeah, pressure certainly coming here from New South Wales. They're giving Queensland a bit of a taste of their own medicine as Slattery puts on the big dummy. Now Pappenhausen jumps into dummy half. Fresh plays onto the field and hitting it at pace too. That's nice from Courtney Young. Drops it off. Last play now. This is a great opportunity for them. Dieball off the left foot. She's so sharp off it. Trying to wrap around to provide an option there for Nicholas. They just get the touch in time there, Queensland. Once more, so hard to break down. It's like the Great Wall of China out there.
Unfortunately for Puka Duff, making the touch on the link, so the Queensland had numbers. It was another error. That's 4 in a row from Queensland.
Well, they keep inviting opportunities. Eventually, you would imagine New South Wales can capitalise here. Can't give a good side this much ball.
Queensland getting plenty of defensive practice early.
Nicholas. And now up comes Pappenhausen, wrapping around with Crawford. Further wide still, finding Duff. Fresh players onto the field. Queensland come up. Oh, strong touch there. Ran directly into the defender as before. Comes forward, stepping off the right foot. Last play now. A little bit slow, though, on this occasion for New South Wales. And Queensland were able to match up to them. Still alive here, though. Have they managed to work an overlap? Oh, nearly. But then coming across was Walsh with an important touch.
Great touch again by Rachel Walsh and Queensland, showing why the defensive efforts are so good. And yeah, getting folded off the ball was Walsh. Michaelopoulos making a strong touch in defence. But again, would you call that another error? That's 5 in a row from Queensland. They're not going to be too happy, but as soon as they get that roll on, Queensland might be very deadly, but New South Wales just need to execute an attacking play in this set.
Well, try and do so through Rochelle Davis, who delivers short. Great touch coming across, though. Just got there in time. Davis now at acting half. Receives it back towards the middle. Up they step once more, Queensland. Oh, just behind Danny Davis on that occasion. Not a great delivery. Slattery looking for numbers there. Geez, they've marked up well on that occasion. Queensland shifted the entire side to the left-hand side of the field, Jackson.
They did exactly that. And again, Queensland looking strong in defence. They look fast. They look sharp. Just need to get their attack flowing. But tell you what, James, apart from last night, we do have our games in our hand. Only 1-0 early in the first half, and it's been all New South Wales ball. Queensland have had one shot on the line and have scored from it. A good touch there. Shelley Davis on File.
Yeah, File's such a dangerous player too. Need to be watchful of her. Davis plays it. Slattery comes forward. Now shifted on from Maiolo. Wrapping around. Danny Davis promotes the footy. Now Rogers in at acting half. Having a run herself. Leaving it back from Davis. Fresh players onto the field. Good meters here as well. Now Rogers can work something. A little bit of a backward momentum here from Queensland. Was that played at? Referees are on the spot.
Ooh.
No, they're going to suggest that's completely fine. Oh, that was touch and go there on Markey.
I thought Marky might have put a little mid out, but referees on the spot. I was going to say, for New South Wales, last year, Hannah Dieball scored 4 tries, which was double the next player in her team. So Dieball, if she can get her hands on the ball, she could be the one likely to break open for New South Wales.
And Queensland with another error there. That's 6 of their last 7 sets that have ended in an error. So New South Wales have been given plenty of opportunities in the first 7.5 minutes as Young comes forward. There is Hannah Dieball. Got a great left foot step on her. A wonderful turn of pace. Dieball operating close to the line. There she is. Jackson, you've called for her, and Hannah has delivered. We have a level ball game, 1 try apiece with about 7 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
New South Wales need to keep the pressure on now. You can't let Queensland hit a quick try straight back. They're in good field position. Off the tap as we see Maddock head out into the middle of the park with Walsh. My N, Hinarangi, Andreasen. Now that's a lot of strike power on the pitch, but
not good here for Hannah Dieball. She's in a whole world of trouble. As the trainer attending to her.
He seems to be nodding their head, so it doesn't look too bad for Dieball at this point in time. She can just run it off. Could be a little stinger. Could just be winded, but she looks okay in the background.
Certainly the Blues will be hoping for her return. Great little inclusion there to gather a try, and such a dangerous runner of the ball in general. I'll come forward here with Andreasen. Touch now on her. Last play. dummies. Oh, opens up the pass. Well covered, though, in defence from New South Wales. That was looking dangerous. It's a wonderful shift across.
lovely.
And that was indeed the last play. Queensland actually lost track of the count.
Again, Pappenhausen using her foot speed to cover out that long ball. Unfortunately, ball going to ground, but she did so well in the defensive effort to chase out and save a try for New South Wales. And
Players going down everywhere as well here. Andresen in retreating in defence has toppled over, and now she's hobbling too. So Dybel and Andresen both in a bit of trouble here at the moment. Having a look at Dybel on the sideline. She seems okay now. Andresen jogging it off, which is good to see. Queensland will get a chance here to launch an attack themselves after just over 9 minutes of play.
again, it's interesting. We've seen them use Matic twice now as a decoy, so she'll probably get the ball in hand this set, looking for that big right to left pass that she possesses.
Susie in the centre of the field, waiting for the defence to come up and engage her. Davis does exactly that. Long ball comes out, well covered though, stepping back away from the sideline. It's play on for Queensland. They can open things up once more. Matic tips it on. Rogers kept the width nicely, waited for support from the link. Still live here though for Queensland. Ball comes Mai. Still have not made the touch here, New South Wales. It's a very, very long play. Finally it comes in. Bit of a mix up there. Susie, Mai floats it over the top. Great ball, but well covered. Nice stuff from New South Wales in defence. Just didn't let Rackerman get away with it.
Great scramble defence there by New South Wales. Great scramble defence and a good touch in the corner by Crawford. So good confidence boosting now for New South Wales. They just need to get their drive up the other end. They struggled with it yesterday, but it seems to be flowing a bit better this morning for New South Wales.
Yeah, it's a good run there from Rochelle Davis as they get the fresh players back onto the field. Just the two of them operating at the moment before support arrives. In comes Danny Davis off the left foot. Oh, Young and opened up a gap, but unfortunately an indiscretion beforehand, so they can't take full advantage of it. But much better signs there from New South Wales. They rolled upfield nicely, especially that run from Rochelle Davis. Queensland now.
It is a bit better. Good to see. Good to see them rolling forward. That's going to be do them a lot of good for their confidence, James. A lot of good.
And one try apiece. At least they've cracked the scoreboard this time round. 4-0 in the first fixture between these two sides in the Women's Open Division. And New South Wales are in this up to their eyeballs. Oh, that looked to be flat at best, if not forward. Sargent will continue on here. Last play now. Files with the long ball. Certainly drifted forward. And good thing too, because Sammy Rogers had lost her footing there. That could have created a few problems for New South Wales.
Yeah, Files could have executed that nice long ball. Rackerman was walking over untouched. Sammy Rogers just using up the clock, allowing the New South Wales players to get their breath back. Again, we saw this yesterday, James. New South Wales electing to go away from the box. It didn't do them too much good yesterday. And possibly getting a bit unstuck there, the Blues. And again, eventually third touch finding their way to the substitution box.
A good hand from Young because it was a tough one to take. But you mentioned it's taken them a little while to get into this set. They've only reached the halfway line on the final play, and now Slattery comes forward looking to just get a few extra metres. He passed that one after the touch on the last anyway, so changeover to come here for Queensland. Just over 12 minutes have gone. This one really evenly poised at the moment. New South Wales certainly be looking to just crisp things up a little bit. Fresh players onto the field now for Queensland. Mai is there. So too is Walsh. Walsh operating through the middle. Touch comes. Ball over the top from Andresen, who's back out there. So she's recovered from her little injury not too long ago. Forward they come once more. Queensland, the ball popped over the top. One of those awkward passes just in between the link and wing. Couldn't quite find either of them, though.
Well, there's actually a winger coming in to throw the ball. Normally you don't see wingers passing too many long balls. They're normally the ones receiving them. And Marquis should be receiving them. She scored 5 tries in her last campaign. Has scored a number. Has Rachel Walsh crossing the line, making it look very easy for Queensland, capitalising on that driving error from New South Wales. And wow, tables have turned very quickly, James.
Yeah, Rochelle Davis taking the run. Ball unfortunately left behind, and Queensland very quickly on the counter-attack, managing to open up a bit of space. And you mentioned it, Walsh was excellent there, just dinking on a run. putting the New South Wales defenders in two minds, and she took full advantage of it. So the work now, all having to come from New South Wales, is wrapping around as Dufour. Dufour comes forward. Davis close to the line, finds Dufour, and there we go. That's another try for New South Wales. They've linked it up, and they've evened it up.
Again, straight hit back from New South Wales. It's good to see. We saw Queensland in the first half of the first half defend 6 defensive sets on their line, and New South Wales not able to cross. But now 2 tries to New South Wales. Bit of a closer game than last night, where it was 4-0 to Queensland, and we saw the mixed opens. Queensland have already taken home the shield in that category. It was a great game between New South Wales and Queensland, but Queensland really coming into their own late in the game. Can the women's opens, Queensland's girls, do it as well through Maddox?
Oh, good touch coming across, though, there from Dufour. She's just scored a try. She's now saved one there. And this is, of course, crucial, this fixture for New South Wales. You mentioned that series claimed in the mixed opens for Queensland. Well, in this division, 4-0 victory in the first match for Queensland. So New South Wales must keep pace with them here. They need to get a result by full time. Working away from their own end. Still yet to see Hannah Dybel back out there since that injury. So hopefully she'll be all right to take her place as this match unfolds. See if we can get any updates as it does. They head towards their transition box once more. Rogers popping in at dummy half. I think that might even be Dybel now. No, it's not.
There she is. She's coming on the field.
Okay, so Dybel is there. She's strapped up heavily off the back of it too. So essentially a hamstring or quad issue that she might have picked up. The Dybel drives forward. Back into the action. Courtney Young now. Young shifting it on. Oh, the pressure was really good though. Stepping up with Kiani Bryce.
Fortunately, Michaelopoulos probably needed to switch back under Courtney Young, driving her into the corner. No space to move whatsoever. Queensland now back on the attack.
Bryce comes forward now. Files. Good meters from her. Shifting on quickly. Markey out of acting half. Finds Andresen. Oh, they pulled. What did they call that? Offside, I believe.
Yeah, Nicholas just getting caught probably a bit short of the referee. Again, gifting Queensland good field position. They got Sargent scored a great try yesterday out in the left-hand link. He looked dangerous off that sweeper play, so he could be getting her into the action now through Sargent.
Once more driving towards the line. Or did the touch get in there in time for Nicholas? No, referee walks back into the in goal. That always means trouble for the defensive line. And Queensland collect their third try. Back into the ascendancy they go.
Well, Courtney Young's claiming she didn't even touch the Queensland player before playing the ball. You can see here, watch Courtney Young's reaction. No touch, no touch, no touch, sir.
Oh.
So
Let's see another angle of that if we can.
It's up to the discretion of the referee. If he doesn't see the no touch, he can't call a no touch. So unfortunately for New South Wales, the referee has obviously missed it or hasn't caught it and gifted Queensland a 1 point buffer late in the first half.
Davis shifting on to her sister Danny Davis. Oh, great footwork off the left boot. Drops it off now. Numbers in support. Rochelle Davis coming forward. Oh, both the White Cats are in there, and they both made the touch at the same time. It was Curtis, and also I think Kiani Bryce out there. They're unable to squeeze through a gap with just under 3 minutes remaining in the first half here. The Women's Open Division. 3-2 Queensland with a slight lead. Much better performance in this second stint, though, from New South Wales. They've opened up a bit of space here. Files back onto the field now and continues driving upfield. Good set so far from Queensland. Maddock is out there too. He now waits at acting half. Maddock with ball in hand. The flat pass comes. Oh, Rogers stood stern in defence. Great touch from Semi.
Markey was standing on the wing waiting for it.
Last play now for Queensland. Long ball comes. Definitely floated forward though. Forward out of the hands as well. And no real rush here as Semi Rogers to collect the ball. I think they'd be quite happy to get into half time at this point, even down by the one try. It's a much improved performance compared to game one.
Definitely, and they've really taken the sting out of Queensland's attack. I mean, Paige Markey, she was the lead try scorer for Queensland last year with 4 tries over the 3 games, and they've yet to go her way. They've yet to receive a long ball. So there's obviously something out there that Queensland are yet to find as we see a ball go to ground. And I'll tell you, if Queensland score in this set, it's going to drop the heads of New South Wales and really boost Queensland's confidence.
Here is Bryce. Shifted on further now. Finds Files. First touch coming in there. Once more, Lucia looking for a little opening. Touch comes in. Back to the centre of the pitch now. Still an option is My back on the middle. It won't go that way. Bryson heading forward. Ooh, I think that might have been an indiscretion in the play. The ball, yes, it certainly was. Not playing it square. The New South Wales gifted possession here with just over a minute on the clock. Can they launch one final raid? Try and tie things up into half-time. They'll have to go the length of the field to do so. Nicholas pops it there for Rogers. Nicholas again, acting half. Well, geez, I don't know about that. That was, yeah. I mean, that was probably a metre forward.
You're down by one. There's a minute to go. Just hold the ball and complete the set. Just get the ball up the other end of the field. Again, you're gifting Queensland. They've already shown how dominant they can be close to the line, and they send the likes of Wolf, Maimai, and Andreasen onto the field.
Oh, geez, just reeling in there was Maimai. Andreasen now with the ball. Still no touch coming. Off it off to Maimai. Referee not happy with how New South Wales had pushed up off their line there. So
Move along. Got to make a strike touch now, Queensland. New South Wales don't need to make a touch.
it's pretty much the last play for them. 5 seconds on the clock. New South Wales marking out well. Young comes in with the touch. The siren might beat them before they play it. Our clock is gone. This will be the last here for Queensland before half-time. New South Wales know what they need to do, and Hannah Dybel does exactly that. So whilst they might go in at half-time down by one, I think there's plenty to work on there for New South Wales, and we'll find out if they can stage a comeback in the second half in about 5 minutes' time.
You've been a fantastic supporter of the Touch Football and NRL partnership. Are you impressed with the talent that's being produced by both our male and female players?
Yeah, I think every time I watch the Touch, I get more and more impressed. I think when we look at pathways to rugby league, and you look at the way parents look at our game, this is the perfect pathway for a kid coming through. It teaches you all the skills, showcases speed, and the biggest thing about Touch is working together, and that's everything we try to, we insist on our teams.
The weather has played some havoc this weekend with the Junior State Cup organisers, but our youngest ones are enjoying themselves. Did you ever play in conditions as tough as this?
Absolutely. When I grew up, I think we spent like 2 months of the year playing on grounds like this where, councils never seem to cancel the venue, which happens every week now, which is crazy, and you just learn to play in the mud. I also spent plenty of years over in England on kangaroo tours playing on muddy grounds, soaking wet, grey, raining, and absolutely loved it. And turning up yesterday, watching kids diving in the mud, diving in the water, and seeing the girls sit around in the mud, stinking, it just brings great resilience. And what could be better than being a teenager and stuck in mud?
State Cup now sees some of our ex-NRL players running around for their local Touch Association, like Nathan Fiend, Scott Prince, Steve Menzies, and Cliffy Lyons. What is it going to take to get you at the next State Cup? No pressure. But let's see you having a run around with those boys.
I'm not sure. I've done a few things where I've it's when your brain takes control of your body, and it hasn't helped me. I've trained with the girls a few times, and they're the 18s, they're pretty good. So a couple of times I try to show them up, and it cost me that night where I just lie down, had to ice. And so the body's telling me give me a few triggers at the moment, but I'll definitely try, because the area I sort of live in, Manly area, they love Touch. The organisations ran fantastic. I really wish they had a team in the state carnival that I watched before all the NRL games. So I know they're very ambitious about getting a team in soon, and they definitely deserve it. I think Manly are one of the sort of strongest clubs out of all the teams. So
any future talent you've kept your eye on this weekend for maybe an up-and-coming State of Origin player?
Heaps of talent. There is talent galore hidden. Obviously not just men either. I think the girls, if anyone, just watching them improve over the years has been incredible. So I know a lot of them are starting to play tackle football now, and then just getting them passing a footy, I think is just a great thing. But there is talent galore, both male and female.
Welcome back to the second half here for the Women's Open Division at Coffs Harbour CX International Stadium. A really well-positioned match here. New South Wales with a bit of work to do. They trail by 1 try, 3-2. Queensland lead. It is a do-or-die fixture for New South Wales. Queensland having won the first game of a 3-match series, 4 tries to nil. Jackson, how can New South Wales get their way back into this one?
Well, they need to score first. This first try, either be at Queensland or New South Wales, will sum up the next 10 minutes of the second half. It'll really implement who has the momentum through the first stages. But New South Wales have the ball. Let's see if they can capitalise.
Course off the first set. In the first half, Queensland were able to score. 1 try is the buffer, so potentially New South Wales with a chance to pull that one back here. Long ball comes. Oh, Rogers had stepped inside the defensive marquee there, and I think had she taken it, might have actually been all right for her. Get across that line and potentially even things up, but Queensland can now work it away from their own end. 10 shy of halfway and now quickly up over it. Great momentum in this set. Curtis comes as an option now. Files picking up plenty of meters with the long strides. Long ball comes, all just falling short of the run of Kearney.
Yeah, Susie picking up strong out of half. Unfortunately, the pass wasn't there, just the execution on it falling a bit short, but looks good from Queensland through their first set, looking very dominant going forward. Nice strike touch, and they got the likes of Matic. Kearney coming out of half with some real potential. Again, another error. We spoke about it last night. James, a lot of errors in the first game for New South Wales, and they just can't afford to give the strike power of Queensland any good field position like they did just then.
Queensland was certainly guilty of errors in that first half at one point. 7 sets and 6 errors within that space of time. Oh, long ball comes under pressure from Rochelle Davis in defence. Still live here for Tiani Bryce. Drops it off, and now Andresen shifting, heading towards the centre of the pitch. Straighten back up now for Queensland. Andresen once more. Oh, touchdown. That will be another set here for Queensland. Nicholas, did she have to play at that one, though?
Well, she did have to play it. They would have scored otherwise. But I mentioned it in the first half. They're using Matic as a decoy, and we didn't actually see her sweep from right to left. They scored 3 tries off Matic's sweeper from that right-hand side coming around. And you saw her do it just there, electing to go back against the New South Wales defence. If they can get Matic with ball in hand, she does look dangerous.
Matic long ball now. That's exactly what you're calling for, and I think they've got the ground in time here, Queensland. Yes, they have indeed. They pick up their 4th try of the match. Now things become quite difficult for New South Wales here. The margin is 2.
Well, it was 3 tries last night from the assist of that lady there, Hayley Matic, throwing right to left. On this case, throwing left to right, so she's got all the tricks in the pocket. And Rackerman finishing off the goods in the corner. Not an easy one. Getting her body on the line. Great try for Queensland.
Duff now. Shifting it on. And Maiolo comes forward. Little dummy. Hopped in there for Maiolo on this occasion. Oh, intercept. Here comes Queensland. Distance, but plenty of pace here from Sargent. In this corner, a great little run from Jeff. Still danger here for New South Wales, though. Pressure on. Oh, great pressure though in defence as well. Stepping up to make an important touch, which forced the loss of possession. Well, they needed that there, New South Wales.
Queensland not going to be happy with that. They needed to complete that set. They had New South Wales absolutely cooked on the back foot. Great intercept by Sargent. Great awareness in the defensive line. Plucked it straight out of the air. And Sammy Rogers chased her down. But good super coach points there by Sargent. Running at least 50 metres on the trot.
Crawford came up with excellent pressure to stop the momentum. Take nothing away from her efforts there to put pressure on the ball carrier, who immediately dropped it. Queensland once more, though, able to work it away from their own end. Oh, heavy contact there on Susie. Forward they drive now, certainly charging in there. In defence was Michael Apolos. Now they'll play it on halfway here, New South Wales. So the changeover comes. Still errors in this Queensland side, despite how clinical they've been close to the line. That was close to being a changeover as well. And then a mix-up on the following play. So it's all happening here at Stadium CEX. Rochelle Davis drives forward. Flat pass at the line. Rochelle Davis back through the middle. Flattery is there, but the touch comes across. So hard to breach this Queensland defence. They'll get one more crack at them in this set. Flattery straightens, then off the right foot, opening up half a gap. But covering across nicely in defence was Tiani Bryce. That's good stuff from her.
Not a bad attacking set either by New South Wales, nearly coming up with a try opportunity. Through Rochelle Davis getting the ball back on the inside, working in conjunction with Slattery. But again, Sargent and Tiani Bryce doing their bit for the state with the try-saving touches on that occasion. And referee playing all clear through here. Queensland with a good drive on.
It was Bryce with a nice driving run. Files now picking up the ball and having a crack at them. Won't mind too much that she was caught there on the last. She picked up plenty of meterage, and that was all that play required. The New South Wales have to work it away deep from their own end here. They're also quite a long distance from their substitutions box. So clever play there to close out the set from Queensland as Danny Davis heads towards the sideline. Fresh players back on the field. Maiolo is there. Offered it off. Little bobble as well. Bit of an awkward end to that set there. The last couple of plays weren't particularly clinical from New South Wales. Means good field position here for Queensland. Files drops it off. Now Markey getting up into dangerous territory. And that was an error that really had no pressure to bring it about, Jackson.
Not at all. Queensland just losing their way a bit. They lost it in the first half, losing it again early in the second. But New South Wales doing well on those touches 1 and 2. They struggled a lot last night. But Queensland doing, funnily enough, a lot of... a bit of a...
to 4 with a basketball-style pass. Thought it might have travelled forward, though. And yes, referee on the spot to rule exactly that. It was an awkward one. She wanted to delay the pass, but I don't know if that's the way to do it.
I've not seen that before in touch footing. Very interesting play by Dufour. If it comes up with a try, it doesn't matter how it comes off as long as there's a try. Queensland now with a good drive.
Andresen up over halfway. Here comes some support now in the form of Sargent, who couldn't quite go the distance from that intercept. Bryce now has them backpedaling. Files back through the middle. Long ball, shoots it across. Good cover, though, from Crawford. No matter who took it, Crawford would have taken them.
Well, they had Mara McThomas and Olivia Goodsall standing on the same player, so someone was in the wrong. I think it was Thomas not running the unders line into the link that actually made the winger make a decision. So the winger just had to make a touch on both players. So fortunately, a missed opportunity there by Queensland, really running the New South Wales defensive line very laterally, turning them inside and out, creating numbers well. Again, it just seems Queensland, James, on touches 3, 4 and 5 are able to dominate New South Wales. They're doing well on touches 1 and 2, but just letting themselves down on touches 3, 4 and 5.
Yeah, there was good momentum to start that set there, but unfortunately, you mentioned just falling apart at the death. Certainly able to get away from their own end. It's just launching those attacking plays at the death of the set. Drop down now from Carney. Now Forder comes here through Walsh. She's already picked up a try herself. Walsh delivers wide for Maddock. Maddock options back towards the middle, slows things down instead. Of course, New South Wales have to come up to that 7-metre mark. Last play now. Maddock, the long ball. Crawford caught in no man's land. And that's a great try there to Goodsall, who already picked up 2 tries in game 1.
Again, it comes down to Maddock. Great setup there by Rachel Walsh, just waiting for the New South Wales defensive line coming up. And look at Maddock, just come out of half, rip that long ball right to left. The speed of the ball just beats the New South Wales defensive line every single time. And credit to Goodsall as well, being able to take such an absolute rocket. Score on the outside of New South Wales. Well, that extends Queensland's lead again.
Makes things very difficult now for the Blues. Trail by 3. 4-0, of course, the score in the first match. That was enough for Queensland to secure victory. We know they're hard to breach. Another interesting pass option here from the Blues. They've certainly been looking to find ways around the defensive line. Queensland have frustrated them. Rogers touched just before going into touch. We'll come back to that 7-metre mark. Queensland's so hard to break down. That was the last play. So that changeover to come.
Yeah, a bit of frustration there from New South Wales. Maiolo not giving the ball back on the spot. So Queensland marked 10 metres further upfield. And it's just those little 1%ers, James. You can't give Queensland a sniff because they'll take a mile.
Files the left foot with 11 minutes remaining in this one. New South Wales need to score next. They've opened up a bit of space down that wing position. Rackerman picked up good metres. Fresh players onto the field now, including Thomas, who takes the run. Bryce is back out there. She's been good so far in this match. Bryce heading towards Maddox. And they've just once more crowded their link and wing positions together there, Jackson. I mean, we saw it last time they were on the line. Players just slightly out of position and unable to take advantage of the situation.
Yeah, Mark, you just probably needed to hold the touchline a little bit longer. Unfortunately, crowding the same hole that Maddox was trying to push through. You just hold that touchline. We said Markey was the lead try scorer for Queensland in last year's campaign. So if she can just hold that touchline, I'm sure she's going to get plenty more tries. As we see a little 6 again, cheeky hand in the passing lane from Carney.
Yeah, very clever play there from Davis. She knew exactly what she was doing. Passed directly into the opposition. Also created just a bit of shadow of doubt in the mind of the defensive line. Young, back now towards the middle. Straightening things up is Slattery. Slattery drops it off here to Young. We play the ball. Slattery out to Young. Once more watchful in defence though. Queensland. Incredibly hard to break down. Such a stoic unit. Slattery. Last play now. Here she goes. Diving from distance. I think Andresen got down quickly enough. In fact, that's Marama Thomas. And I'll say Thomas didn't get there in time. So great dive from Slattery. I'd love to see that one again though, Jackson.
Well, I think she got there. She got low very early and sliding in from about 4 to 3 metres out from the touchline, just sneaking under Thomas. I think it was on the replay. See where she dives from. Good outstretch. Oh, I tell you what, the Carney missed her. Carney missed her. If she would have touched her, it would have been a touch, but great sportsmanship by Ash Carney. That's what touch football's all about. If you don't make the touch, don't call the touch.
It's 5-3 now. Queensland, their margin reduced just slightly, but only for the slightest of moments. What a great ball at the death that was. Sargent picks it off and dives over, but that ball is an absolute killer.
If Sargent didn't pluck that out of the air from Andresen, it would have even hit the winger. Great mitts from Sargent. Look at this. In the process of falling, plucks it above her head. Again, extends that lead back to 3.
I think you're right. I think that was intended for the winger there. She's just snaffled it up though.
A little cheeky. Wants a try. I think Sargent scored plenty over the years, but again, showing why she's a key figure in that Queensland side.
So Davis with ball in hand. Danny Davis driving for once more. Huge dummy coming through. Now that was indeed cynical. She's not going to get 6 again from that. Passed into a hand that was already hanging down there.
I actually fell for the dummy as well, James. I was looking at where it was going to land, way out on the wing, but elects to hold it. Yeah, fortunately, referee correct in not signalling 6 again in Queensland now with a good drive forward.
Good tool to Maddox. Last play now. Files picks it up. Maddox once more off the right foot. Oh, gee, she's hard to handle. And they will call that another set of 6. You're waiting for it in the box here, Jackson. You're spot on the money. Queensland with another chance to put on the pain here. Time is now beginning to become a factor here for New South Wales. Just over 7 minutes remaining. They trail by 3, and they need to at least send this one to a drop-off, because if they lose here, that is the series for them. Oh, left behind, and that could be crucial for New South Wales to try and get back into things. They'll play it quickly and pick up some easy meters. Duff finds Rogers. Good meters on display here in the first few plays. Continued for play number 3. Rogers now works it forward. Still got them backpedaling. This is a good set from New South Wales. However, on the 4th, there's nobody there to take full advantage of it. That's what you've been talking about, Jackson. Last play now. Young dumps it off, looking for support. The defence is there. They make the touch. And once more, it falls apart at the end of the set.
Mentioned they've really done well in tackles 1, 2. As we just saw there, New South Wales unable to capitalise on touch 4. There was no one at home. They had a terrific roll on. Queensland were absolutely cooked in the defensive line. There was no one there. Again, just not able to capitalise through the middle of the field. So we've seen yesterday they struggled on touches 1 and 2. Now they can't really dominate the middle of the park, and Queensland doing just that. However, Queensland have had a lot of errors in this game. I'd say more than 10.
Oh, easily more than 10. We had 6 in the space of 7 sets in the first half. Been a real difficult time for their handling at certain points in this match. Perfect conditions, though, it must be said. There's not a drop of water on the field at all. Beautiful sunshine, about 20, 21 degrees.
Oh, this will be close.
Oh, they just got there in time.
Wow, what hands off the deck by Pappenhausen.
We've,
Was
we've
diving
talked
and
about
passed that
the,
off the ground.
the
Wow.
transitional struggles they've had. That was a great example of it right there. Last play now for New South Wales. It's still live if they can get away the ball quickly. Davis does so, but nowhere to go. They'll simply run into touch. Pappenhausen, who might have come up with a perler to start that set, can't do anything about that particular piece of play. With just over 5 minutes remaining, it is now desperate times for New South Wales. They pretty much need to score next set.
Have to score. Have to score. I know it's an obvious statement, but it has to be said, doesn't it, James? Queensland continue their domination through the middle of the park, through the likes of Sargent, just evading left and right. Look at it go. This is
still going.
amazing from Sargent. 7 on called by the referee.
Well, that could help New South Wales here. They certainly need something to try and pull this one out of the fire. 4.5 to go. Pressure comes up here. Jamming in on the run of Slattery. Then further forward there with Michaelopoulos. Slattery slows it down once more. There's just so much pressure in defence. The Lynx are pushing up nicely and shutting down any wide options. Very strong work as well from the middles. Rogers picks up a bit of space here. Slattery, it's still a bit of pedestrian here from New South Wales. They can't go anywhere. Pressure is too much. Files jams in and the ball is dropped, and that should just about do it.
Yeah, Queensland don't need a big buffer to really hold their lead, and they've got a 3-point buffer, as we mentioned. So they're probably relaxed, probably calm, Queensland. Nothing really to panic about. New South Wales might be getting a little bit frustrated, but just have to hold on to the end.
Sammy Joe Curtis driving forward on the last play. Left behind there. Referees are happy to say, New South Wales, have a crack yourself. Curtis makes the touch. Michaelopoulos out of acting half and then finds the support of Duff. Forward they drive now for Pia Hooker Duff. Dropped off from Davis. Nice quick roll ball as well. Good strike jump. Davis over the top. Finding support. Oh, it took in well from Crawford, but the defence was spot on from Markey, who kept the width beautifully.
Well, it was a touch from Markey, but Pappenhausen did well to reel that one in. Would have been a try if
Oh, here we
Markey
go
didn't get
for
it, but it is
Queensland, though.
Rackerman.
Rackerman with a bit of open space all the way up to halfway. So no matter what, meters are coming quite freely here, Queensland, even when they're under the pump. They know exactly how to evade this New South Wales defence. Less than 3 minutes to go. Bryce goes short. Finds an option to Marama Thomas. Back to the 7 metre mark. She'll come here. Still a couple of plays for Queensland. Bryce dummies and then turns it back on the inside. Happy to slow things down here. Last play now. Bryce off the left foot. That's sharp work. Can she open things up? Oh, great touch coming in from Danny Davis. They just worked it to give themselves half an opportunity there.
Tiani Bryce could have just kept running. She had no one around her. She'd beaten her defender. But electing to pass, I've seen it so many times. A lot of dummy half runners, they panic as soon as they cross the try line. They think, oh, I've got to get rid of it. If you just check over your shoulder, just a quick little look either side, more times than not, you've got more space than you think you do and more time than you think you do. So just hold on to the ball and continue to go through into the in-goal. It also gives your teammates enough time to sort of separate from their defender, allowing them to become an option.
Sargent doing her best Russell impersonation and running directly sideways across the pitch. Now Files trying to find an opening. And with less than 2 minutes remaining, Queensland know they had this one sewn up, and as a result, they have the Women's Open Division sewn up. The 4-0 victory in the first match. An improved performance from New South Wales, but Queensland have been so strong. Both halves here. Last play now, Sargent. They'll fire it over the top, looking for Rackerman. New South Wales will get a chance here to work it away from their own end and maybe a consolation try. Queensland know what their job is. They just have to make each touch. They don't have to panic with the ball in hand. Nothing flash, nothing fancy. Young tips it on as they head towards their substitutions box. Transition has been a problem for New South Wales throughout this match. That one's a little bit better. We haven't seen a great deal of Dybel since that injury. She hasn't featured much in the second half. Still on the sideline there as well, Hannah Dybel. So hopefully she'll be all right for game 3, Jackson.
Yeah, I hope so. But you can see the body language in New South Wales on the bench, hands on heads, down on their haunches. I know Queensland have been too dominant for them throughout this campaign, as Queensland looking for another try through likes of Maddock and Andreasen.
Well, here is Maddock now, engaging the defenders. Back to Andreasen, 20 seconds on the clock, and they're going to wind down as much of it as they can. Before actually lets out a bit of a laugh in defence. That's quite fun to see. Great ball over the top. Oh, nearly taken in from Pappenhausen. Jackson's true colours are starting to show in the box.
Still a good defensive read by Pappenhausen. If he didn't get a hand to it, Queensland were going in again.
And that will do it there for Queensland. So 2 matches in a row, 2 series wrapped up in a row. The Women's Open division is claimed by the Maroons. That really does heap the pressure on New South Wales overall. Of course, each individual division heading towards the overall winner of the tournament here for State of Origin 2022. And that is a big result for Queensland. The full-time score, 6-3, which means the series is claimed following a 4-0 victory in Game 1. There is more action still to come your way in just a moment. I believe the Men's Open will be next. We'll be catching up with one of the players shortly. Make sure to keep it locked here on Bar TV. I'm here with Queensland Women's Open Origin captain and winning captain for that matter, Kim Soucy. How good does that feel?
It's amazing. Winning Origin is one of the best feelings. It's such a gutsy game. It's probably one of the hardest games that I play, and to come away with a win, it just means so much to us.
What do you think it was won for you guys? I mean, the defence looked absolutely on point throughout pretty much the entire match. Was it just a case of frustrating the opposition?
We really focused on a high tempo game, so and really hard rucking.
speaking of getting down to the line, well, one player was caught just a little bit short, Catherine Sargent. Thought she might have been able to go the distance there. You are roasting her a little bit at full time.
No, Kathy is one of the gutsiest players you'll ever meet. If anyone knew half of what she's going through at the moment, everyone would be so surprised that she's out here playing, let alone getting intercepts and going half the field. I think she would have really loved to have scored the try. But yeah, I think she's had problems with her hammy, so to even just be running it is really good for her.
That was a great team performance. Kim Susi, well done and congratulations on the victory.
Welcome back. Game 2 of the Men's Open State of Origin series is about to take place. Jackson Mills about to jump into commentary with me for this one. New South Wales got the win last night in Game 1 in what was a dramatic match. Plenty of talking points, Millsy, to come out of it. But in the end of the day, New South Wales go 1-0 up in the series.
Well, mate, it did go down to the wire. We even saw a drop-off for the first time in a long time, I think, at Origin level at Men's Opens. The New South Wales, too good last night. I'm sure Queensland have had a stern talking to. The weather is perfect for touch football. Low wind, no rain, sunshine. The ground is absolutely quick, fast, suiting Queensland's conditions. Who would be, Scott?
And one of the talking points from last night is that man with the ball in his hand, the number 13. He's just dished it off to Corey Russell. Harry Griffin last night. Quick trip to hospital. As we see this play unfold, and we're looking to put some pressure on him. Was actually coughing blood up after taking a fairly solid shot in the match last night. He's been given the clearance medically. Another player, though, out for Queensland, Tim Bart, broken collarbone from last night. It was extremely physical. Plenty of times where both teams and players came at each other off the ball and during the match itself. And feel like it's just going to be more of that this afternoon off the fingertips there of Maurice Kennedy. Queensland back in possession. Corey Russell sends the ball out to that man, Harry Griffin. Courtney from half. Adam Pride down the sideline. Russell feeds it. Damon Moore. Fridlin sweeping on. Links up with Peter Norman, who skipped away from one. Moore into half. Loves the left to right. Ooh, could have been on short. Ends up just stepping out in front of the number 14 there, Hayden Moffat.
Good start from both teams. New South Wales and Queensland both completing their sets, which is good to see. Very fast track. You can see the speed of the game's already at a high tempo. And you mentioned Harry Griffin. I think it was a bruised lung was the initial diagnosis, Scott. A bruised lung. Imagine coughing up blood the night before, being diagnosed with a bruised lung, coming out and playing an Origin match. That's Queensland hard at the core, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And we heard coming filtering through this morning.
Oh, picked off
there. We'll let this play unfold. Jesse Jenkins grabbing that one. New South Wales. He played for Queensland early on as Norman forces the mistake. That's experience right there. We mentioned him in Game 1. You can see the right knee heavily strapped. He's definitely not running at 100%, Peter Norman, but his influence on the park is going to be crucial, and it showed right then. Big play.
Yeah, dominated Kyson Boland in the ruck. Might have been a loose little bobble there, but good drive by Bauer. Benbow unable to capitalise on that good go forward by Queensland. Probably a missed opportunity there by New South Wales. Gifted good field position on the line with a full set, 7 tackles. Unfortunately, losing it on the first.
Coming into last touch now as Hennessy picks up. They switch out the back. And it's
he
come off
cuts
the
back.
hands of James Courtney, but it looked like he was trying to pull them out at the same time.
Hang on a second.
Definitely came off his hands. Might actually be a penalty to Queensland. That might be the thing that's overridden. 6 to go back into New South Wales' hands. And there's a collision here in the ruck. Referee's happy to let this one play on for the time being. Griffin skips down the sideline. Courtney picks up, has a little bit of a trot. Links up with Peter Norman. Russell into half.
Wow, that was 5th and last too, and Hennessy getting caught, touching Norman around the jaw. Not a good one to give away at that point in time. 5th and last, that's a coach killer, and Queensland now gift a good field position. You've got the likes of Griffin, Norman and Russell. Moffat in there too.
Russell goes early. Little bat over the top. James Courtney to Hayden Moffat. No, they're going to bring it back. No touch in the previous play.
Wow.
And they're going to get advanced upfield as well. And then we saw this little creep in as well. Queensland got frustrated by a few of the calls last night. They got to get that under wraps and just keep cool heads.
Good setup though. Big long pass to Courtney out on the wing. Little bat back on the inside to Moffat. There is a big poster of Moffat, I think, in the crowd somewhere. So we'll see if we can get a shot of it. But someone's holding it up. I think it might be his brother.
Ashby plays it now. Hennessy in the half again. Loops one over the top, but it just goes over the head there of Josh Moffat. And now Queensland get advanced up the field, not returning the ball back to the mark. It takes the tap. Corey Russell on 2. Trying to get those over the mark penalties. Jesse Jenkins there. Notley's gone straight through. You're not going to shut him down. The speed going through the middle. And the crowd's up and about as well. Notley goes the big reverse flick. Back to halfway. You cannot give this kid an inch. He takes it every time.
Notley absolutely taking full advantage of that 1 inch of space. Managed to find his way through, and as soon as he finds that gap, see you later. No one is running down Notley.
He's got a big supporter base. We'll see whether one of our cameramen can pick up. There's about 15 people in the front of the grandstand here with a gazelle. It says the gazelle on the back of their shirt and a big picture of Jakey Notley.
And they were up and about when he was in the open field. Absolutely losing their mind. And Tennessee now with the ball.
Holds it, goes short. Kennedy just ripping one out. A little bit of space in front, but as soon as the ball hit his hands, he flung it out. Trying to connect out there on the left-hand side of the field as Adam Pride comes down the sideline. Jaden Benbow.
Oh, it's got a
messy
foot in the ruck.
Yeah, Maurice Kennedy.
You can see Benbow absolutely chirping back at the Kennedy twins.
There's the supporter crew for Jake Notley on screen. The big gazelle shirts on the back. Jakey Notley stretching out. They were absolutely up and about when Jakey got the first try for the match. Queensland now looking for their second with Pete Norman. To be running a little bit freer in game 2. Corey Russell tries to get on the outside. Big touch made. John Kennedy. Russell again linking up back in the midfield with Griffin. Moffat goes back to Griffin. Oh, footwork on the flick back on the inside. Just had a little bit too much sauce on it.
Goodness, the footwork from Griffin, the Kennedy brothers, snapped his ankles in half. Unfortunately, the flick pass, you're right, had a bit too much pepper on it for Moffat. However, he was walking in if he could reel it in. And a penalty given away for... Didn't see the direction of the referee, Scott.
Yeah, well, it's a forced substitution. Okay, that's interesting. The forced substitution for New South Wales, but they maintain the penalty. So I'm not too sure. You could only imagine that it was a genuine penalty in the first instance for New South Wales, and I think it was Mitch Wilton there. Might have just had a couple of words to the referee on the back end of it. Simbolan tries to slip in between
I
two
tell you
Queensland
what.
defenders.
Russell, I guarantee you, has got a bit of a grass burn. You just saw him lift up his shirt. Big graze down the left-hand side, putting his body on the line to stop that try from Simbolan.
Tennessee, nice link ball. Good touch there on Jack Edwards. Queensland come out of their end of the field. Touch one with Peter Norman. Griffin can't get away from Masachi. Bailey Assay. Notley again, sees a little bit of space. Fridlin offloads. Benbow running here for Queensland. Pride steadies the ship. Queensland come back towards the middle of the field. Fridlin linking up with Jaden Benbow. Pride picks up, loops over the top. They look to go the bat now. Oh, it's play on here. Bailey Assay's gone. The bat has come off Matalizzo Masachi. Straight back into the hands there of Assay. No, they're going to say touch, but it's going to be 6 to go as now signalled. So Queensland will retain.
How can it be 6 to go, Scott, if he's going to go back and play the ball?
The only thing I can think of is there was some sort of simultaneous connection and touch.
Well, hang on a second. Assay's passed it back. Masachi's knocked it forward back into the arms of Assay. I think New South Wales lucky to get away with that one. Unfortunately for Queensland, again, having to go back and play it. However, another repeat set on the line, and you've got the likes of Russell. Sorry, not Russell. That is Bauer.
And they picked up an error here for Queensland, so not being able to capitalise. This little half chance is not falling their way at the moment. Queensland still up by 1 on the scoreboard. New South Wales looking to get their first points on the board. And you see links one over the top to Costello. Oh, shot there on the throat. And we really saw this in game 1. Both teams just pushing things to the absolute edge.
Good shot. Costello really jabbed him up in the throat. He was the victim of a few last night, Costello. Would you say he fell into it, Scott? You can't fall from 6'12", can you?
He's a big man. Definitely got him around that throat region. As we see, Gridlin takes his dive, hits the deck. So does Hennessy, just casually flicks it out the back. Interesting. What's the call here as well? Now they're going to get marched upfield for not returning the ball back to the Queensland team. It's all happening out there, Millsy. It's just a little bit of everything at the moment.
You can tell there's a bit of niggle starting to come into the game. And hope the players don't lose complete control of their heads. Queensland now with a good drive on through Norman.
Russell picks up with the left hand, comes off the left foot as well. Tries to get a little battle on play there. Damon Moore can't connect up with James Courtney out on the right-hand side of the field.
Telling you, the baton should be worth 2. If you get the baton away and you score in the corner, it's got to be worth 2 points surely, as we see New South Wales, unfortunately, coming up with a bit of an error. Forward pass off the ruck called by the referee, Tim Skelly. Again, this is 3 in a row now where Queensland have been gifted a repeat set, or rather than a repeat, just good field position. You got some firepower out there. You got Griffin, Russell, Norman, and Moore. I'd be nervous if I'm defending that lineup, Scott.
Here we go. Beautiful ball. Corey Russell right at the line. Has a little collision with the referee as well. They're going to point to the spot, and they finally are able to capitalise on that golden field position, like I made mention, Millsy. But it was that ball, that final pass, Corey Russell.
Well, the bruised lung not affecting Griffin whatsoever, but it's Russell on the out with a crisp pass by Moore. Tell you what, it's close by Jesse Jenkins. Might have pipped him at the line, but I think the ball was down by Griffin. It's actually interesting. If you watch the line that Russell ran, he caught that ball on the out, started to straighten at the last minute. You see him drop his shoulders. As soon as he drops his shoulders, that's an indicator for that link to then shut on him because he's going for the try. And at the last minute, just hits Griffin. Again, putting Queensland up 2 tries to 0.
So John Kennedy now plays it. Hennessy comes into half, gets into the in-goal area as well. Now it's been picked off on Queensland. Mal Kenny picks up good meters. 0 touch as well. A new rule change over the last year or so. If you do take an intercept and then you get touched, it will be on 0. So they get full advantage here and running nicely, Queensland. Griffin takes the touch. Gridlin links up with Corey Russell. And set up the try for Queensland on the previous raid and off the hands there of Dylan.
You could see in that play where Mount Kenny got the ball, Queensland had a massive momentum shift going forward, and the coach, Jason Boyd, saw New South Wales rock to the line, not allowing Queensland to really get that strike touch. He wanted Queensland to put their head down and get it, but it's with Russell now.
Yep. Oh, Pride throws a big dummy, almost put them napping. Pride and Corey Russell work with each other in the middle of the field. Griffin now puts through the middle as well. Little deflection. Oh, and the big swan. No, they're going to take it away. It's going to be a penalty to Queensland, though.
Pretty exciting play there out of half, and Gridlin doing very well to bring that one in.
It's almost like a little mid-air goosey as well as he took the ball. The legs were flying out. And interesting. Griffin now having a dive into the line. Touch made. Kennedy and Timbolan in the middle.
He's tough, Griffin. As we mentioned, bruised lung. Doing him absolutely nothing.
Russell comes off the left foot. Loops one over the top. He's going to sail over the sideline. So 2-0 is the score. New South Wales with Palau as the changes come onto the field. Edwards into half. Dishes. And ball slipping out. They're going to get a lucky penalty. New South Wales. Queensland players being called offside.
If he would have caught it and played the ball, do you reckon the ref still would have called offside?
Interesting. Very interesting call. Might play advantage in that occasion. Good.
Yeah, he got him. He got him in the jaw, Russell. The boys, the Queensland boys, just need to watch themselves. That's 2 penalties in a row. The next one could possibly have a Queensland player frozen, which means they'll be sitting on the sideline for a full complete set of New South Wales attack. Again, it's Russell. He's in the wars at the moment, isn't he? Grass stains, grass burns. Showing his true Queensland spirit. He had a marvellous campaign last year, didn't he, Corey Russell?
Ashby sweeps. They go away from the sweeper. Nice short ball there. Maurice Kennedy. He goes over and gets New South Wales' first try of the match, and it was just those repeat sets there for the Blues. Too much for Queensland defending their line. Nice little short ball. Good line run there from Kennedy as well to get there first.
Great peel. A great line, you're right, by Kennedy. Just catching Queensland's defensive link, napping, and the ball goes straight past his face. However, in that circumstance, it's very difficult to catch a ball at such speed when it's zipping past your face. You don't want your jawline in the way of that.
So we will confirm 2-1 is the score. Maybe showing incorrectly at the moment on your screens. Moffat now walked on over the top. Notley trying to flick it on as well, but it does come off the hands of New South Wales in the first instance. This time it's Queensland who get the repeat set. Notley will kick away from one. Sends it back into Liam Bauer. Another penalty. New South Wales hitting the line. Jaden Benbow, Adam Pride, Liam Bauer out there at the moment. Benbow links up with that man Bauer. Late inclusion into the team. He was there in last year's successful campaign for the Queenslanders. Here he goes from half. Tries to slip in between. Doesn't quite get there. Get marched upfield as well. Not returning the ball back to the mark. There, Liam Bauer.
He's picked the ball up after he's been penalised. He may as well throw it another 30 metres away. Can he be penalised twice in a row? I'm not sure.
Wilton. Ooh, New South Wales now turning it over. We've seen this too often throughout the first half. It's been both teams, to be fair, as well. Look when they should just be rolling through their sets, particularly coming out of their end. Really minor errors, giving the ball back to the opposing team. Queensland back on the run. There's Griffin sweeps around the back. Jinx pumps. And now he hits Costello. You mentioned it, Costello again, pushing off the mark. Now, this will be disappointing if anything further happens here, because he did such a great job defensively. And you mentioned him so many times in game one about you just can't get the ball over the top of his head when he's particularly defending in that right link position. And as he took the ball and went to play it, just a little sneaky push in the back. Wasn't needed.
Ooh,
he's got time.
Wow. Oh dear. Oh dearie me for New South Wales. They will now be defending with 5 players against Queensland 6 as Justin Costello spends some time in the naughty corner. A little bit of a jab on a Queensland player in the process of making the touch. But it's good defensive effort by Jesse Jenkins. And New South Wales need to be very careful here. They could be down to 4 if they make any more penalties on their line, which would be very interesting, but very entertaining, Scott.
Absolutely. That's a really important point that you make. Fridland, Moore goes away. They've got the numbers advantage, but they just need to look to set up again. They come in and try to disrupt. Now, it's another penalty within the 7.
Wow.
It's gone to the bin as well. Now, this is even like an irregular occurrence when you give multiple penalties away, 3 in the 7-metre zone. Usually one player goes to the sideline. He has sent Wilton down to the end of the field as well, into the bin, and they are playing with 4. Now, they've got to score, Queensland. They'll rip it out more into the in-goal area. Just has to connect, and they finally will. Well, this is massive. This is a massive moment in this game. 2 New South Wales players down in the bin at the moment, and they'll be down there for a while.
Well, it's 2 to 3 completed sets that New South Wales have to play before Justin Costello is then allowed to come back into the play. That will then be 5 on 6. Then they have to wait another set before the other New South Wales player gets to come back in. So Queensland have the upper hand here late in the first half. If New South Wales are smart enough, they will try and drain as much time as possible just to get through to half time.
Let's see how this unfolds. Quite a unique situation for the Queensland as well. There's not too many times where you're defending with a full set, a full complement of 6 players against 4. How do they manage to do it here? They've got numbers out this way. New South Wales, stop it. That is unbelievable. How? How does that happen? 6 on 4? No. Referees are holding things up It all looks good from up here in the commentary box.
You've got to give that. 6 on 4, and New South Wales. No way.
They
They're going to
taking it
deny
away. Now the third referee coming in.
Here comes the conference. How can he see anything from over this side?
It's a very interesting call. Now Peter Norman's
Hang
getting
on a
called
second.
over.
This could be Norman spending some time in the naughty corner with a foot in the ruck. I think it's a try. They're just debating what action to take with Peter Norman. And tell you what, Badger's pointing at him. I don't know what's going on.
The ball's coming back. There's just finger pointing everywhere. Benbow. Norman's trying to put it back onto the referee. He's pointing, saying it was you. Benbo's starting to walk away.
This is
There's
an
still finger pointing here.
absolute catastrophe. I have no idea what's going on. You're right, a lot of finger pointing.
New South Wales are starting to head towards the box. They're done with this. They're shaking hands and giving high fives. The referee still covering.
So there's obviously a discretion happening in the play the ball where, see, Hayden Moffat has been sent to the sin bin. I knew there was something that's going on. I think it was a foot in the ruck. He tried to disrupt the play the ball, but Nick Good was good enough to actually pick it up and set up the try and come up with the try assist. I tell you what, that took, a minute and a half to sort of settle out. 2 minutes. That was just an absolute conference if I've seen one before.
I can only imagine the confusion came then when, if Moffat was the person, they were just trying to identify who the actual person was that impeded in the ruck. Moffat might have done it and then just shot off to the sideline to try and get himself out of there. Well, that is an unbelievable finish to the half. I've never seen anything like it.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like it as well. So that being said, we've got 2 New South Wales players in the bin, and just after the halftime siren has been sent, a Queensland player has been sent to the sin bin. So that means it's going to be 5 on 4 when we return to the second half, and it is 3 tries to 2 in favour of Queensland.
Yep.
But I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before.
Oh, unbelievable. As we have a look here, okay, it was Moffat, so they got the right person. Now let's just watch Moffat on screen. Yeah, he just starts to shoot out. I think he knows that he's done, and he just goes, I'm just going to squeeze out of this. But we might just continue to roll on here during halftime if you want, Jackson, because there was so much to unpack there. We saw it in game 1. Didn't think that there was anything else. Really, this should have been a stock standard game, you would think, after all the drama that we saw last night. But there was just so many things to pick apart from that first half in this game. Game 2.
Well, you saw last night, there was a bit of niggle that started. It was between Costello and Justin Cridlin. I remember the part so cleanly where Costello ran it up, absolutely took Cridlin out. He was actually defending Cridlin, so it was penalty against Costello. And then straight away, Costello was actually charged into the defensive line, getting the penalty again. So that's where the niggle started. But in this game, it's just been an incredible display of touch footy. I love the niggle. Absolutely love it, particularly at state of origin level. Seeing a little bit of argy-bargy, a bit of friendly push and shove amongst players, something that's just very entertaining to watch.
Tricky out there for the on-field referees. Obviously, a bit of spotlight on them from last night. There was some potential things that took place. They obviously need to try and take control of the game, but both teams are just pushing the barra to the absolute nth degree at the moment. The referees are no doubt having a quick chat themselves now about how they can regain control of this game.
And we talk about the niggle. After that try, you should have seen what the reaction of Dylan Hennessy absolutely turning around and spraying the Queenslanders. Like, how dare you let us score with 4 people on the field against your 6? Absolutely. We're talking about the best players in the world defending with 6 on a field and letting in a try. Some would say, questionably, it's an embarrassment. However, we're now down to 5 on 4. So there's going to be a lot of space on the touch football field. But, man, this is entertaining stuff. I think my heart rate's at about 130 beats per minute, Scott.
Up there, absolutely. So Moffat goes down to the right-hand side of your screen. The 2 boys, Justin Costello and Mitch Wilton, they're on the far side. You might be able to just see the big frame of Justin Costello at the top of your screen. The referees come back on. I've just never seen a game start in the second half where we've got 5 on 4. Just unbelievable circumstances.
Well, you could see the crowd. The crowd had hands on their heads. They didn't know what was going on, the same as we did, because we can't hear what the referees are saying, but we knew someone had done something wrong in the actual touch. However, I just wanted to pick up. I said it before, Nick Good did so well to reel that ball in because Moffat had his foot in there and the ball was going all over the place and managed to pick it up and come up with a try assist. So don't underestimate the ease of that one.
So both teams back out onto the park. Second half is about to get underway now. What are we going to see in the second 20 after what we just endured in the first? Game on the line, series on the line. Queensland looking to take it to a decider this evening as they play out the back. They've still got the numbers advantage, Queensland, but it took James Courtney having to get on the wheels and come in to shut that one down. They still haven't quite worked out the numbers differential between the two teams.
Well, as a player, it's so weird. You're playing 4 against 5. You don't normally train for something like that. It's normally 6 against 5 or 5 against 5.
Here, a little bit of space down the sideline. The big man starting to stretch out. He's got the big leg pumping, and he is going to slam it down. Nick Good. No, it's not good. Oh, it is. Who says to the referee, no, it didn't get him, but that was smart footy from Queensland. They went early in the set and Assay down the sideline. They couldn't reel him in.
Bit of eyes up footy. We love to see it. As we mentioned, there's a lot of space on the field, and Norman electing to go straight up the wing, and Hennessy fortunately having to come in, but Notley sees Assay out in space and watch him pull away. Good. Hennessy trying to chase him down, but the big man, Assay on debut for Queensland, just streaking away from the defenders.
So New South Wales have now returned. They've got their full 6. So now they've got the numbers advantage because Moffat still down the back of the in-goal area at the moment. So interesting facet now with New South Wales having one player run. Rain off the left foot, opens up for Moffat. Ooh, heading on spilled out. Ooh. Let's have a little look. We were pretty poor in making some decisions last night with a couple that we thought bobbled, but we both groaned at the same time. But it's one of those ones that might have just hit the deck and spewed out. Let's have a look.
I don't know. We've come to the conclusion that you're pretty much blind, Scott. So I'd say he's got the ball there and it's just come out of the mid after he's placed it down.
That. It's dead set right in front of the on-field there. You always heart in your mouth type stuff when you just see the ball spill out, but no question. Good response, New South Wales. 4-3 brings them back down to that 1 try margin. Moffat still in the in-goal area at the moment. So Queensland playing with 5. Canadian scored this time around as Fridlin. He takes a lot of shots as well, doesn't he? He runs hard and fast into the line.
Fair penalty though. Jack Edwards coming out of the line. No real intention to make a touch. More like a shoulder charge.
Oh, for substitution.
And as you see, if they can play it now, it's 5-on-5 and Cridlin electing to do just that. Get the ball down, Criddo.
Placement play coming onto the field now, Kennedy. So they get the penalty as well.
That's 2 penalties in a row. 1 more penalty against New South Wales and they'll have someone sitting on the sideline. So it will be 5-on-5. The Queensland are probably going to search for the penalty as well.
Griffin runs, no. Going to get taken away from Queensland. Correct play the ball, I think it's the call as Moffat goes down the sideline. Adam Pride will come onto him. Now we're finally back to 6-on-6. It seems a bit weird seeing both teams with 6 players on each side of the fence. There's Wilton, man, and Costello. They should be fresh after having a couple of sets off. Saatchi comes back midfield, Wilton. Saatchi playing in the middle at the moment. He's going to have to, as the changes come onto the field. Dylan Hennessy, ball in hand. Kennedy plays it. It's gone. Hennessy picks up, loops it out. They got numbers in space out there on the right-hand side. And Kyson Molan slams it down. Back-to-back tries from New South Wales. Locks us up at 4 apiece.
New South Wales had a great roll on. Hennessy coming out of half, skipping, jinking. And heading over to Sim Boland's side. Again, splitting the defensive line between Kenny and Pride out on that left-hand touch line. Making it look easy, New South Wales. Exciting stuff here. You mentioned it's back to 6-on-6. So hopefully the boys will begin to settle back into their old structures.
Norman into half more. Don't get through. Touch is made. Norman directing traffic. Sends William Bauer into the middle of the field. Bauer now plays it just shy of the 7-metre. Notley, bit of space there for him, linked up with Damon Moore. Can't slice through. Defence from New South Wales. Good now. Offloads, gets in the half again. Metres here from New South Wales is good. Through the hands, good pressure. Assay, the try scorer for Queensland. Pull out, goes down the right-hand side of the field. Changes here for the Blues. Wilton on. Hennessy picks it up. It's away from one. Flicks around the back. Big looping ball. Out to Jenkins. He can't bat it back in field.
How about that pass from Hennessy? Just casual as you like, flicking it around the back. Some of these players able to do some freaky stuff. Would be nice, wouldn't it, Scott?
Haven't quite got those skills in the back pocket, that's for sure. That's why we were up here and they're down there. Bembo. Othello tries to go for the no touch. Bembo making contact. Quidlin now links back up with Harry Griffin. Quidlin plays it. Moffat goes the wraparound play. Oh, Griffin holds it right to the line. A little bit too late as well.
Tell you what, that pass and deception from Griffin had Luke Kane in all sorts. He was looking left, looking right. He had no idea where the ball was. A good touch in the end by Wilton, the saving middle. New South Wales look to drive up their side of the field.
Hennessy steaming onto the ball, feeds it to John Kennedy, tries to flick it out the back. And come back into the midfield for a touch and pass penalty. Gives the teams just that quick little second to grab a breather. Queensland can tap it and get underway pretty quickly. Griffin. The penalty in the ruck. The players offside might have actually been the call. Now we're back to that full 6-on-6 complement. Last few sets have just been up and down the park. Either side able to really grab any ascendancy at the moment, but off the penalty, Queensland in good field position. Pride gives early ball to Russell, comes off the left foot.
Russell got
contact again.
Absolutely by Kennedy. John Kennedy at that. Giving Russell just a little bit of a love tap. Now the referees are going to have a chat again because it was a significant shot. Russell took a tumble. Look at him smiling. He's smiling in the background. And Kennedy, late shot. Nothing in
body
that.
on body.
Yeah, no, nothing in that. I thought it was a bit more than what I saw.
Oh, he's got
kidding me.
time as well.
You are kidding me. Well, John Kennedy, the fourth player to be sent to the sin bin in this matchup. And I tell you what, that's a soft call by the referees. There was absolutely nothing in it. Corey Russell sold it absolutely perfectly. But as we said, Scott, it was just body on body. There's nothing in it whatsoever.
Oh, Queensland again now. They've got the numbers advantage. Norman throws the dummy. Oh, Simbolan.
Look at the reaction of him too. Simbolan getting up and letting Norman know he got him. It's what we like to see.
Notley creates the numbers and Jenkins almost gets it straight back onto the footy here. Notley pumps. Oh, they go early in the touch count. Russell's down again.
He's in the absolute wall. So the referees called ball down. So it's going to be New South Wales ball.
Oh, he's grabbing the arm, and we've already lost one Queensland player.
Oh dear.
Let's take a look. Notley pumps into another Kennedy. It was a little bit of a flick of the elbow there.
He's actually clutching at the ankle, Russell. So hopefully it's just a little bit of a sprain. Hopefully he can run off, but he's not in a good way. I mean, look at him. He's a tough customer. As tough as they come, Russell. But he's not in a good way at all. Good going over trying to help out his fellow Australian teammate.
Struggling to get to his feet, as you can see, in the hands of the medical staff and manager Gary Bembo. Try and take him off the back.
Yeah, that's a very disappointing sign for Queensland supporters. He's in a lot of pain.
Still throwing a bit of chat as well on his way out.
Still throwing his chat. As I said, the ultimate competitor, Corey Russell. He's probably one of the best players to play with and the worst to play against because he's absolutely at you all game long. He seems to be walking on it a little bit better down the back. He's walking by himself unassisted, so that's good to see for Queensland. Hopefully he can just run it off, maybe get a bit of strapping and head out late in the second half.
Queensland give away a penalty here on touch 5, offside. The correct call as well. So still Down one player at the moment, New South Wales. Good. Takes his time. We'll set up here with Dylan Hennessy. Hennessy gets it back. They pump. Nick Good plays it a whisker away from the try line. Too close. Queensland just come up and snuff that play out. So we saw them score when they had the numbers advantage against them. Oh, Kenny floating down the sideline. Now he loses it. Yeah, good call again. Got away from the first, and it can be quite difficult when you drink away from the first defender, and then the second one comes across.
So it must be one more set before Kennedy is allowed to re-enter the New South Wales bench. They're asking for him to come back on. I don't know how many sets it's been, Scott. I've literally lost count.
I saw the on-field referee, Tim Skelly, give them the 3 signal, so 1 to go. It's quite easy to lose track of how many sets when the game is playing at this frantic pace. Early ball just scooping it out in one hand. Out to Jack Edwards. They're still locked up at 4 tries apiece.
What if New South Wales can score here? That'd be something special. That'd be 2 tries with down a player as Hennessy fires one, the old tunnel ball. We love to see a good tunnel ball, Scott.
Oh, it's one of the great sports.
I think it's one of the best tries I've ever seen in touch football. I think it's literally marked as the best.
Oh, Norman now, plenty of space. Look at the goods as well. Holds the ball, good experience there, Peter Norman. Yeah, he's running a lot more freely here in game 2, no doubt. Doing the hard yards still. Queensland, that gets them on the front foot. Good attacking position here. Can they get back out in front? Griffin takes his time. Adam Pride now pointing, directing, plays it now on the 7. Benbow from the ground. Oh, beautiful ball out to Adam Pride. Courtney has all the time. Yeah, they left it to the last minute. They get it down. They're going to give it all clear. Nice work. Beautiful setup, Adam Pride. Putting it on the tee.
Great try by Courtney. It looked like it was in slow motion to me. Look where he catches it on the 7. Just manages to get there. I tell you what, the dive actually made it because Moffat was coming across with some good pace. And he was there. Moffat would have got him, but Courtney able to move his body in such a position where the New South Wales defender in Moffat could not get to him.
It was a hard one for him to take because he was flat-footed waiting for the ball to pretty much come to him. He had to grab it and then take off. He's a classy finisher, James Courtney. Ooh, short there as well. Maurice Kennedy slapping the hands. He knew if he grabs onto that, there was no one in front.
And just a reminder to everyone, New South Wales did take out the first game, so this is a must-win for Queensland. And I tell you, it's a good sight for Queensland at well. Corey Russell has re-entered the substitution box for Queensland, so hopefully we can see him back on the paddock.
Bauer feeds it out the back to Damon Moore. Benbow does the same. Harry Griffin from half. They might look to set up here for Griffin. He's got the ball in hand. Take their time. New South Wales have to move forward, being within the 7-metre zone. Bit of direction now as Damon Moore comes in. Loves the left to right. Gets away from one. No. John Kennedy. He almost skipped on the outside there, Damon.
Damon Moore had the right option. Just probably stepped a little bit too late. If he came off his right foot maybe 1 second earlier, I don't think Kennedy made it back to the line. So, missed opportunity there by Queensland, but the right idea, though, from Damon Moore.
Penalty to New South Wales, Queensland being called offside. Blau comes in field. You see that quite often, coming in from the flanks, getting his team going forward, and he does a good job on those 2 touches. Nick Good now, ball in hand. Boland looks to sweep. Another penalty. Queensland not moving forward off their line. Full set of 6 here for New South Wales. Nick Good. Experience. Here he goes. Early ball. Boland back into Nick Good. Plays it. They're on the ropes here, Queensland. Now they hold firm. A little bit of space out there. Wow. Beautiful hands from Hennessy. On-field referee Kim Skelly's called time off, even though the clock will continue to roll.
Surely there's not another player that goes to the sin bin. I swear 5 minutes of this game has been referees talking to one another.
Oh, Liam Bauer getting called out of the line now.
Here we go again. This will be the 6th player to go to the sin bin.
Poor
Ooh.
substitution. They still have the short advantage until another Queensland player comes on. Edwards sends it back in field. Adam Pride does get onto the field. He'll flow around the back. Hennessy plays it. Edwards gives it. Right foot. Get through. Benbow onside, making the touch. Kennedy from half. Edwards sweeps. Takes it in one hand, puts it into the left. Now, Edwards is down on the deck. Gets back to his feet now.
Could have been a little option back on the inside if Kennedy was trailing Edwards. Covering middle, I think it was Bembo, wasn't actually collapsing back on the inside, so there was a gap forming. A good defence nonetheless by Queensland.
Tashi comes up and makes the first touch. Griffin now, contact Hennessy. Bit of sportsmanship there. Actually came over to make sure that Griffin was okay, but in the same time, looking at the referees going, what for? Penalty to Queensland. Moffat. Dishes from half. Fridlin, Peter Norman. Plays it just shy of the 7 metre line. Moffat, early ball. Notley tries to bat it on early in the touch count.
Great read by Jesse Jenkins out on that right-hand touch line for New South Wales. Good decision to come streaming in like that. Unfortunately, if the ball goes long, there's not much you can do. So it just shows how good these wingers are, being able to read such a difficult pass.
Good, picked up from half. Linked up with Moffat. A little bit of a juggle there from Dylan Hennessy. Josh Moffat in the number 7, who's coming up to make the touch for New South Wales. Hayden Moffat on the other side for Queensland. Goes into the interchange area as well. Griffin comes onto the field. Nice roll. Corey Russell's back out there. Doesn't look 100% at all. Nice long ball out to Adam Pride. Comes against the grain. Little bat on play there. Russell holds on to it. Madalito comes in and snuffs that one out.
Yeah, you're right. He doesn't look 100%, does he, Russell? He's limping back. Just on the left of your screen, number 5 with the backwards cap.
He's really digging in. They might look to target him here in defence, knowing he's not 100% as the Kennedys link up out to Palau. And it's going to be comeback penalty towards Queensland. Hutton passes the call. Yeah, I'm not too sure whether we're going to see Corey Russell stay out there for much longer. You can see him just coming into the screen now. He's going to take this first hit up.
5 tries to 4, 2.5 minutes to play. Queensland in front by 1 and need to win this game because obviously New South Wales have won the first. So this is an important 2 minutes for Queensland. They need to complete sets, get the ball down the other end, and the tries will come, especially when you've got the likes of Bembo driving it in for Damon Moore. New South Wales electing to roll back to the line. And Queensland maybe sneaking out, trying to sniff a penalty. Winding down as much time as possible.
As Moore pumps, takes the touch now, steps back in field. A little bit of footwork here from Damon Moore. Can't get away from the 2 Kennedy boys. Making the touch. Ball back in possession to New South Wales. Bowling on 1. Take another one on 2.
Oh,
they come to Queensland here.
Wow. So, Scott, a minute and a half. Do you just throw it round as Queensland just to try and drain as much time as possible? You know, try and sniff out a penalty from the New South Wales defence. That's exactly what I'd be doing, trying to waste as much time as possible. Doing exactly that. What Notley's doing. They got Norman on. He's got great gamesmanship, a lot of experience at this level. Him and Russell. They know exactly what to do, just depends on the execution.
Moffat inside the Russell. We saw that last night in game 1. They make the touch this time around. Corey, I think we'll hobble on that ankle for as long as possible. 1 minute to go. On the clock, game 2 here. Men's Open. Series on the line. Queensland looking to take it to a decider later on this evening. Oh, it's Notley squeezed through. No, he hasn't. Again, bodies colliding from both teams. Notley flings one out to James Courtney and slaps it down. Righto, here we go. 40 seconds left. New South Wales to go all the way down the other end. Can they get down there? Boland. Kennedy now sliding across field, looking a little bit flat in the first few touches of this set. Hennessy, there's no half in place
Oh,
here for
no.
New South Wales. Hennessy can't pick it up himself. Queensland didn't want anything to do with it. As Wilton picks it up, this is last touch, last chance here for New South Wales, and the diving touch there, Justin Cridlin. And that might be game. They'll tuck it under the wing. The clock's starting to wind down. Cridlin falls down to the deck. Hooter goes in the background, and we have a decider on our hands. Queensland take game 2 in what was a highly entertaining game. We thought we couldn't get any better than game 1. Well, bang, enter game 2. Thank you very much.
Well, Queensland never count them out. Always coming back and playing to the 41st minute is Queensland. Too good for New South Wales on this occasion, but you mentioned it. What an entertaining match. There was collisions, big shots, 5 people sent to the sin bin. I don't think I've ever seen that in 40 minutes of touch football. What a time it is to experience that at State of Origin level. As you mentioned, it is going to a decider.
Yeah, absolutely. Stay tuned. That'll be our last match of the 2022 series. That'll come up on your screens a little later on this evening. But next out here on the main stadium, we have another decider about to take place. It'll be the women's 27s division who will come out to the main stadium, locked at 1 apiece. Who will take the championship in the 27s? We'll come back with all the action in just a few moments' time.
If you suffer from muscular aches and pains, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. Try PhysioCreme. PhysioCreme contains menthol and naturally derived active ingredients. Arnica, hypericum, calendula, melaleuca. You use PhysioCreme for the temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. PhysioCreme is available at your local pharmacy, Coles and Woolworths. Use PhysioCreme.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 minutes until the start of the next time slot. Big round of applause for the two teams on the stadium, the women's 27s.
Welcome back. It is the women's 27s decider about to take place. Both teams on the field. You would have seen the big tunnel from New South Wales. Some of their supporting players making their way back off the field. Jordan Zardes in commentary with me for this one. Series on the line. Queensland winning game 1, 8-4. New South Wales winning game 2, 6-5. Going it all comes down to this next 40 minutes.
A decider on field 1, Saturday, State of Origin. You can't ask for more than that. Obviously, New South Wales doing their homework after game 1, coming back in game 2. I believe we're up 5-1 in that game as well at some stage. So it could be a very fast game. Fast start to this one.
And New South Wales get us underway. Women's 27th decider. Both teams looking to claim the 2022 State of Origin series in the 27th division. New South Wales looking attacking early on. They come back now in towards the midfield. Solent linking off. Pick up now. Coming in on the angle there, Monique Ellis. The defence though from Queensland on their first set in D. Now they take possession coming out of their end of the field. Good meters in the early touch count. Tasha Adams just having to get on the wheels there to get over to acting half. They make the touch as they're over the halfway line. Prennery skipping across field, looking to get on the outside, can't connect up. And they turn the ball over. New South Wales will start their next set and bang on the 10-metre line. Changes come onto the field for the Blues. Going across the field at the moment, looking to try and straighten up the point of attack. Still a little bit lateral, coming into the back end of the sets.
Numbers.
Regal. Oh no.
She might have been in for then.
Losing her feet. They come across field now. Rebecca Gare turns the ball back over to Queensland. Half in place. Get there eventually. Some early game jitters from both teams as they work their way into the game.
And that's what it will be, the pressure of game 3 decider, but both teams with a bunch of experience, obviously, in the women's 27 division. Couple for Queensland, MSEM, Natasha Adams. You've got Leah Percy on the New South Wales side. There's none other than her for experience.
Nice work it is. Santa rips one over the top. They've got numbers out here on the left-hand side. Nice ball out there as well and having to get on the wheels. Rebecca Gare makes the touch for New South Wales. Good play on both sides of the field there from both teams.
Both creating options at the moment.
New South Wales over the 10. The ball did look loose in the play, the ball. And the on-field referee agrees. The ball back to Queensland. Haven't had too much time down this end of the field so far. Phillips dishes from half. Switch in. Back to Phillips now. Wrapping around the back. Jenna Rosell goes across field as well.
And I'd say Jenna, Brianna and Natasha Adams here will probably be the focal point of their attack.
Adams jinx, pulls back outside of the 7-metre zone. Plays it on the 7-metre line now.
Great ball.
Nice ball. Yeah, just trying to catch it and come back infield at the same time there. Hayley Murphy-Evans. Tough one to take. Queensland are actually going to pick up the penalty here. Now, New South Wales were making changes, thinking that they were going to regain possession. They get their full 6 back out onto the field now. No damage. Dummy thrown. Looking to attack down the short side. Get through. Touch made Monique Ellis in the number 3 for New South Wales. A couple of changes here for Queensland. Courtney Trennan comes back onto the field. So Kelleher plays it. Adams
Good ball again.
over the top and just out in front of Murphy Evans.
We're going to have a ball change there from the referee. Quick one to get the State of Origin ball in there. We do need that.
The official ball might have been a little bit of tactics. One of the teams might have brought their local ball from back home.
I did see that in the men's last night, and Harry Griffin actually just kicked the ball off. Didn't want to play with the New South Wales one, so on the attack now.
Regal going across, trying to link up through passing, but pass still a little bit late. Touch made as the pass was thrown. So Adams restarts for Queensland on touch 1. Kelleher again, decent contact from both teams. Looking to stamp their authority. We see it again. As Adams Slides across field. Queensland just rolling over the halfway line now. As Trenery tries to direct traffic. Picks up and goes from half. Almost slicing through. Touch made. They were still getting themselves set there in the back end of the set. There wasn't too many options for Trenery. She almost just took it herself and got through the defensive line of New South Wales.
Yeah, came off the left foot late, and I thought she might have been through. But great touch, Kara Zemensky. I think that was Zemensky. I don't know if I can say that. I might leave that to you. But really good defence there from New South Wales.
Pick up and go again, just sliding across the field at the moment. Neither side really able to grab the ascendancy so far. They both had a couple of little opportunities. This might be the biggest opportunity yet to come. New South Wales with a full set of 6 attacking Queensland. Really good field position. South Wales will take the opportunity to make some changes as well. Rebecca Beath comes off the left, links it back into the middle of the field. Amy Regal who plays it. They sweep around the back, looping ball over the top. And getting over there and cover defence. Hayley Seymour making the touch. Coming towards the back end of the count now for New South Wales. Last touch it is. They sweep around. Beath comes off the right foot. Ooh, not a bad option. A little bit of space out here on the left-hand side, but the final pass just doesn't hit the target.
Looks like that's the plan for New South Wales. They've gone to a couple of sweepers already in this game and creating a few chances. Just didn't quite get the execution right on that one, but definitely creating some space. Oh, we've got another error.
Yeah, as they were trying to make some changes, the ball, as she was throwing it, I think realised there wasn't anybody out there. The ball hits the deck, back-to-back sets here for New South Wales. Searching for opening points in the women's 27s decider.
Leah Percy with the ball now. Oh, sorry. I believe she might have been half there.
Percy
sets up the try instead.
Yeah, sends it back inside. New South Wales get the opening points. Try scored there by Nicole Absalom. New South Wales after the weight of possession down that end of the field. Queensland defence just couldn't hold up straight through the middle.
There's the experience of Leah Percy. Just picks up the ball, takes it short side and comes off the left foot with a little short ball. New South Wales, great attack there. And like I said, they're causing trouble off the sweeper.
Turn it back infield now, Queensland. Kelleher offloads. Switching in, coming in towards the back end of the set. Kelleher picks up, gets into the in-goal area, looking for support. Nice outbolt. No, it's been dropped. Yeah, hands slammed on the ground. Murphy Evans. Hands gone there for Queensland. Good job, Sarah Kelleher. Dangerous from acting half.
Definitely not happy about that one, but I mean, she got through from half pretty comfortably. And no doubt they'll go back to that play once again later in this match.
New South Wales on last touch now, done. Fires one over to the right-hand side, no space. Ellis takes the last touch, turns possession back to Queensland. So look to put the ball through the hands, second touch. On third now, having to go back towards the mark. Trying to get over the halfway line, they do that now. One touch to come here for Queensland. Finish it off in the corner. A little late switch there from Marley Phillips. New South Wales will be pretty happy with that defensive set. They're going to restart not too deep down their own end of the field. Regal offloads. A little bit of space out here on the right-hand side. They're going to capitalise as well as they streaking away. Little dummy back on the infield. And the touch made there by Natasha Adams.
Great scramble defence. Natasha Adams there. I thought they were in for all money, but game on the line, decider. You got to chase those ones, and that she did.
Try scorer Nicole Absalom down that right-hand side for the Blues. They go away from that side of the field, this time into the in-goal area with Beath. Looking for support, looking, still looking, now finds it. And New South Wales have got their second. Kimberly Grant scoring the try for the Blues. And it really all came down off that little run down the sideline, and Queensland just couldn't recover.
Had all the time in the world. It's like she's pressed pause. She's just searching, and great work off the ball. New South Wales out to a 2-try lead.
Queensland searching for their first points to try and get themselves into the game. Just that little bit of a juggle there from Kelleher. Comes back to the 7 and plays it. Johnson sends it back into the midfield, receives the ball back, and 6 touch, they'll turn it over to New South Wales. In control at the moment. Insider of the winners 27. A bit flat-footed this time around as Queensland try to come up and put some defensive pressure on. Regal just comes away from their substitution box. Big dummy as well. Got the space and off the fingertips there of Alexandra Chung.
A couple of times now Regal has looked to slice through the defence, and luckily once again for Queensland, ball goes to ground.
This inside ball picked up good meters. Brianna Eels now rolling forward, running nicely. Queensland trying to get on the outside is made. Phillips back to Trenery. So go out to Eels, who plays it shy of the 7-metre line. Eels linked up nicely. Beautiful connection there for Queensland. They get their first points on the board, and it was a lovely setup try for them.
Yeah, and those two have played plenty of touch together, both hailing from the Brisbane club of Cobras. And we just see a little punish play. They fake that, go the ninja, and Brianna Isles straight through to get Queensland back into this one.
Set up nicely there by Jenna Rousseau. New South Wales with a bit of collision off the ball. A sweep from Beath, jinking, dancing, picks up the penalty. It's good experience. Queensland players not holding their line, retrieving to get back onside. Eels, my mistake. Beath. Oh, picks up the penalty, does one even better on the next set, picks up the try after setting up the last one as well. She's having a heavy hand now.
Yeah, that looked good from Beath. Obviously, like you said, the smart work of drawing the penalty and then just isolates one defender, gets underneath. He started this game really well, Beath.
The Mudgeon pushes back out to 2-3-1 on the scoreboard in favour of New South Wales. They took the series to a decider, winning game 2. As Kelleher steps out, Trenery dances, gets into the in-goal area, gets away from New South Wales defence, links it out the back. Kelleher didn't hold on to it, but had a bit of work to do to try and get it to the line. A little bit deep away from the try line, and after the juggle just cost her probably an extra couple of seconds as well.
Yeah, had a few too many options, I think, there. Didn't know which one to hit, and Ainsley Hughes comes up with a great touch to save that one.
Inside ball. They roll forward nicely, coming into the last touch. Looping ball over the top. Touch has been made. Queensland will restart on the 7-metre line.
New South Wales pretty impressive so far. I mean, they're doing everything right. Their rucking's good. They're getting through their sets. They're making sure they leave the ball down the other end and making Queensland work really hard for this one. Natasha Adams with the ball.
Taking away Adams, picking up just off the fingertip there of Carly Seymour.
Also after 12 p.m, so if you're feeling like getting a little bit refreshed with some beverages, the bar is open also.
Coming from New South Wales on touch one. Changes come onto the field. Over the halfway line they go. Percy. Still inside ball. Into acting half. They switch in now. Semensky plays it. Take off. Semensky can't reel that one back in.
Might have had some options if the ball had have gone to hands with the late switch.
Adams heads over to the interchange box. Changes for Queensland. So roll forward. Murphy Evans in the midfield.
Good
Looping
ball.
all over the top. A little bit of a one-on-one battle. Bit of space out there on the left-hand side. Come back into the midfield.
Oh,
Nice
that's
little
good.
bump play here for Queensland. They continue to put it through the hands. Back it over the top from Sen. Trenery comes off the right foot. In. They put it through the hands. They snuff it out. Great play. Both teams there. Really exciting ball in hand from Queensland and New South Wales. Just desperation defence.
Probably the two quickest girls on the field, trying to run around each other on that one. And like you said, great play from both sides, defensively and in attack.
Over the halfway line. Little show and go, picks up good meters. They're on the run here. Players offside. Play on is the call, and they're going to streak over and score. Well, New South Wales taking full advantage. Queensland players on the back foot, retrieving. Forward play on, and full advantage, New South Wales. Let's have a look at the replay. You can see Queensland here just on the back foot. No touch made. And rolling over there, Rebecca Karcher for New South Wales. Handy little margin now, up by 3.
Yeah, and I believe either it was this margin in game 2 that Queensland had to fight back from and didn't quite pull them in, but they can't probably let New South Wales get too far away from them. That's a good ball, maybe just forward.
And we're going to pull this one back towards the space that they're available for Queensland. Forward pass out of the hands there of Marley Phillips. It's worth a crack. New South Wales struggling to get forward. Changes come on.
Don't quite have, yeah, like you said, don't quite have the players on the field at the moment. Queensland need to push up.
Percy offloads from half. A bit of a dummy on 5th touch. Beats skipping across, shows it in one hand. They'll finish it off, at least on their side of the field, but it's over the 10-metre line. Queensland now putting it through the hands on touch 1. And McCormick shows it. It's up another couple of metres.
Probably another one with so much experience, Belinda McCormick. And it's players like that that are going to have to step up to get themselves back in this game.
Last touch now for Queensland. Adams comes off the left foot straight into 2 New South Wales defenders. Percy through the hands. Picks up the metres on 1. Let's see if they're a little bit more clean this set around. Percy, I was going to say, having to go back to the mark, but just end up playing it in the same spot anyway. They come now more towards the midfield. Nice scoop and go from half. Oh, Queensland player down into the in-goal area they go. They were good when they got in there last time around. They can't get away from the Queensland defence. And it is the number 10, Nicole Absalom again. She's having a really impressive first half. Scored tries, set them up herself. Queensland will get marched upfield for New South Wales not returning the ball, and it's just a trip over. I think she might have tripped over herself there, created the advantage for New South Wales, and they almost took what was on offer.
Yeah, that's might be
one of them had to be forward. If the first one wasn't, the second one was.
I think that's the things that are going wrong for Queensland at the moment, and probably why New South Wales are up on this game. New South Wales are happy to just truck it upfield, and Queensland trying to get themselves out of trouble by passing. So I'd like to see them defend this one, and then second half get better at that. Just complete sets, get in the grind with them.
Kimberly Grant sends it from half. Get herself into the acting half position again. No, receives the ball back from Percy. Percy goes to the open side. Beat. Happy just to hold things up. A bit of space out here. Queensland, they hold. Then New South Wales back towards the midfield. Percy plays it now on last. Queensland players out of position. Beat again into the in-goal area. Threads it right at the death. But it will come back for a touch and pass penalty.
And Queensland here with one more set Can they go coast to coast and pull one back just before half time? Is enough time if they're good enough.
Kelleher, who's looked dangerous for Queensland. Can they get down the other end? Prennery picks up good meters. Another player that's been involved heavily. Kelleher now coming into the last touch. McCormick picks up. All the numbers are there. Oh, lovely switching right in the dial. The referees will pull that one up as a conclusion to the first half, but it's New South Wales in control of this. They've got one hand on the trophy, and as you mentioned, Queensland won the first game of the series, and often that proved to be quite pivotal in terms of the overall series winner, but the momentum's all with New South Wales. They had a tough win, but it was a win at that in Game 2, and they've continued that momentum on in Game 3.
Yeah, they've obviously been very good at changing the game plan and making sure that they do the right things. And so far, they've done that most of the time. They've gone 7-7. They've gone coast to coast, and they're getting really good opportunities off the back. So Queensland are going to have to look at that and fix that one up.
Well, it's going to take a massive effort for Queensland to take this series or take a quick break. New South Wales in control of Game 3, the decider in the Women's 27's current halftime score. New South Wales 4 over Queensland 1.
Paul, Cronulla Sharks, how did you get involved with touch football?
Yeah, look, I've got to say my son. I did play touch when I was a teenager a little bit, but at no level. I've never been to a state cup, but my son Cody and Pax Kane are very good friends. We go to school together, and Joel's the coach of the under-10, so we took him down, and thankfully he made Joel's team, and yeah, they've been having a great time. They're undefeated so far, playing really, really well, and the way this whole event is run is outstanding. Very impressive. How professional it is, how on time it is, and how it just keeps rolling on. It's very good. It's my first experience at a state cup, and I'm very impressed with it.
Brad Fittler has always spoke highly of the partnership between touch football and the NRL. You would have played with some of our touchies like Kaylin and Benji and Ryan Pappenhausen. Do you see the pathway working?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I did play some All-Stars games with Benji. Wasn't lucky enough to play with guys like Callum Pong and that. They're a little bit way younger than me actually, but did play against them. But yeah, there's no doubt that the skill level and what they get out of touch football definitely translates to the NRL field without a doubt. And probably not for guys like me in the position I played, but certainly in the outside backs and fullbacks and in the halves, the guys who sort of pick up the skill base here certainly reflects on the field in the NRL, and obviously gives them a lot of confidence, a lot of fleet-footedness, great steps as we've seen on Ponga and Benji over the years, and yeah, without doubt I can see the pathway going forward.
I'll put you on the spot. We asked Brad Fittler last week if he was going to come to State Cup because Joel Kane's playing, and Cliffy Lyons, Scott Prince, Nathan Feen. Could we maybe see you join in the Cronulla Sharks?
Without a doubt, I'd love to. I actually had a game the other night. Joel told me that his team was short. Joel didn't play, but I actually turned up and had a game and got a couple of tries. It was with the marker though, so it was a whole lot slower, but I did say to one of the boys this week I wouldn't mind getting involved in a real touch team, and maybe one day going to the State Cup. It would be pretty cool, something I've never done, and yeah, look forward to it one day.
Both teams have made their way back out for the second half of the deciding match in the Women's 27 State of Origin Series. It's all in front of Queensland. If they can get themselves back into the game, they're down by 3 tries at the moment. New South Wales one hand on the trophy, Jordan. Got to take a big task for Queensland to try and get themselves in the game.
Massive task for Queensland, but we spoke about it at the start. The players that they have in their lineup, they're good enough. And Trenery here.
Great start. Perfect start. That would have been exactly what Queensland, out of their coach's box, Jeff Hooper, would have been saying. They can get themselves into the game if they start strong. And that's exactly what they've done. Trenery is getting on the outside of her defender, gets it down.
And for me, Trenery's one that's looked pretty dangerous in this game already. Fresh off a Women's Open NTL and still playing a Premier grade at a Metro Cup in Brisbane. So definitely one player to look out for, and I think if they can, they need to find her more often than not. But New South Wales back on the attack here.
Percy has ball in hand, fires it. They're in the 7. Sweeping around the back. Again on the outside shoulder. Players onside. They're looking for the offside penalty. It's Absalom into half. Beat. Up is made. Russell making that one for Queensland. Gets the ball back and rolls forward on touch 1.
So perfect start. They score one and they stop one, and this is a really good start to the set through Natasha Adams.
Who's having to come back to the mark. She'll take a breather now after scoring first try in the second half for Queensland.
Kelly Jones at half now, another one of those dangers. Just have one go around the back late and stepped into numbers, but they can get that right, Queensland. She'll create options for them.
Solid contact from Sarah Kelleher. Too much is the call. New South Wales 3 players heading over for a breather. They'll play down this right-hand side of the field until those changes come on. They get there now. Larry Moore in the number 14. He came on for New South Wales. Got ball in hand now, sends it back into the midfield. Moore in the half, goes from the deck. Trying to skip on the outside there. Madison Dunn is made. McCormick makes a touch there for the Queenslanders. And shift defence straight into attack. Ooh, almost looking for a little wraparound play. Held the ball at the last minute. Murphy Evans rolls forward for Queensland. Send. They look to go down the short side. Nice work. They puts it down on the deck, but that is the 6th touch for Queensland. South Wales now rolling over the halfway line, putting the ball through the hands. Yeah, sends it back into the midfield. Playing nice and direct through the middle with Hughes. Back to Hughes now, who plays it. Percy back out onto the field for New South Wales. Gets herself into a position. Offloads. Into half. Shows it, gets into the in-goal area. Looking for the support. And just can't connect. Running out of room in the end. Forced into the corner.
Does feel like they've got way too much time in goals though. New South Wales, that's strong contact.
Play on. Both ladies just rocketing out of that contact. No worries.
Here's the danger player for me. Courtney Trenery out of half. They're going to go again.
They're looking to set up for her now. Giles plays it. Trenery goes away. Holds on to the ball herself. Good touch made. It was Absalom again. Having a hand in everything for New South Wales.
Probably, I think Courtney Trenery had the chance to maybe come back open side with a little short ball, but they're going to get an option here. They got numbers on the left if they use it.
That's interesting. It is 6 to go, but it was Amy Regal, I think it was. It did look like she was in an offside position then when she made contact with the ball. I might have just sort of said it was like an accidental kind of offside. Might have warranted a penalty at minimum as Regal makes the touch this time around, trying to slip in between Marley Phillips. Queensland pick up the penalty. Offside plays is the call. Interesting to see which players were offside from New South Wales. Phillips will tap and restart. Full set of 6 here for Queensland. So they go back-to-back tries to open up the second half, and that'll just really open things up. They'll be right back in the match, no question.
Phillips has an option there to dive. I think if she can get underneath that, it might create some problems. Trenery now going to the same play.
They come back in field. Trenery again. Early ball. Running straight into New South Wales defence. Nothing for them on the short side. Having a hand in everything. Courtney Trenery. Can't connect up on their last touch. Gives the ball back to New South Wales. Beath rolls forward on one. Direct rucking from New South Wales as Changes come back out onto the field. Over the halfway line they go. They come back in towards the middle of the field. Absolutely into half. We look to set up and have another half run. No, losing the touch count there. That was 6. Queensland restart on the 7-metre line. Miles will play it on 1. Meters on 2. They put it through the hands now. Changes on. Good running from Johnston. Adams, hiding behind one of her players. Probably did the right thing there, putting the brakes on. Late switch to Kelleher.
Maybe another late switch was on.
Still play on here for Queensland as the ball finally hits the deck.
Yeah, I think if Natasha Adams runs that, it might be a changeover earlier, but New South Wales straight onto the ball.
And he's switching from New South Wales. Percy holds it up. He's trying to get their shape sorted. Come back in towards the midfield now. Last touch for the Blues. Bit of space out there on the left-hand side of the field and having a dive in the line. Natasha Adams coming across and cover. And making the touch on Coucher. They get the penalty as well, Queensland.
Good release on that one. They're going to make some meters. Got a chance to do it again. Numbers down the sideline.
Ooh, tough to play the ball. It's a hard one when you get away from the defender and then you get the touch in the back. You don't really know where that defender is, but as a defender yourself, when they're on the way down to playing the ball, it's pretty hard. Even minimal contact can see them hit the deck.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10 you do. And with a lot of the ones that have been called so far, you have to pull those ones up. So Queensland get a great opportunity. Marley Phillips now on the sweep.
Phillips gets it. They look short of the line. New South Wales will just get back there in time. Zaremski, one of the captains for New South Wales. Trenery can't dance around, puts it through the hands. Still play on for the moment. They're running out of space. They come back towards the midfield now. Ball just dipping away there in front of Rousel. It's a pretty tight little contest unfolding after Queensland came out, all guns blazing, drawing off the tap off. Neither team, a little bit of a netball pass on the spin. Regal. And just keep going forward. Last touch now for them. Beath picks it up, can't get away. Really able to grab the stranglehold of the game over the last few sets. Queensland again transitioning out of their end of the field. Only got the 4 players on at the moment, still making changes with McCormick. Playing the ball now.
Is an exciting part of the game though, Scotty. For next to score, it probably goes a long way in this game. Obviously, if New South Wales gets one, takes it out to 3, and Queensland want to close that gap and make it 1. So, working really hard here, both teams.
The game on a knife edge at the moment. That's a really important point that you make, Jordan. The next to score might prove to be a really pivotal moment in the game as we see Madison Dunn just overstepping The ball there, causing a mistake. As Adams comes off the left and right. McCormick forward. And takes another hit up, looking to squeeze down the sideline.
I did speak to Adam's husband earlier, Penny, who's playing in the 30s. He said, make sure you mention she's got better feet than me. So he showed it right there. Marley Phillips now picks up.
Numbers out here for Queensland.
Good
Beautiful
ball.
left to right. Beautiful ball. And they're going to point to the spot. So Queensland do go back to back. We just touched on it before. The next one, the score might prove to be really pivotal in this match. And it is Queensland. They're the ones to do it. And it just gets them back to within one.
Gets them to within one, like you said. And they've done it in game 2. They came down from 4-1 down. And they're trying to do it again here. And with 10 to play, well and truly, we have a game in the decider.
4-3 on the scoreboard. New South Wales hanging on to a lead. And they'd mentioned Queensland coming back at New South Wales. As we see Regal trying to get on the outside. Brianna Isles. That's made the 4th touch. One come here for New South Wales. Is it a similar story here in game 3? New South Wales managed to hold on in game 2. Queensland rewrite the script. Take the series. Regal off the left. Big touch. Defending the line.
Couple of really big touches from Brianna Isles in that one. And Queensland, I like this, going straight back through the middle. 9 times out. Oh, Courtney Trenery.
Off the footwork, having a dive, outstretched there. Cynthia Smith.
That could have been danger time. Oh, big hit. Get themselves a penalty now as well. They're going to have great field position to get one back.
Trenery offload to McCormick. Sarah Kelleher whipping in. Johnson in the half. Early ball. McCormick comes off the left. Runs out of room. Steadies the ship. Johnston dishes again to Trenery. Kelleher out on the left-hand side of the field. They look to go short side. Trenery comes off the left and is just out in front. They're going to pick up a penalty though, as a minimum. On a full set for Queensland. The pressure on New South Wales, it continues.
Going to send Natasha Adams and Marley Phillips out there. Marley Phillips setting up that last try.
McCormick, ball in hand. Kelleher comes in field. Retrieving other New South Wales defenders. Adams comes off the left foot and the touch is made.
Offside.
They're going to point to the spot. Yeah, players must have been offside. It's Rebecca Kutcher in the 12 for New South Wales. We'll have a look at the replay and have a look at that. Easy as you like. We are locked up at 4 tries apiece. Can you believe it?
It's Queensland done an awesome job to get back in. Just never makes the line. And Natasha Adams, the experience we spoke about earlier, just comes off the left foot, goes straight through, and gets her side back into this game. 4-all, just under 7 to play.
There's still plenty of time in this game for both teams. Queensland, can they continue on with the momentum? New South Wales, they need to get points just to put some pressure back on towards Queensland. And beat, sweet, they got numbers. Oh, off the fingertips, they're going to get another set of 6 as a minimum.
I think that was important, Scotty. I think if she misses that, that might be try time.
Becca Beast, instrumental in the first half for New South Wales. Gets early ball, tries to dive in underneath. He's out there. He's Cole Absalom, the number 10, who's in the acting half position. For these two to continue to strike up.
No.
Oh, just slipping out of the fingertips. Turning the ball over. Little moments like that in an Origin game, it can prove to be quite costly. Queensland good meters this field.
This second half from Queensland has been awesome. They're on the ball fast every time New South Wales turn it over. And Brianna Isles out of half now. Off the right foot.
Good footwork, good switch. Send. They just can't get there. The 2 number ones coming together, Phillips and Smith. Meters Goes down the sideline here for New South Wales. It's still hanging on, the Blues. Well in this match. After setting it up nicely with a really strong first half, but it's been all Queensland in the second. This is nice roll into the line. They're on the back foot. They got the numbers and they're going to plan it down. Great response from New South Wales. They get their first try in the second half, and they needed that one desperately.
Needed that one. This is a great touch football try. You just see them rucking up the field, a little inside ball from Kara. I won't attempt that last name again, and that's what sets the set up and goes straight through. New South Wales 5-4.
Emily Grant, the try scorer for the Blues. Gets them back up. Under 5 to go now. Women's 27's decider, McCormick. Oh, it's all there for it. Just shows and goes. But it wasn't even like the dummy really fooled them. There was just defenders there caught it flat-footed, and she just goes straight in between both of them.
Acres of pace. I believe, we'll look at the replay. I believe it's an ML play. And Bindi just absolutely hits it at pace. Attacks the short side, straightens up, and like you said, just sliced straight through the middle of them. And tries galore of late. What can New South Wales come up with here through Percy?
What a contest this is starting to unfold in front of us here. A real tight tussle between these two traditional rivals. Big touch from Tasha Adams on Rebecca Karcher.
Mellon like a drop off, Scotty. Decider drop off. You can't get better.
That would be the absolute ultimate. It's shaped up that way at the moment. Both teams can't be separated on the scoreboard. Now to the left-hand side they come. Seymour plays it. Get herself into acting half as Adams goes across field. Isles. Nice straight run. Going to send links up. Greenery stiffing to get into acting half. Does so. Links up with Brianna Isles.
Great
That's a
touch.
massive touch. Amy Regal yet again.
I've been really impressed with Regal. He's come up with some great plays both in attack and defence, and right there has saved her side from going down one for the first time in the match.
So skip away, heading towards the halfway line now. Starting to get towards the back end of the count. Speed. Plays it. Looping ball, bit of space out here on the left hand side. Good turn of foot as well, Madison Dunn. Will get penalised potentially for not returning the ball to the mark. You see it down there on the try line. Advances Queensland up a little bit further.
I believe if that's anyone other than Courtney Trenery defending that, that might be a try. Trenery known for her pace, so again, two massive touches from both teams. Queensland on the attack now. Just over 2 minutes to play.
This could be a big set here for Queensland. They can get points on this raid. With the fifth touch though, they're not quite set. We're going to finish it off in the corner. It's a little bit of a juggle off the fingertips there of Nikki Fields. So on the flip side now, massive set for New South Wales, but they've got a massive task ahead of themselves on Queensland's side of the field, and they've got to get all the way down the other end.
With no subs on. They've got 4 on this side, but they're doing a great job so far.
Nice and direct through the middle. We really haven't seen that too often, and a penalty here for New South Wales, and it came off that direct rucking on touches 2 and 3 in particular. Great old school footy straight through the middle. Picked them up a penalty. Pressure here for Queensland. Under a minute and a half left to go.
And they get the girls with experience on. Percy now. Beath has had a great game so far. Has been in pretty much everything.
Hughes dishes. They sweep around the back. Yeah, off the left foot. They're pointing. Touch made. Kagere goes back to the 7. Ball in hand. Come back in. Hughes plays it. Beath sweeps. Loops. One over the top. A little bit of a collision between Queensland and New South Wales player. The referee will just take a quick second. It's Leah Percy who will go out the back. Ollie Phillips gets to her feet from Queensland. Part of the collision as well. You can see Leah seems to be okay. He heads back over towards the sideline. 30 seconds now left on the clock. Queensland have to go the full distance. They try and get a little bit direct themselves this time as changes come onto the field. Crenery's making her way on. Adam gets away from one, puts it down. They pick up. There's players on the back foot here. There's a little bit of space. Sen tries to get it out. Just can't hang on to it.
Couple of touches here for New South Wales.
There's a collision off the ball as well. And Rebecca Oliver comes to check. The Hooter goes in the background. Scores are locked up at 5 tries apiece. And the women's 27 decider is going to extra time.
Drop off. We spoke about it. And this is as good as it gets. Decider in a drop off. I can't recall who had the tap. But I believe it might have been Queensland will receive the tap in the first half, one of the drop-off.
Yeah, which is quite important, isn't it, really, when you're starting at the halfway line, you get down, you're pretty much in an attacking position straight away, and if you can score off your first set, that really puts the pressure and momentum in your favour.
Yeah, it's massive for those watching at home who've never experienced a drop-off. We'll have 2 minutes of extra time where teams will play 4-on-4. If the scores are still level, we will drop one extra player and it's the next two scores win. So the tap is so important, as generally you only get about 3 sets in. So if Queensland receive the tap here, they'll have the first advantage. And we'll see who both teams send out. For me, Crenery and Adams have to be on. I think they've been the two best for Queensland, and Percy and probably Beef have been the two really standouts for New South Wales. Regal obviously with a big game as well, but
they could see Coach Jeff Hooper. He's on the field. He's looking to play the extra time.
They're sending
himself.
5 on, but
yeah, so he's just having a chat with his final 4. So it goes straight to 4-on-4. As Jordan mentioned, a 2-minute period here. Queensland are the ones that will have the tap.
I don't mind this from Queensland. You do have Crenery and Phillips on, and I'm assuming when it comes to defence, they might try to put Adams on at some point. So
we go early. Oliver looking at with Courtney Crenery. Now still out there for Queensland as well. Ball in hand. They come out. Phillips plays it. Short side. Back into the middle. Bit of space out there if they can put it through the hands. Oliver links it out to Courtney. He holds it. Brings it back out. Steps back in field. Looping ball over the top. Beautiful ball over the top. The advantage is with Queensland. They score in the first set there in extra time. Marley Phillips getting the job done. Pressure on New South Wales. They've got to get down and they've got to score off this restart.
And the experience of New South Wales, you see them just sprint to the line and get to halfway, because, like I said, you generally only get about 3 sets, so they're going to try and take as much time or get there as quick as they can.
Beef plays it. Dorensky sweeping around the back. Gets on the outside. Touch made.
All clear? No.
Ooh,
yeah, we're going to say touch. I didn't.
Yeah, for a second there, it looked like they might have been pointing to the spot. Absalom again. Whisker away from levelling it up. Beef, Absalom on the sweep. Gets it. Takes him on again. Doesn't get on the outside this time around. Queensland. This becomes a little bit of clock management. They've still got a minute of extra time left. They've still got to play football here and try to get it down the other end as much as possible, because if they turn the ball back over to New South Wales in good field position, they might have one more crack.
Yeah, Natasha Adams doing just that. 2 rucks, gone about 25 metres. And you have to make sure you get down the other end. If you can score again here, it's game over. So, obviously, you play out the 2 minutes, but you get a big chance. There it is.
Siren goes, and Queensland ecstatic. Screaming onto the field. Unbelievable performance. Down 4-1 at half-time. They score 3 on the trot to level it up. They get themselves in front. New South Wales come back. Goes to extra time. What a game.
Massive game from Queensland. Obviously, commiserations to New South Wales. I thought they did an excellent job to lead where they were, but Queensland did all that hard work and got rewarded in a drop-off from it. That was an excellent game to be a part of.
Queensland win the series. They win game 1 and 3. Commiserations to New South Wales for absolutely everything they could out there to clinch the series. It took extra time to separate the two teams, but it's Queensland who are victorious. Congratulations to them. The next match, which will be coming your way, another decider, men's 20s this time around. New South Wales winning game 1, Queensland game 2, all on the line. We'll take a quick break and be back with the decider in the men's 20s.
If you suffer from muscular aches and pains, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. Try Physiocrem. Physiocrem contains menthol and naturally derived active ingredients: arnica, hypericum, calendula, melaleuca. Use Physiocrem for the temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Physiocrem is available at your local pharmacy, Coles and Woolworths. Use Physiocrem.
Two minutes, players and referees. 2 minutes, please make your way onto the field.
Game 3 of the men's 20s, not too long from getting underway, and it is a decider. New South Wales taking game one 10-7. Queensland fighting back this morning and winning 7-5. There's been a couple of tries in between and the margins. Doesn't really reflect how close the battle has been, Jordan, in the men's 20s division. It's been highly entertaining footy from these two teams.
Yeah, it's been excellent from both sides. They've both shown that they can score tries, and game two a little bit different. Probably both showed that they can defend a little bit better as well. So game three decider, New South Wales with the tap.
So both teams make their way out onto the field. And what will unfold here in the decider? We're just coming off extra time in the women's 27s. We get something similar here in the men's 20s.
I believe we could, and I'm predicting a high-scoring game. Couple of players to look out for that have been good so far in the series. Lennon for New South Wales, Moffat, Eagleton's been great. And then on Queensland side, Alex Condon, Zane Cox and Jardel Bob probably dominant in game two.
So Moffat looking for the penalty, doesn't get it. There's Lennon, sends that left to right. He's got an absolute ripping left to right. We saw him really stamping his claim in game two earlier on this morning. He got New South Wales back into the match. There's Ardita. Takes the touch. In contact on one. Queensland. Their substitution box on the far side of the field. Cox plays it, hits the deck. And it sees a little mistake in the play the ball. Gives New South Wales the football back right on the halfway line.
There was a big flip from game one to game two. Game one, New South Wales dominated the midfield, and Queensland game two dominated the midfield. So I think that's where it's won in this one.
Catalano, ball in one hand. Edwards trying to get on the outside. Queensland now putting the ball through the hands. Edwards and Matters linking up. Bob down the side. Condon flows on nicely. Skipper for Queensland. There's Rolfe. Nice pick up from Charlton. Depth props. Ripped a beautiful ball.
Oh,
Matters
wow.
taps it in the air. There was hands on him as he did it. Super impressive though. Athleticism there from Caleb Matters. New South Wales. Catalano feeds it.
And I believe we will see Caleb's father, Cut Royalty and Craig Matters, take the field in a decider later on as well. So coming from great pedigree, Caleb Matters.
New South Wales Lennon, they're trying to flick it out the back. Ooh, they will get 6 to go here. I think might be the call, unless there is a penalty. It is 6 to go. Squeeze through. They are arguing the point there, Jaden Beecher. I must say, from here, it looked like it came off his body without hands getting touched there. But Jordan Randall controlling things in the midfield. Lennon trying to squeeze in underneath. Charlton makes the touch. Zach Hunter. Ball in hand now. No half in place for New South Wales. He touches up their sleeve. Hunter dances. Lennon gets it. Sends it left to right. Again, Matters makes the touch. One to come here for New South Wales. Back in towards the middle of the field. They put it through the hands. Ardita, nice left foot step. This is the last now. They might not have known that they still had one to come.
I don't think Queensland knew either. Alex Condon was starting to run off the field, as their subset seems to be that the close box side link actually runs straight off.
Beautiful early ball out to Matters. Gets them on the front foot here, Queensland. Charlton follows up Soup. Castle away from one. Eventually make the touch. Ward rolls forward. Look out the back and just bouncing there in front of Caleb Matters.
Another one with a strong series so far, Guy Carlton.
Oh, no one in front here.
Yeah.
Matters just taking the opportunity there to get a substitution. Good awareness from New South Wales. Just a couple of metres. Nervous moment there for Queensland.
Or
back
forward
in.
pass, I think. Yeah, Zach Jenrick picks up on that one. And Queensland going to have a great opportunity to attack here.
Edwards comes down the right-hand side of the field.
And as Paddy Crowe and Gardell Bob come onto the field, Cox on the sweep.
Crowe holds it. Edwards having a dive at the line. Come back out to the 7-metre line. Edwards taking his time. Plays it now. There's Crowe. Almost setting one up on the previous play for Queensland. Cox into half. Loops it over the top. Just gets away. Peter was there to make the touch if it was caught.
And just gets out so comfortably as well. Ardita just foot speed for days. We've already spoken about it through this series. He's probably one of the quickest people at this tournament.
Nice swish, great. Play the ball there from Catalano. It's the way behind the back there of Edwards. Queensland back in possession. Crowe going forward, penalty to Queensland. New South Wales offside. The referee's setting the tone for this one. Two players trying to get up and put pressure on.
They'll find Mbechi, who finds Condon.
Early ball just off the fingertips. Connor Rolfe. Penalty here to Queensland. By Charlton.
I believe that's for a forward pass from the half. And Queensland with a great opportunity. Condon and Beachy working together.
Looking it back. Catch is made. Lennon over there to answer the call. Rolfe plays it. Condon diving in, trying to take advantage of offside players and actually lost the ball. That's the call. Overall half chance if he's able to hold on to possession there. The ball gets down before the touch is made. Try time for Queensland. No points on the board at the moment in the men's 20s decider.
This is a good set here from New South Wales. Rolling onto the field.
Oh, and almost, yeah, I think it was play on to that point. Yep. Queensland player called offside. Referees determining that New South Wales took their advantage by playing through that situation. They give a penalty away now to Queensland. A little bit of a collision in the ruck.
A real grind in this game at the moment. Both teams still scoreless.
As Castles comes out to the right-hand side of the field. Ward plays it. Edwards holds the ball in one hand. Casual as you like. Prendergast plays it. Edwards now turns on the gas. Skippers in Ward.
Probably could have stayed out on that one. I think Seamus Edwards had his middle beat and probably had a chance to get in goals. The switch brought the New South Wales defence back into play and they win themselves a penalty here. And with Moffat coming onto the field with Lennon, are going to have a great opportunity to go 1-0 up here.
Hand through out to William Hickey. And a boot in the play the ball. There's another penalty go towards New South Wales. Nebel into half. Moffat, Lennon. Nebel sweeps. Try to get through the middle. That's a tough line. Trying to dive in between two middle defenders. Nebel again, dancing. Pat backwards. Moffat gives him the early ball. Looping around the corner as he was losing his footing. Prendergast, he didn't get that one. No, picked up on the referees. So I think they might have called ball down. It definitely looked like there wasn't any contact. He was reaching for it, and just couldn't quite get there.
Had a couple of swipes at him, didn't he? Prendergast just with a little error there. Normally very safe. one positive for Queensland with Prendergast, I believe he will be a part of the next series as well, still in school. So very young himself, but definitely up to this level. Fortunate enough to play with him at the recent NTL. Prendergast, so one of those upcoming players. But New South Wales with Catalano Jr. now.
Couldn't reel that one in. Hemi Nebel. Up punt. Oh, Catalano. Good contact. Really experienced players, Australian youth representative.
And I believe also was just in the Australian squad, the last Oz Open. I believe I saw him running around maybe with the mixed. I could be wrong, but definitely one of those players to watch out for in the future. And we've got a ball down again. Oh, I think ball down.
Queensland straight back onto it. Edwards back in possession. Cruising up through the field. Offloads to Cox, does a nice little 360.
Little pirouette.
Light footwork. Gets it back here. Cox trying to barrow in underneath.
I think that's down. I think he's calling the middle offside. He does just that, Jordan Randall.
It's all high fives for all the Queenslanders. They finally get opening points. Jeez, it took a while to be able to crack this one as we have a look at the replay. Cox, yeah, short of the line. Definitely got past the first defender. William Eagleton in the number 6. Two sixes going one-on-one. And it is Zane Cox who gets the first points on the board. Queensland up by 1. Men's 20s decider. Lennon tries to slip in underneath.
Great touch from Ryan Ward and Connor Rolfe there.
Moffat sends it over the top of the fingertips there of Kai Adida. Just want to finish and set off on their side of the field. Frost from half. Queensland put it through the hands all the way over to Caleb Matters. It comes back into Connor Rolfe. Matters from half again and off the fingertips there of Ward.
They did all the hard work of shifting it all the way across, and probably we're going to have momentum into that set, but unfortunately for Ryan Ward, I believe this is going to be a forward pass from the half. Yes, and I think they might have been in trouble there, Queensland, if the pass goes back.
So Bob gets Queensland over the halfway line. Crow. Direct set in front from Queensland. Edwards. Pinky. No half in place. Yeah. Realised he went away from his half, end up just holding on to the ball. Will be the next best option.
Oh, got the late
Little
switch.
flick. They've got numbers out here as well. Edwards takes it on, fires it through to Caleb Matters. Well, that is beautiful play from Queensland. How did they get those balls away before the New South Wales defence came over to shut that one down? That is classy footy from the young men.
Jardel Bob off absolutely nothing, just runs in. Little goosey flick pass, as cool as you like. And Paddy Crow, Seamus Edwards, great hands. Put 2-0, Queensland up 2-0.
Any little margin, but we know it's probably not going to be enough. New South Wales back on the run. Nebel come back to the 7-metre line. Catalano plays it. Nebel, they play passive out the back. Lennon tries to scoop. That's not Lennon, my apologies. Finn Watkins in the 13.
Going to get penalised for that as well.
Just lobbing the ball up in the air. Prendergast puts it through the hands. And he takes the first touch. Condon rolls over to the sideline. Cox on. Trying to roll on. Charlton in the half. Clean pick up. Fires it. Cox sums it up. Takes a little deflection. And a dive in the corner as well. And Queensland, they are up and about now. Kai Russell finishes off another classy little bit of footy there from the Queenslanders.
This is a really good start to this match for Queensland. You just see the drive of everyone. Cox flying onto the field, followed by Connor Rolfe, and gives Jai Charlton a chance to pick up at speed and so much time. The perfect start for Queensland. And credit has to probably go to the players, but Chris Loth as well. I think they've fixed up the parts of the game that they weren't so great in game one. And right now, much in control.
Lennon comes back in field, come back out. Zachary Hunter plays it on the 7. Stewart touches up their sleeve. Last one now. Lennon, left to right, good
great.
hands, and New South Wales will get there first. And it comes the way of Hugh Doherty on the right-hand side of the field. But it's that left to right again from Lennon. It's just causing Queensland absolute heartache at the moment.
This is hard to defend if you're Caleb Matters, because I think you see the link jump for that and probably nearly takes that and still flies out to the wing. So great ball from Lennon. And definitely the hit back that New South Wales needed.
Bob takes his time losing his footing. On the previous one, Jardel from half. Condon threads it through beautifully to Seamus Edwards, and all of a sudden, after it took 10 minutes to get the first points on the board, Queensland put on 3, New South Wales score. Queensland, here's another one for you.
And this is exactly what Queensland need to do now. Just as long as they keep going with New South Wales. That's a great ball, Alex Condon. We've mentioned it in the previous games. He has that little pump to him, can fire it from all angles, and Seamus Edwards with a great short hole there.
Penalty with New South Wales, Joe Carlton. A little bit too aggressive in the touch, coming in from the side. Edwards plays it, sweep out the back. Watkins players offside here, looking to take advantage. It just slipped out of his hand. There will be a penalty towards New South Wales. Players offside from New South Wales. Watkins, see just at the bottom of your screen, heading over to the interchange area. Nebel coming on in number 4. He's going to sweep, get early ball. Carlton really having to get on the skates. Queensland, strong contact. Blowing that one down, and Beachy making the touch. Moffat, ball in hand. Edwards in the half. Nebel holds up the play. They pick it up. Nebel coming in, yeah, offside there. And Beachy on the line. And New South Wales still keep themselves in the match, down by 2.
Great work there, New South Wales. Just happy to throw the ball around and then gets Jaden Beachy into a touch. And a play that's come into touch football of late is that delayed sort of punish. He picks up a couple of steps and then releases back to the length. Just holds the middle up, forcing him to be in a bad position to shut. Great play, New South Wales. Fox now on the sweep. Prendergast in half.
Looking for support. There's a bit of contact off the ball as well. Just loops one out. Hoping that it's going to connect up. They'll come for a forward pass, I think is the call. Did end up outside the field of play.
Don't mind the option there, Prendergast. Got rewarded with getting in goals. Obviously didn't execute the play, but used Fox as a decoy on the sweep, and Prendergast sliced through on that one.
Watkins get away from 1, gets away from 2, throws the dummy, goes himself, still going here. Watkins putting it on, loops it over the top. Play on is still the call. The touch has been made. Still Queensland players coming back on defence. They go down the short side and the touch has been made. Jardel Bob. Oh, Queensland. Alarm bells there. What an awesome play from Watkins coming onto the field and showing his speed.
And they've given away a penalty as well. Jardel Bob. Absolute scramble defence and great work from New South Wales and Watkins. But 2-on-1 probably for 3 touches. Jardel Bob, great defence there.
Switches in, Rolf gets himself into half again, looping ball over the top, too much on that one. Sails over the head, Ty Russell. He scored in the corner, that very corner, not too long ago for Queensland. Clock starting to wind down now in the first half. Maroons up by 2 at the moment. 4-2 on the scoreboard. New South Wales come down the sideline. Lennon back onto the field, ball in hand. Into the halfway line they go. Moffat ditches, receive the ball back. Lennon into half, picks it up, throws a beautiful ball again, just dipping out in front of Dylan Bissett.
Probably didn't have the balance there. I think it looked like he might have just been fallen over and still nearly gets it to the winger. So Lennon, obviously the danger man for New South Wales with that left to right pass.
Carlton sees a little bit of space, puts on the right foot as well. This makes the touch. Edwards, Prendergast. Beachy comes into half. A little bit of space, Matters holds it, sends it late. Shuts that down for New South Wales. Flat ball to Lennon. Edwards comes across and takes a breather. Catalano now steadying the ship. Pick up there. Lick it out the back, bat on. Ardita off the left foot. Still ball in hand here for New South Wales. Hooter goes in the background, flick around the back. Ardita sends it midfield. Oh, that was half a chance.
The boys throwing the footy around, making it exciting for us. The Queensland lead, half time, 4 tries to 2.
Both teams heading over for a well-deserved breather. All Queensland, they came out of the gates with a strong start in the first half. New South Wales done a good job to find themselves back into the match. Down by 2 in the half-time break. We'll take a quick break ourselves and be back with the second half of the decider in the men's 20s.
Scores from around the fields in the live games. The senior mix on field 2 is locked at 3-all. Here on the stadium, it's Queensland 4, New South Wales 2 in the men's 20s, and in the women's 40s, New South Wales 3, Queensland 0. Just a reminder for those divisions that are completed, the women's 27s, the men's and women's 35s, the men's and women's 50s, 55s and 60s, and the mixed seniors. The presentation will take place on the field following these games. You can please make your way at full time to the stadium for the commencement of the first lot of presentations. Players and referees, 1 minute. Please make your way onto the field.
Both teams making their way back out onto the field for the second half, all to play for. 20 minutes left of football to go to see who's going to be crowned the men's 20s champions in the State of Origin series this year. Queensland had the 2-try advantage going into the second half. New South Wales is going to take a big effort for them, but they did a good job in the first there, Jordan, to work their way back into the match.
Definitely got themselves back into the match, and it came from the midfield for them. They cut out the little errors and then got back in, but Queensland on the attack right now. They go out the back.
Getting hands on the ball.
I would like to see them again in New South Wales to clean that midfield up, get rid of the discipline and the little errors. And I think Queensland need to get live at the line again. It seemed to be that New South Wales wanted to start to man on their 4-on-3 passing, and they looked dangerous when they got Cox and Bob on the line.
Trying to link up at the moment here, Queensland. Cardell jinks around Seamus Edwards. Ball in hand. Cox. Left to right, looping ball over the top. Slide defence from New South Wales. Hugh Doherty getting over there and making the touch for the Blues. As they come over. Start making their way over towards their interchange area. Rangers will come on to the field.
Great release on that one. They make a lot of meters and they're going to fly onto the ball. Catalano Jr.
Here he is playing the ball now. Nebel picks it up from half. Edwards takes his time to hold back outside the 7. Lennon. Nice ball. Lennon skips on the outside. New South Wales get first blood in the second half. Beautiful ball, but a great line as well. Run, sees open space and points for the Blues.
That's the start that the Blues needed. You've seen Lennon all series start the game so well, and he has that ripper left to right pass. And Catalano Jr., rather than running a topping line, he kind of runs that late outline, and they get rewarded for that.
With a big goosey to get away from the outstretched hands of the Queensland defence as well. I'm certainly happy with those points. Condon, big bomb out to Matters, and does he get it down in time? Yes, he does. With a perfect response from Queensland. And you mentioned that in the first half as well, that they just got to keep going with the New South Wales team. When they score points, they're backing themselves and their attack, and they're putting points on down the other end.
Happy to keep that a 2-try buffer, but Condon, captain, stepping up in the big moments with a massive left to right pass. We did mention he probably has one of the biggest ones in this tournament, so pulls it out at the right time there.
Lennon this time, he gets the points on the board. He's set up so many himself, but diving on the outside of the Queensland defence. That's a good finish as well. And we have gone 3 tries to start this match. The second half, I should say, as we have a look at the replay.
Little Rooster early release play and then hits Lennon at speed. I've been super impressed with Lennon in all 3 games. I think he's been New South Wales' best so far, but still plenty of time to play left in this series.
On a roll, plays it. Cox. Charlton can't get away. They're making the touch. One to make here for New South Wales in defence. Edwards flicks it out the back. It's off the fingertips there of Jai Charlton. New South Wales roll forward on touch 1. That has to be over the mark, is it? No. I'm pretty sure why the Cox end up making the touch. They did a good job to eventually get the ball down. Get to play the ball.
Yeah, he looked like he was stumbling for a little while there, so great job. You got Lennon out of half again.
Bomb. That back over the top. Did it go backwards? Referees say yes. And New South Wales go back-to-back tries. And all of a sudden, they are right in the, up to their necks in it now, locked up 5 tries apiece.
We said Queensland just has to go try for try for them from then, but New South Wales say, we're not letting you do that. We go bang, bang. And Lennon all over this game at the moment.
Queensland. Do they respond? Gardell. Little pop back this time for Queensland as Condon takes his time on the back foot here, New South Wales. Condon, link ball. Ardita falls
Intercept.
into the hands of New South Wales and they play on. There's a bit of space in front of them. They might just keep their cool heads now. And that'll be touch 0 as well off the intercept for the Blues.
I think if they went left to Ardita, they might have been streaking away down the sideline. I think they got 7 on. They've got 7 on here.
And the crowd trying to call
Yeah.
for it. And I think
they've missed it. No.
They're going to come back now.
Zach Jenrick never really misses those, and right there does not miss that at all.
And it's a massive call. They definitely did have the 7 on. I'm not too sure whether you can see that on the camera. New South Wales player having to come off, but look at what happens as a result. They go all the way back up to the halfway line when they were, defending in around that 7-metre zone. So it's a really big turning point.
Under so much pressure defensively, and then just let them out of trouble with, again, just those little discipline errors. It's easy to do, Scotty. Like in touch, you see it all the time. You just want to get on the field and get some intensity for your team, but now New South Wales have to defend their try line.
Ward, pump. Edwards tries to get in underneath. Touch made. Woo.
That was close.
There's a bit of finger pointing going on here. That was really close, and they're actually going to point to the spot now. Now, I must say, my gut instinct, I thought that Seamus got it down. A little bit of protest from New South Wales. We'll have a look at the replay. But the speed in which he goes from being upright down to the ground, unbelievable.
Yeah, it's impressive, isn't it? I also agree. I think he gets that down.
Try scorer on screen. James Edwards coming from up North Queensland. Sure we have plenty of family and friends tuning in.
Had a great series last year as well. And also another one of those players who actually got to represent Australia at the Oz Open.
Oh,
great touch, Jaden Mbechi. But they go to that same play that they scored off earlier. But Mbechi this time up to the task.
Junior takes the touch. New South Queensland, the ball back. And they get marched upfield. They're not returning the ball. Tommy takes the tap. He's up with Connor Rolfe. Takes touch 1. He'll roll forward on 2 as well. Take another hit up with Queensland. Make changes on the far side of the field. Matters coming in field to do some work. And now reset out to that right-hand side. It's Cox. And it's back up with Connor Rolfe. Rolfe skipping away. Carlton directing traffic. Good space on the right. Castle steps in. Left foot, right foot. Tries to burrow in underneath. There's their players offside again from New South Wales.
I think we might have a penalty here, and one of the New South Wales players just grabbed Castles as he goes in and gets 4 sub for that, so that's what that's for. He just stops Castles being able to go at the line. And Bob and Cox now.
Yeah, I was just going to say Queensland don't chance their hand. The play up is forced off. With a slight advantage numbers wise. A little push and shove off the ball, nothing too much. Jardel goes back, plays it on the 7. Receives the ball back. Cox. Touch is made. Edwards sweeping around, sniffing around the football at the moment. Carlton dishes. Here he comes, Edwards. Will play it. Whisker away from the try line. Bob forced to go backwards. Good defence from New South Wales, forcing Queensland to retreat.
That's what you wanted. You don't want to give Queensland another 2-point lead. And up to the task defensively. Oh, strong touch there from Cox. Another strong one, Charlton.
Moffat plays it. Dipping out. They're getting away there, Eagleton. Queensland back in possession. Contact again. Oh, looping ball over
that
the
might have
top.
been.
Well, we were pretty much right in line with that, and I'm going to make a call and say that that was forward.
Yeah, I agree. Condon now going to have a chance. Picking up from half.
He tries to loop it out the back. It does come off one of the New South Wales players, but definitely not played at. Had his arms away from it.
Yeah.
To the ref, not me, not me.
I do think it hit him in the stomach, but like you said, arms out, definitely did not play at that. Great call from referee Zach Henrik.
Put the ball through the hands. Now New South Wales, Lennon has to reach for it.
Ooh, maybe not square, actually. I think that is. So roll ball just not facing the try line. And Queensland now with great field position. They'll be wanting to send this 2 up with just under 10 to play.
Penalty's going to help them as well. Players offside from New South Wales. They throw their heads back, not too happy with the call. Might know this is, well, there's still plenty of time on the clock. Scores locked up at 5 apiece. Every possession is going to be crucial in the back end of this match. Castles goes early ball to Rolf.
And Lennon picks that off.
Charlton holds. The link ball just goes through the fingers of Seamus Edwards. Ball back to New South Wales. They put it through the hands on touch one. Skip it away. William Hickey. Penalty to New South Wales. Queensland in the ruck.
Charlton might have a shoulder injury here. Just holding the shoulder. Hopefully he can get through this set.
Robinson gets the ball back. Sweeper coming here for New South Wales. Good defence from Edwards coming in and shutting that one down. I'm going to say ball down. The pass was released right to the touch. Ball hitting the deck. Queensland all compressed around the football at the moment.
And great pressure, Seamus Edwards. I think if that, that might be close to a forward as well. Yep, referee Zach Henrik right on the spot. Couple of little errors creeping into both sides at the moment. And if you Queensland that one hurts. You give New South Wales the best chance with field position here. Tim Watkins, Catalano Jr. working with the ball.
Here he is, plays it, goes down that short side, comes off the right foot, tries to slide in underneath. He's got his hand pointing up to the sky saying, I got it, sir. Don't convince the referees to think otherwise.
You always have to ask, don't you?
You've got to ask the question. Even though when you know deep down, you might not have got it. That one chance might work for you. Watkins off the left foot.
Oh.
Looping ball over the top. Doesn't connect.
Mine's more just asking so I don't have to defend the next set, Scotty. So give me something to get me off the field. But Catalano Jr. did look up on that one.
The battle continues between these two teams. We saw a lightning start and points galore. It's been a really tight tussle between the old foes over the last few sets. No one really able to grab a stranglehold field position-wise. And mount pressure and repeat sets on the other defending their line. New South Wales, not a bad position to start their set though this time around.
And the big players need to start to step up for both sides. Again, little error creeping into New South Wales with a forward pass from half. They're going to get Cox on the field with Carlton. And Seamus Edwards, who's looked very dangerous in this game.
That man, Seamus, who played the previous one, gets the ball back now as Cox sweep. Carlton goes away from him though. He's back up with Edwards. Carlton in the half again. Early ball, Edwards. Pump. Tries to slide in underneath. Don't get it there. New South Wales. Nice meters. Could be the third touch. Gets into halfway. Changes come on. Hickey plays it. Catalano feeds it as well. Last touch here for New South Wales. Watkins on the wraparound. Watkins, he's got plenty of speed. Does he get in between the defenders? No.
Blaze Prendergast with a massive touch there. Tim Watkins looked like he was slicing through.
Matters to just hold the ball up. Prendergast whips it out. Now to the right-hand side. Getting away. Russell picks up a couple of extra metres. He'll take another hit up down the sideline.
8 metres. That's probably what they needed after the first touch, getting jammed in on the 7-metre line. They're going to have Condon out of half again.
Here he goes, trying to thread it and on the back foot, spinning around into the line there. Connor Rolfe, they're asking whether the touch was made. Jack Genrick.
6 to go. Great honesty, New South Wales.
Indicating 6 to go. That is good sportsmanship at a crucial moment in the game. Full set of 6 here attacking the line for Queensland.
Massive chance for Queensland to go 2 up with just under 5 to play. Condon again. Players onside. Great touch, Robert Catalano Jr.
Clock starting to become a bit of a factor as well. Going to keep one eye on that. 4.5 to go. What do Queensland do? Edwards.
Oh, no.
Adida taking the intercept. New South Wales, 0 touch. That's touch 1. They lose their way. A little bit of a miscommunication there. A couple of the Blues players looking at each other.
As the coach from the New South Wales side just throws the water bottle. Not happy with their team at that one. And you wouldn't be. That's probably 3 or 4 sets in a row where New South Wales haven't gotten out of their half. We spoke about it. You can't give Bob, Fox and Crow chances on your line.
Touch coming in on Crow. More of the same. Edwards shows it. New South Wales. They've got to go all the way down the other end. They need a cleaner set than what they showed last time around.
If they can get it, it's a great set because they've defended and defended and defended, but they're still 1 try away, Scotty. They're in this game.
Moffat. They pop out. Lennon. Lennon tries to get on the outside. Touch made. Edwards. Yes, on the bootlaces. 1 chance here for the Blues. 1 play. Lennon just rips. And they throw the footy away. Under 3 to go now. Still get another possession, but this is a crucial set for them defensively. New South Wales, they want to try and keep Queensland as far down this end of the field as possible.
That is what they're trying. But Queensland clinical through this part in this set. They'll find Carlton.
Yeah, Steams on Charlton, picks it up. He just sends it out. It'll be a penalty.
They won't mind that one. I think, it's more, that set's more just about getting down the other end and making New South Wales work really hard for it. And Charlton throws the ball as far as he can. But a fresh defensive line and set defensive line now to stop New South Wales. And Beatty doing just that. Great release.
Over the halfway line they go. New South Wales. Catalano Jr. plays it. Last touch. Looking for offside players and will get it as well. Hemi Nebel, good experience there, even though he's a young man in the under-20s. He knew exactly what was going on there. Queensland players rolling in offside and he just ran directly through them. Nebel again gets it, comes off the right foot, stretches. Was reaching for the line. Not too sure whether he made it or not. Queensland players again.
I think he dropped that one, but obviously Queensland middles both offside and they win themselves another penalty. That's 2. Actually, I believe the first one might have been outside the 7, so maybe only 1.
Try to get in underneath again.
Forward pass from half.
Oh,
ball down.
It. Well, that might have been their chance. New South Wales. Just over a minute left to go. Queensland, they can't. Oh, I was just going to say, I was about to put the mock on.
Yeah.
I was going to say, they can't afford to have a mistake. And a little foot in the ruck there from the Blues. Queensland managing the clock now. Nothing silly from them. I just want to finish this set of 6 off.
As the Queensland crowd asks how long's left from outside the window.
About 30 seconds to go. That's all they've got to do to hold on.
And Bob, watch Bob and Hawks just get live at the line. They'll probably dive, let go of the ball. No, goes from half.
Oh, and almost bobbing over there. What do we got? 15 seconds. Queensland hold the football up again. Penalty. They're going to have to chance their hand. Ooh, looking to go down the short side of the field.
Drive for Adida. Let him pick up.
Hooter is imminent here. There it goes in the background. They've got one more chance. As Watkins, he might be the man. He's got lightning feet and they can't connect up. And Queensland, they flood onto the field after losing game 1, fighting back in game 2. They steal the series in game 3 in what was an awesome game of footy between these two teams.
That was excellent. I know talking to some of the Queensland boys, they weren't happy with game 1 and game 2. They come out and show what they're made of. Game 3, even better, to stay in the grind with New South Wales. And they win the series 2-1. Good on Queensland. Once again, commiserations to New South Wales. I thought they fought so well in this series and probably don't deserve that feeling, but someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. So commiserations.
Yeah, they look pretty devastated out there, the New South Wales players, quite a few slumping to the ground at the conclusion of that match. But the Queenslanders winning the men's 20s division, as mentioned, after coming down from a loss in game 1. What an impressive response. New South Wales made them fight to the very death and almost had the chance to steal it themselves. Now we'll take a quick break and there'll be some presentations taking place out here on Field 1. And then later on this afternoon, we'll have another decider coming your way on the main stadium. The men's 45s has gone to a decider. We'll bring you all that action a little bit later on this afternoon.
The next siren will be the commencement of the drop-off from Field 6.
If you suffer from muscular aches and pains, you want a massage gel that provides effective relief. Try Physiocrem. Physiocrem contains menthol and naturally derived active ingredients. Arnica, hypericum, calendula, melaleuca. Use Physiocrem for the temporary relief of muscular aches and pains. Physiocrem is available at your local pharmacy, Coles and Woolworths. Use Physiocrem.
Brother. and as you can tell, the facilities and the fields are absolutely first class. So a massive thank you to the Coffs Council. So join me, big round of applause. Thank you. Joined here today by Greg Denny, CEO of Queensland Touch, and Councillor Sally Townley, the Deputy Mayor, to present our medals and the Player of the Series awards. Before we start the presentation, I'd just like to take this opportunity and a big round of applause to thank all of our referees for the event. Without them, the games are not possible. They do a fantastic job. And a big thank you to Ian Matthew and his referee panels who assist with the coaching throughout the 2 days. We're going to start with the women's 20s. And in this, we had New South Wales taking the series 2-1. So can I call on the women's 20s to come and collect your medals. And whilst you're on your way up, the player of the series, New South Wales, number 3, Mackenzie Davis. Once again, the player of the series, number 3, New South Wales, Mackenzie Davis. Our next series moved to the men's 35s. New South Wales taking out the series 3-0. I call upon the men's 35s in New South Wales to come and collect their medals. While they're collecting their medals, just like to take this opportunity to thank some partners of the event, Physiocrem, IG Smuggler, ISC, Inferno, and also Hygiene Systems. So big thank you to all the sponsors of both states. And the player of the final for the men's 35s, New South Wales, number 1, Steve Tucci. And next division we move to is the men's 40s. Queensland taking out the series 3-0. And we call upon Queensland men's 40s to come and collect the medals. And the player of the final, the men's 40s, Queensland number 10, Aaron Jones. Our next division we move to is our women's 27s. And taking out the series 2-1 was Queensland. On the call, Queensland to come and collect your outload. And the player of the series, Queensland number 7, Courtney Terry. And our next division we move to is the men's 50s. Queensland taking out the series 2-1 of New South Wales. We call on the men's 50s Queensland side to collect your medals. And the player of the series, Queensland number 2, Troy Morgan. Our next division, ladies and gentlemen, is Invitational Women's 50s. Now, can we get everyone to give a big round of applause to everyone that made the Women's 50s possible for the 2022 State of Origin Series. And the winners of the series 3-0 was Queensland. I'll call the Women's 50s to the Queensland side to come and collect your medallions. And the player of the final, or player of the series, being partner for the Queensland side, number 11, Rebecca Dale. Stadium would agree the last game was an absolute spectacle in the future of touch football, and the level we saw leads a bright future. The winner of the 2022 Men's 20 State of Origin Series is Queensland. Taking out the series 2-1, I'd call Queensland to come and collect their medals. And the player of the series for the men's 20s, Queensland, number 3, Jai Charlton. The next division we move to is the men's 60s. And the winner of the men's 60s 2-1, New South Wales. I call upon New South Wales to come and collect the medallions. With the greatest respect, I think the men's 60s player of the series is determined by who is able to play all 3 games. I do say that very tongue-in-cheek. The men's 60s player of the series, number 17, Brett Gillard. The next division we'll move on to is the men's 55s. And the winner of the men's 55s for 2022 with a series win of 2-1 is New South Wales. All the New South Wales men's 55s to collecting medals. And the player in the final for the men's 55s, New South Wales, number 4, David Chung. Our next division we move to is the women's 35s. Once again, New South Wales taking that series with a win 2-1. We call the women's 35s to come collect the all medallions. And the player of the series for the women's 35s, New South Wales, number 4, Tane Luck. We've got 2 to go for this round, everyone, 2 to go, hang in there. Our next round will be the women's 40s. And the winner of the 2020 State of Origin, 2022 State of Origin Women's 40 Series is New South Wales taking the 2-1 lead. And I call on the women's 40s to come and collect your medallions. And the player of the series for the women's 40s, the New South Wales number 4, Karina Hutton. And our last division for this round of presentations is the mixed seniors. They were 1-1. It was New South Wales that took the series by 1 try in the last game. So big congratulations to New South Wales taking the series 2-1. And I call on the New South Wales mixed senior side to come and collect your medallions. And the player of the series for the mixed seniors, New South Wales, number 5, Marlon Wakely. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our first round of presentations for the day. We have 6 games left on the cards, and we're looking forward to the results of the games. We're going to be an absolute cracker. Just a reminder, the bar is open, plenty of food to be had. Let's enjoy the night and make sure you get behind your skate. Thank you.